How's the casing today? Going well, Russ. Good. Going well.
How about yourself? Hills are always a lot. I'm here for house shooting, so I'll catch up. Yeah, correct. It's a box of it. I got one. I didn't realise till I got playing. Yeah, yeah. I saw you in your socials. Yeah, I declared it. What about the thing? Same.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 33rd report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 40 petitions and 20 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Thank you. As usual, the petitions being presented today cover a wide range of topics, and this reflects the variety of issues that concern citizens and residents of Australia. Some of the subjects in today's petitions are keeping a post office open, rural health care, the AUKUS agreement, and federal laws relating to the age of criminal responsibility. Speaker, as you're aware, the Petitions Committee assesses each petition to ensure it complies with the standing orders. There are a number of requirements for petitions, but today I'd like to highlight two that I have spoken about previously. Firstly, a petition must refer to a matter on which the House can act. This usually means something for which the federal government is responsible. Petitions requesting action on matters that are dealt with by state or territory governments or local councils should be directed to those jurisdictions. In many cases, when a petition to the House is ruled out of order on this basis, the committee advises the petitioner of where they could redirect their petition. However, it's a shame to see requests for action delayed for this reason. Secondly, I remind petitioners that language used in a petition must be moderate. I acknowledge that many petitions relate to grievances and that the experience of writing a petition may be challenging or stressful. Even so, the language used needs to be considered moderate by the committee. The committee does not accept petitions that contain derogatory, offensive or abusive language. In line with the requirements of the House, petitions may not contain insults to members of Parliament, the judiciary or the Governor-General. In addition, petitions should not use language that discloses personal information about a private individual. The committee usually rules out of order petitions that are about someone who is not the principal petitioner or not already a public figure. Language evolves over time, and the Petitions Committee also has some discretion over how it applies the requirement for moderate language in petitions. In essence, though, the terms of a petition should be respectful and based on reasoned argument. I thank the House.
Members would be aware that under the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, the presiding officers have the responsibility to appoint the Parliamentary Budget Officer, subject to the approval of the proposed appointment by the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. Given that the current Parliamentary Budget Officer, Dr Stein Hegelby, will not be seeking another term, the President of the Senate and I, in consultation with the Australian Public Service Commissioner, commenced a merit-based recruitment process to fill the vacancy. I'm pleased to inform the House that the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit has approved the appointment of Ms Sam Reinhardt, who has been appointed as the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Her term will begin on the 18th of November 2024. On behalf of all members, I congratulate Sam on her appointment, and I'm sure members will join me in thanking Dr Hegelby for his service. I give the call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present the following reports. Report 505, Inquiry into Policy and Program Design and Implementation, and Report 506, Inquiry into Commonwealth Financial Statements 2022-2023.
Just before the member proceeds, does the member for Barton wish to give a statement regarding the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit regarding the appointment of the Parliamentary Budget Officer?
I have made a mistake, I think, Mr Speaker. I thought I was presenting the tabling of statements this morning.
Yes, you are, member for Barton. But just before we get to that, does the member wish to give a statement or support the appointment of the Parliamentary Budget?
I, as the chairperson of the Public Accounts and Audit Report, very much support the appointment of the new Parliamentary Budget Officer. She is incredibly appropriate and has all the prerequisites required for the position. We went through a process to make sure that that the appointment was done appropriately. Of course, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has a very important role, and in many ways it's an apolitical role in relation to making sure that the commitments that both the government and the opposition and other parties make in relation to elections is looked at impartially, and I am sure that the new Parliamentary Budget Officer will do that.
I thank the member for Barton. Now we may proceed with the Joint Committee of Public Accounts report, and I just call the clerk and then we'll call you.
Committee and Delegation Business, Presentation and Statements. Number 1, Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
And now the member for Barton has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for your assistance with that. I am very new to the committee, which I am coming to terms with. But on behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present the following reports. Report 505, Inquiry into Policy and Program Design and Implementation, and Report 506, Inquiry into Commonwealth Financial Statements 2022-23. I now present the two reports to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. Number 505 for the Inquiry into Policy and Program Design and Implementation, as I mentioned, and number 506 for Inquiry into Commonwealth Financial Statements 22-23. Policy and Program Design and Implementation is an area that requires continuous improvement. The delivery grade policy model introduced in 2019 by government, states and policy advice should be clear on intent, well-informed, practical to implement and influential. There is an expectation that government entities will adopt these practices, but the inquiry found that this is not always the case. The reports of the Auditor-General that were examined in this inquiry highlighted inadequate stakeholder engagement, a lack of effective performance measures and deficiencies in the advice to government among their findings. Ineffective decision-making and departure from best practice result in some common issues being identified by ANAO, even though the audited program were very different and included the export control legislative framework, telehealth expansion, family migration, and the Black Economy Task Force. The Delivering Great policy model outlines the need for policymakers to be well informed and for active stakeholder consultation. Some of the audited agencies only did this in an executive level, and thus excluded the views of some of the most impacted parties for consideration. On several occasions throughout this inquiry, examples were provided to the committee of poor information management and lack of coordination between agencies and inadequate communication to stakeholders. Further issues included inadequate support resulting in ineffective implementation and the need for additional resources to correct this. The committee also learned of instances where critical deficiencies in the advice to government created additional strain in the delivery of the relevant programs and policies. The telehealth services expansion by the Department of Health during COVID-19 yielded some valuable lessons for providing such advice if a global pandemic was to rise again in the future. The committee found that deficient advice by the Department of Home Affairs regarding the family migration program and by the Treasury when implementing the Black Economy Task Force negatively impacted public trust in the effectiveness and transparency of government. Performance reporting and impact measurement are also fundamental components of effective policy and program design and implementation. They provide evidence-based data that enable adjustments and improvements by policymakers that can ultimately determine whether the intended outcome has been achieved. A lack of importance placed on these activities was found in 3 audit reports to have caused avoidable delays and inefficiencies. Crucial information to assist with decision-making and future planning was also therefore lacking. I am pleased to note that the Commonwealth entities involved in this inquiry provided substantial responses to their audit findings and that they assisted the committee's investigation on the core practices that required future improvement. The committee has noted that there was still work to be done in relation to several of the programs resulting from the findings of the Auditor-General's report. We have made 11 recommendations to this report, which include requests for progress updates from Home Affairs on its stakeholder engagement, planning and planning, from Agriculture on its Transformation Action Plan, from Health on legislative changes to allow digital assignment of benefits for the MBS, from Treasury on strengthening its information management processes, and from the Department of Education on its performance and stakeholder engagement plans. The committee has also recommended that the Australian Government prioritise legislation to align the Health Insurance Act with the modern technological requirements of telehealth and makes further reforms to make the Partner and Child Family Visa program truly demand-driven. This inquiry has highlighted that Commonwealth entities must remain vigilant in ensuring that they continue to meet best practice requirements when designing and implementing policies and programs for the benefits of the Australian public. I now move to Report 506. The second of the reports I am presenting today concerns JCPAA's inquiry into the Commonwealth Financial Statements Audit 22-23. The annual auditing of the financial accounting and reporting by Commonwealth entities by the ANAO provides assurance to the Parliament on the financial position of the Australian Government and the expenditure of taxpayers' money. The financial statements audit of 243 separate entities in 22-23 also provided a crucial assessment of the risk, governance arrangements and internal control frameworks that exist across the Commonwealth. Most of the significant and moderate findings in these audits were in the categories of governance, of legal and other matters impacting entity financial statements, IT governance including security, change management and user access and accounting and control of non-financial assets. The ANAO report also noted that there were increased weaknesses compared to last year in change management policies and control of IT systems, and in the process used by entities for accounting for computer software. There were a number of areas of concern for the committee that arose during the inquiry. One was the 14 legislative breaches identified by the audits, 3 of which were significant and involved 2 instances of payments and 1 where no legally required system of risk oversight was in place. 7 of the non-significant legislative breaches involved incorrect executive remuneration and non-compliance of the Remuneration Tribunal. The committee agrees with the Acting Auditor General in relation to this issue that executive remuneration issues have important implications for both the prevailing culture of an agency and for public expectations regarding pay and entitlements of public servants. The first 2 recommendations of this report require the 3 entities with the significant legislative breaches to update the committee on their progress in addressing them. The committee has also recommended that the Department of Finance amends its guidelines to require immediate notification of any remuneration breaches and subsequent engagements with the entity in question to discuss remediation steps. Problems with the timeliness of financial statements preparation by some entities were also a concern to the committee during the inquiry. While there was an increase over the previous year in these statements being finalised, the auditor report issued within 3 months of the financial year end, the number of entities tabling the annual reports in time to be scrutinised at subsequent Senate estimates hearings declined over the previous year. The committee's view is that the Parliament must have this information in time to readily and properly scrutinise the expenditure of taxpayers' funds. A third recommendation from this inquiry was that entities that have failed to table their annual reports on time for 3 consecutive years must provide an explanation to the committee. The committee was also interested in the role that internal auditors play in assisting Commonwealth entities with the timeliness and robustness of their financial reporting. An internal audit function is currently not mandatory, and the committee concurs with the view of the ANAO that this is puzzling, given the well-established benefits for risk management, fraud control and legislative compliance. It was concerning to us, therefore, that approximately 20% of entities have reduced their internal audit budgets over the past years. The committee notes that and appreciates that the Department of Finance has commenced a consultation process to update and enhance its guidance of internal auditing. The fourth recommendation to the committee in this report is that a mandatory framework with detailed guidelines for internal auditing be developed as part of this process. As in previous years, problems with the IT governance were prominent among the significant moderate findings by the ANAO in the 22-23 financial audits. Unauthorised user access to IT systems across the Commonwealth has continued to be an issue over many years. And the fifth recommendation of the committee in this inquiry is...
The member's time now has concluded. I thank the member. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, accountability of grants, investment mandates and use of public resources amendment, End Pork Barrelling Bill 2024, number 2.
Give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the accountability of grants, investment mandates and use of public resources amendment, End Pork Barrelling Bill 2024, number 2, and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to reform the governance, performance and accountability of grants, investment mandates and use of public resources and for related purposes.
Give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time.
The member may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. It's an honour to introduce the Accountability of Grants, Investment Mandates and Use of Public Resources Amendment, End Pork Barrelling Bill. The bill I'm introducing today would offer a framework that puts an end to misusing taxpayer money for political purposes. I drafted this bill alongside the Centre for Public Integrity, and it represents the gold standard in grants administration. I'm reintroducing this bill today, 10 months since I first introduced it, because as we approach the election season, it's clearer than ever. We need to clean up government spending and stamp out the practice of pork barrelling, of using taxpayer money to buy votes. When I introduced this bill in February, I was told by members of the government that the reforms in this bill aren't necessary. We've got this. You can trust us, they said. But, Speaker, I'm disappointed to say there has been very little action from the government. All they've done are make some changes to the Commonwealth Grants and Rules principles, something the government proudly talks about whenever pork barrelling is raised. But these changes are just tinkering around the edges. They're not in legislation. More than this lack of action, it's the practices of the Labor Party in opposition in the lead up to the 2022 election and since then in government that show just how necessary and overdue these reforms are. According to Parliamentary Library research, during the 2022 election campaign, the Australian Labor Party made 435 commitments to fund certain projects. Labor candidates and members promised local councils, community organisations, health services, museums, yacht clubs, cricket clubs, netball clubs, football clubs, that if their party got elected to government, they would fund showgrounds, sporting precincts, change rooms, car parks. You know how it goes. We know, of course, what happened next. The Labor Party won enough seats in the 2022 election to form government. But what is less known is what happened after that. Once in government, Labor directed the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts to set up 2 grant programs. These 2 programs are called the Investing in Our Communities program and the Priority Community Infrastructure program. Almost $1.35 billion was allocated to these programs in Labor's first budget in October 2022. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying the government can't direct the department to set up grant programs and budget to fund them. This is absolutely a power held by the executive. But how these programs are designed and implemented absolutely warrants further scrutiny. We're talking about $1.35 billion in taxpayer money. Recipients of funding under these 2 grant programs are spread across 104 electorates, of which 66 are electorates that the Australian Labor Party held or gained in the 2022 election. That means 86.8% of Labor won seats received a grant, compared to 51.7% of non-Labor seats receiving a grant. So this means if you live in a Labor-held electorate, you are much more likely to have received funding under these 2 programs. In fact, some seats, like Boothby in South Australia and Tagney in Western Australia, received funding for 17 and 14 projects respectively. Now compare this to dozens of electorates that received $0. As I've said many times in this place, the spending of taxpayer money should be done fairly and transparently, with proper guidelines and selection criteria, and awarded to recipients who objectively demonstrate merit. So, was there a merit-based competitive application process? According to the application forms for these election commitment programs, these programs are, and I quote, one-off, closed, non-competitive programs. According to the program guidelines, to be eligible to apply, you must, and again, I quote, be invited to deliver a project identified by the Australian government. So, we have $1.35 billion of taxpayer money in a grant program. But there's no competitive process. It's not open to everyone. You must be invited to apply. Finally, how did the department assess these applications? Well, Freedom of Information requests reveal that the list of projects was developed in discussion with the Minister's Office and the Department of Finance, and the Minister asked her department to undertake a desktop review for project merits as it was being budgeted for. Looking at all of this information together, who received a grant, the application process and the assessment process, we must ask, does the process for determining recipients under these programs seem rigorous, objective, fair, equitable? Was taxpayer money spent responsibly? Or is this just another example of pork barrelling? Now, I've met with the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government about my concerns. And I've also referred these programs to the Australian National Audit Office, the ANAO, to investigate these programs. The ANAO is the auditor for public spending. It makes sure that when government spends taxpayer money, it stacks up. And I want to know if these election commitment programs stack up. These election commitments are what the major parties like to say are part and parcel of a campaign. Everyone does it. What's the big deal? In fact, former Premier of New South Wales, Gladys Berejiklian, told the New South Wales ICAC, and I quote, "At the end of the day, whether we like it or not, it's democracy." Well, Speaker, I don't accept that, and neither do the Australian people. Pork barrelling is, at its best, poor administration, and at its worst, it's corruption. According to the Australia Institute, more than 80% of Australians view pork barrelling as a form of corruption. And according to the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption, the allocation of public funds and resources to targeted electors for partisan political purposes constitutes pork barrelling. Even if you disagree that pork barrelling is corruption, it's hard not to see it perpetuating a cynicism in the community that giving your vote is about getting stuff rather than a fair go for all. And this, Mr. Speaker, undermines public trust in governments and in politicians who are elected to make decisions and spend taxpayer money on our behalf in the public interest and for the common good. It undermines trust in our democracy. Now, when I talk about pork barrelling, I'm often accused by members of the major parties of being a hypocrite. You advocate for projects in your community, they say. You're part of this too. But in a fair system, with good rules, guidelines and processes like those set out in this bill, the best projects are funded not because of the loudest voices or tight electoral margins, but because they have merit and address community need. And while I will never stop standing up for worthy projects in Indi, alerting my constituents about when grant programs are open, working with communities to understand the guidelines and the eligibility criteria, writing letters of support. What I want to see is that our projects receive the funding, the federal funding they deserve. I want to see open, fair grant programs to provide this funding because I want to see all regional communities succeed. And you know what makes the practices under these two programs even more galling, even more unfair, is the contrast when looking at the only two regional infrastructure grant programs available for the rest of Australia to apply for. These are the Growing Regions program and the Regional Partnerships and Precincts program, which share in $1 billion in funding, which were also included in the October 2022 budget. Yes, that is less money for the whole rest of regional Australia than was budgeted for the two pork barrel programs. According to the Parliamentary Library, about $1.16 billion has been delivered under the Investing in Our Communities and Priority Community Infrastructure programs, and by contrast, in only the last month, more than 2 years since they were budgeted, money has started to get out the door for Growing Regions and RPPP. So there's two sets of standards. If you got promised a project by Labor in the election and received funding under the invite-only, non-competitive grant program, the funding has arrived. But if you were competing, along with the rest of Australia, in a merit-based competitive program for which full budgets and costings were required to apply, then you are more than likely still waiting. In the last parliament, we saw sports rorts, we saw car park rorts, the community development program. These are the ways in which grant programs were abused to pork barrel seats to be re-elected. Now we can see how pork barrelling works for a newly elected government. What it shows is that when it comes to the major party duopoly, no matter who is in power, the taxpayer is getting ripped off. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why this bill is more than overdue, and I commend it to the House.
Is the motion seconded? I'll give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
I second the motion, Speaker, and entirely support the member for Indi's very admirable efforts to stop pork barrelling by the major parties in this place.
The question is this bill be now read a second time, and now the time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 2. Competition and Consumer Amendment, Tougher Penalties for Supermarket and Hardware Businesses Bill 2024.
And I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to introduce this private members' bill, Competition and Consumer Amendment.
I've just asked the member to present the bill.
Oh, I present the bill.
I'll just get the clerk to present to the member. Just get the member for Hume to present just on the piece of paper.
I present the Consumer and Competition Amendment, Tougher Penalties for Supermarket and Hardware Hardware Businesses Bill of 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk now so she can just read the title of the bill, and then I'll call the member for Hume.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I'll get the member for Hume to move that the bill be now read a second time and commence his speech.
I move that the bill be read a second time, Mr Speaker.
Member may proceed.
I rise today to introduce this private member's bill, the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Tougher Penalties for Supermarket and Hardware Businesses Bill of 2024. Mr Speaker, under Labor, the price of almost everything has gone up. The Prime Minister promised life would be cheaper under Labor, but that could not be further from the truth. After 2 years of Labor, inflation is still too high, interest rates have increased 12 times, families' real disposable income has collapsed, and we are in a household recession, a per capita recession, have been indeed for 6 quarters. And, Deputy Speaker, whilst we've seen interest rates going down in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in New Zealand, in South Korea, indeed, in Japan, there is no relief in sight here in Australia. At the same time, as mortgage payments have increased, families are paying more on their energy bills, and they are paying substantially more at the checkout. And for many families, the weekly shop is a huge financial stress, and every local member will have spoken to constituents who talk about what they see when they go to the checkout, what they get for a bag of groceries compared with what they did just a couple of short years ago. All those years seem like dog years. They seem like they are long years, sorry, at the moment, I have to say. At the same time, long, hard years. At the same time as mortgage payments have increased, we've also seen the price of everything else going up, of insurance, of everything we buy every single day. We're seeing this right across the board, and families are struggling with the cost of essential items. So it's more important than ever, Deputy Speaker, that they can have faith that businesses, including supermarkets, do the right thing by their customers. We've seen in recent weeks some concerning findings from the ACCC with regard to supermarkets. Indeed, the ACCC is taking action. The allegations relate to practices around discounting, and if they are true, Deputy Speaker, they are a damning indictment on a sector that families across Australia and suppliers and farmers as well, and many other suppliers rely on every single day for their livelihood. This is not what we have reason to expect. It's not what families expect, and this government has been too slow to act on competition policy. Not just in our supermarket sector, but across the economy. We've seen that with the News Bargaining Code, the Consumer Data Right, and the serious cartel allegations against the CFMEU. The Coalition has led the way on this since the start of the term, and this package of bills is the outcome of that work, led by myself and the member for Maranoa, who is here today. Our approach is all about getting the balance right. Strengthening the Food and Grocery Code, introducing a targeted divestiture penalty to put businesses in the sector on notice. And the Coalition's approach has been carefully designed with appropriate safeguards. It is subject to a clear public interest test, including the impact on services, jobs, shareholder value in relation to the requirement for it to add benefits from competition. Limiting its application to specific sectors with established structural competition challenges, and ensuring latitude for the ACCC and affected parties to reach enforceable undertakings as an alternative. Providing clear statutory timeframes for courts and regulators to adhere to, and limiting the standing for a divestiture order to be brought by the regulator in relation to a Section 46 abuse of market power action. Where a court determines there's been a breach of Section 46 by a body corporate or group operating in the supermarket or hardware sector, it's open to a party to that action or to the ACCC to apply to the court for a divestiture order. The ACCC or party to that action must seek a divestiture order within 18 months of finding the breach of Section 46. A court may order the group divest of assets or shares where it's satisfied that the divestment will lead to a substantial improvement in competition, a really important safeguard, but is also, as I said earlier, in the public interest with respect to impacts on employment, access to goods and services and shareholder value. And it must be completed within, the divestiture order must be completed within 5 years of being issued. The court can accept enforceable undertakings. Of course, this is a last resort for egregious behaviour, and there are many, many other penalties that can be imposed along the way, but this is an appropriate last resort, we believe, providing a structural solution to a structural problem. The ACCC has been explicit that Australia's supermarket sector is an oligopoly. It's an oligopoly, Deputy Speaker. Woolworths and Coles' market share accounts for just over 2/3 of national supermarket sales. And the E61 Institute has found that Australia's supermarkets are highly concentrated in local markets, particularly in regional areas. There are high levels of customer inertia between the brands. And indeed, according to E61, 33% of Woolworths customers' most likely alternative shopping destination is another Woolworths store. So these competition issues are very real. Mandala research has shown the impact of new market entrants in the retail sector is positively correlated with innovation, increased customer choice, decreased prices and lower inflation, saving consumers $3,500 a year since 2019, including $678 in groceries. The ACCC, the Productivity Commission and the Harper Review have all recognised the practice of creeping acquisition as an anti-competitive practice in the supermarket sector, and they've been doing that since 2008. So there's universal recognition that the merger regime is ineffective right now in preventing the practice of creeping acquisitions, and the addition of a divestiture penalty to this sector is warranted by this ongoing structural competition issue. So this will be a substantial tool in the ACCC's armoury to address anti-competitive behaviour and ensure consumers, suppliers, small businesses are treated appropriately. Indeed, the ACCC Chair has noted in response to the ACCC's action on misleading pricing against the supermarkets, it is essential when pursuing competition policy enforcement that penalties need to exceed the cost of doing business in that anti-competitive way. Now, Deputy Speaker, there have some who are arguing that this is out of line with what we see elsewhere in the world, and nothing could be further from the truth, but I don't expect the Prime Minister and others on the other side of the House to understand any of this. They clearly don't, and we've seen that in the sluggish way they've sought to implement competition policies in this country. But the truth of the matter is that regimes along these lines exist in many of our peer countries around the world, including the United States, the UK. I was privileged enough to write my master's thesis on exactly that provision in the UK legislation, which has evolved over time and indeed is now reasonably close to what we are proposing here. Significant divestiture orders have been acted by the Reagan administration. Many will remember the 1982 AT&T breakup there, the breakup of their telecommunications companies, and the Thatcher administration in the UK, the beer orders of 1989. Both the Clinton and Bush administrations pursued significant divestiture actions against monopolies, including Microsoft, Deputy Speaker. And divestiture, while rarely invoked, has been found to lead to better competition and consumer outcomes and is inherently compatible with free market economics and the sort of focus we believe in where the best regulator of any market, Deputy Speaker, the best regulator of any market is competition and, most importantly, consumers who have competition. If a consumer has competition, they regulate the market, and they regulate it via the choices they make every single day. That's far better than any agency sitting here in Canberra, let me tell you. Competition is far better than anything any regulator can do here in this city because the consumer knows what they want. They know what their family needs. They know what they're prepared to pay, what their household budget is, how they can allocate their scarce resources in the best possible way. in the best possible way. And those opposite would do well to understand that heavy-handed approaches they take would be better to make way for an approach where we seek more competition and, most importantly, the understanding from the corporate sector that if they act in a competitive way and they give customers good choices and they avoid anti-competitive behaviour, then all of us in Australia will be better off. Thank you.
I thank the Shadow Treasurer. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right.
Thank the member for Maranoa. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, notice number 3. Food and Grocery Mandatory Code of Conduct Bill 2024.
Call the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Food and Grocery Mandatory Code of Conduct Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
First reading, a bill for an act to apply the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct as a mandatory industry code for large retailers and wholesalers and for related purposes.
Call the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to introduce this bill in conjunction with what the member for Hume has just introduced around divestiture powers. Divestiture powers that this country already has. In fact, was voted for in this parliament in 2019 that both sides of parliament saw the need for in the energy sector to make sure that consumers were protected and we kept the lights on. And tonight, there will be Australians that will not be able to put food on their table. The cost of living crisis that's been created in this place is one where we will see where we produce enough food and fibre for 80 million people in a country as rich as this nation of ours will go without dinner tonight. And so why wouldn't we do everything we can in this place with the privilege that we have been given to make sure that we put the regulatory frameworks around the most important commodity that we need to underpin all life, our food. And this is a missed opportunity by this government, not just in facing up to divestiture powers, one in which they were prepared to stand up to the big CEOs of the energy companies in 2019, but today, in the middle of a cost of living crisis, have gone missing and not prepared to stand up to Woolworths and Coles and simply say there needs to be a deterrent to protect both farmers as suppliers and consumers. This is about fairness and transparency. This isn't about fixing prices. This is simply saying that if there is a rise in the farm gate price, then you should see a commensurate rise at the checkout. If there is a reduction at the farm gate in price, you should see a commensurate reduction at the checkout. And it is clear to see that the supermarkets have played on the ignorance of many Australians who don't understand what those farm price reductions or increases happen and the time in which they've happened. They've taken advantage of the farmer and the consumer. And so it's important that when there is market concentration to the extent that we see here in our grocery sector, that governments reach in and put deterrents. And that big deterrent, as the member for Hume has just articulated, is one that has safeguards but one that sends a strong message. But we don't ever want to have to use divestiture powers. That's the whole idea of it. It's about setting that standard and setting the deterrent that makes sure that those supermarkets respect their actual market power. But what we need to do is increase the scale of penalties leading up to that big penalty. And what we've done in a trajectory as a coalition in last term is introduced a perishable goods inquiry from the ACCC. Now, the ACCC at that point did not ask us to change anything of the grocery code nor in terms of divestiture powers. Subsequent to that, and the evidence that we've seen and the fact that the ACCC are now in court with the two supermarkets demonstrates there is growing evidence of their behaviour and abuse of their market power, in that we should do something. And so we wrote to the then government after the last election, building on that work that we'd done through the perishable goods and then seeing the evidence that there was mounting evidence that we should do more. And in fact, in December 2022, I wrote to the Competition Minister in a bipartisan way, knowing the cost of living pressures that were out there, that he should bring forward the statutory review of the Grocery Code of Conduct from October last year to straight away, and that we would give bipartisan support for increased penalties and making it mandatory. We made that offer to this government. They ignored it, and it wasn't until we got closer to the October date, the government had done nothing and the cost of living crisis was continuing to hit, that they realised this was hurting them politically because they'd done nothing. And they didn't get this up and going until January. The reality is they have implemented changes in legislation that will not come into effect until April 2025. The penalty increases and the mandatory nature of the code that this government moved in this House only a matter of months ago does not come into effect until April 2025. There is a cost of living crisis today. There are Australians tonight that will not eat, yet this government does not want to put a regulatory framework around supermarkets who control nearly 70% of our grocery sector. How out of touch can you be to not understand the pain and the hurt of proud families that are struggling to pay their mortgage but cannot look their kids in the eye and tell them they can put dinner on the table tonight? In a country as rich as this, and the privilege that we've been given to stand in this place and do something about it. So the mandatory code and the legislation that we bring in today would be enacted today. If they took our hand and we put it through the other place, we'd get royal assent, and it would start today, not in 6 months' time, because those families deserve support today, not in 6 months' time. And so what we've said is let's look at this in a sensible way of changing culture, because while divestiture power is the big stick at the end of it, you actually have to have scaling penalties that change the culture of these organisations. And so what we've said is that there needs to be infringement notices that are speeding tickets, so the ACCC can hand out to the supermarkets when they're in breach of the codes. That they can simply say you have breached the code and it is a flat $2 million. That's about changing culture. Every time the ACCC, as the tough cop on the beat, who has the powers to implement this, undertakes it immediately and hands over that $2 million fine. That changes culture. In contrast, those opposite, whose bill does not come into effect until April 2025, has, to their credit, put infringement notices. But they scale up to a maximum of $187,800. They would go to one of their tills here in Canberra and pull that out as petty cash as a cost of doing business. This is not something that scares the supermarkets in any way, shape or form. $187,800, they'd probably pay the maximum and not worry about it. Why wouldn't we give the ACCC the tools that they want? The tools that they want, as the member for Hume just articulated, the ACCC chair said that the penalties should be greater than just the cost of doing business. $187,800 is the cost of doing business. $2 million starts to change culture. Starts to change the culture from the CEO right through to those that are buying the produce off the farmer all the way through. And we've said that we'll scale up to $10 million or 3% of the gain, or a financial gain of which these companies, but that would be determined by a court. That actually a court would determine that, and the ACCC would only go to court if they knew they had the ability to achieve a penalty greater than $1 million, which, if you look at the government's legislation, is where most of the infringements would land. So why would the ACCC spend millions of dollars to go to court to only get an outcome of $1 million fine? And only in rarer cases they get $10 million in fine. So we've said that, and then more scaling through to divestiture. But there's another significant piece that we are bringing in that will complement this bill. It's called a supermarket commissioner, because we have heard after inquiry of farmers coming forward of the mistreatment of these two supermarkets who control the market. They are the market. And they have abused that power to destroy lives. And I've seen that personally as an agribusiness banker in Western Queensland. Now, I'm not a top-end banker. I sat out around kitchen tables and I've seen the egregious conduct of these supermarkets and how they treat family farms and how they abuse that power and then destroy that farm. And so they have come forward in a confidential way in numerous occasions in trying to give evidence about what these supermarkets do. But many are not going to because they fear retribution, they fear their supply contracts being taken away, so they say nothing and nothing gets done in this place. Well, what we've done is create a supermarket commissioner where they can come forward in a confidential manner and bring their complaint so that the supermarket commissioner can triage it and understand whether they have a case. And if they believe that they have a case, then the commissioner will take one of two actions. They will say to the complainant, we can actually conciliate this with the supermarkets, but if you feel there is retribution, then what we will do is we will escalate it to the ACCC. And under their powers, they will open up broader investigatory undertakings, not just of the individual, but for broader individuals, so that the confidentiality of those individuals are maintained and that the ACCC can then make their decisions and use the infringement notice or take it to court. This is a sensible framework that puts sunshine in on the behaviour of these supermarkets to many farmers, but have done to so many consumers what they have done to farmers. And if these supermarkets have done nothing wrong, if they are as pure as a driven snow as they tell us every time, they have nothing to fear. They have nothing to fear because this is the exact framework that sits at the moment. It's just higher penalties as a deterrent. What have those opposite got to lose? What are they hiding behind? Please, we have a responsibility to get this right. Here is your opportunity. This is your moment. Where are you going to stand?
Thank the member for Maranoa. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right.
Thanks. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, Corporations Amendment, Streamlining Advice Process Bill 2024.
And I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I present the Corporations Amendment, Streamlining Advice Process Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Corporations Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I move that this bill now be read a second time. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill is designed to improve and streamline the financial planning process. As we have seen over the past 16 years, a massive increase in red tape and regulation in this sector, resulting in advice being too expensive, too hard to access and strangled by red tape. We have seen the unmet advice need continue to grow across our economy because people simply cannot afford financial advice. We have seen advisors close their books because they are flat out managing their existing client base because of the regulatory impost and they are no longer able to take on new clients. The purpose of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to streamline the engagement process between the financial advisor and their client, and it does this in two ways. Firstly, by creating the requirement to provide a clear and concise letter of engagement which will be provided to a client prior to receiving any financial advice. This letter confirms a clear and transparent agreement between the advisor and the client that clearly outlines the scope of advice to be provided. Secondly, this bill removes the requirement for the provision of a statement of advice. The reason this is important, Mr Deputy Speaker, is these are currently 100-page documents that nobody reads, And the important bit in all of this is what is the advice that is being provided and how does that relate to the scope of advice being sought. And that is why in this bill we replace the statement of advice with what is called a record of advice. Now, the term record of advice and the use of record of advice is already well understood across the industry and is an existing provision within the Corporations Act. These changes are meant to ensure that the client will be provided with the advice that they seek and in a way that is clear, concise and easy to understand. More importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, in simplifying this process, it is expected to reduce the cost and the time taken to produce statements of advice, in that they're being replaced by these records of advice. This new process differs from the existing obligations to provide the statement of advice for some clients, but not all. In this process, it will be required for all clients for any scope of advice sought. Now, in part, the recommendations of the Levy Review touched on this, and this was in part the basis for these changes, also because the government has failed to do anything in this space over the last 2 years, despite talking a good game. In the Levy Review, Michelle Levy referred to getting rid of statements of advice altogether. Now, I'm not of the view that these statements of advice should be removed or altogether, because I think the agreement between the advisor and the client should be in written form. I don't believe that having a verbal understanding or an agreement in this space, given the complexity of some of the work that is done for clients, is a good outcome for either the client or the advisor. These changes also ensure that the advice provided to the client is directly relevant to the scope of advice sought. And this provides a clear link to demonstrate that the advisor has listened to the client's needs and concerns with regard to the advice being sought, and then that can be clearly demonstrated as being delivered via the record of advice. Now, the advisor will still need to retain in their files all their relevant working papers and notes, etc. That is a given. But it is the importance of the documentation that is provided to the client that is simple, concise and clear, and demonstrates that the advice being provided is relevant to what the advice is that they're being sought. And I'll give this simple example, Mr Deputy Speaker. A 23-year-old tradie who's coming in and wants an income protection policy. Why should they have to go through a whole process that results in a 100-page document that is going to cost several $1,000s in cost because of the complexity, when all they need is some straightforward advice on an income protection policy that is suitable to their situation at that point in time? Why can that not be provided through a letter of engagement which clearly states the scope, and then a record of advice which clearly shows why that policy that is being recommended is suitable to their needs? It shouldn't be any more difficult than that, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that is the whole intention of this bill. Yes, he might become a longer-term client where you talk about superannuation and a whole range of other issues, but at that point in time, that is the piece of advice that he needs. And that is exactly what this bill is trying to achieve. Simplify the process, reduce the paperwork, ensure there is something that is relevant to the client that they're going to read, that they are going to understand, but at the same time it makes clear the advisor's obligations to ensure that the advice that they provide is directly relevant to the scope of advice agreed to in the letter of engagement. And that is what we are trying to get to with this bill. Now, in my remaining time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am going to hand to the Shadow Assistant Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for Ford. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, it is. I second the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Petrie. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Look, I rise to speak on the member for Ford's private members bill, the Corporations Amendment Streamlining the Advice Process Bill 2024. And I commend the member for Ford, who's got a lot of experience in this industry, for this bill, which is an important step towards reducing red tape for financial advisors and Australians that need the advice. Labor's inaction, the Albanese government's inaction on financial advice reforms is leaving Australians under-advised and underinsured. Now, it's been 689 days since Michelle Levy handed down to the Albanese government her Quality of Advice Review's final report. 689 days. The government has failed advisors by leaving implementation of the review's most important red tape reducing recommendations to the very last minute, including the recommendation to remove statements of advice. Now, action on reforming the burdensome statement of advice process is long overdue, and these reforms will significantly reduce the time and cost of providing advice. The Levy review finding on average it can take up to 14 hours to produce a statement of advice. 14 hours. So you think in the middle of a cost of living crisis under the Albanese government, 12 interest rate rises that have sent rents through the roof and people's mortgages through the roof, at the same time while immigration is ramped up and homelessness is on the rise, people can't get advice because the statement of advice, the red tape and regulation that's been put in place in this House takes up to 14 hours to do a statement of advice. Now, a financial advisor that has a firm, with a secretary and staff and everything else, rent, right, wages, super, all the rest of it, you can be paying $200 to $300 an hour. So at $250 an hour times 14, you're up for $3,500 just to get the statement of advice. And the member for Ford was spot on when he spoke about the tradie that needs some financial advice. And his bill, the member for Ford's bill that he's put forward, can cut that advice by perhaps up to 12 hours. So all of a sudden, you have a bill that goes from $3,500 down to $500. Now that's smart from the member for Ford. That's what we should be doing in this House. That's what every minister in this government should be doing daily. How do we reduce regulation? How do we reduce red tape? Because right now, Australians and small businesses are just heaving under the weight of the regulation in this place, and the Albanese government needs to cut red tape. We know the FAAA and other associations, the Financial Services Council, are behind reducing red tape. Thank you.
The question is the bill be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members Business, Notice Number 5, Higher Education Support Amendment, Fair Study and Opportunity Bill 2024.
And I call the member for Fowler.
Speaker, I present the Higher Education Support Amendment, Fair Study and Opportunity Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum. I move that this bill be now read a second time.
Just the clerk has to read the title. Sorry. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
I call the member for Fowler.
I move that this bill be now read a second time.
Call the member for Fowler.
Speaker, I've said many times in this House the importance of education to my late mother. While in refugee camps in Hong Kong, my mother chose to be resettled in Australia because she believed that Australia had the best education system in the world. It had. Ever since my election in 2022 and having spent the last few years engaging with my Fowler youth and my community through door knocking, I know that the cost of living has impacted their everyday life profoundly. For the young people living in my area, travelling to and from university costs them time, as our public transport system is not connected. It costs them money, as they have to pay for the increased fares, tolls, petrol, food costs, materials for their courses, and of course, not to mention the HECS debt, which I started to call for its reduction since setting foot in the House. I know the challenges of growing up in a low-income household and having to balance work-life while continuing my tertiary education. I was working full-time as a reporter while studying my Bachelor of Arts degree. I chose a simple arts degree majoring in international relations, infused with philosophy and political science. I chose the arts degree because it allowed me to explore a broad range of subjects, and I wanted to increase my knowledge about what was happening in many parts of our world, while at the same time, I wanted to understand how philosophers like Socrates, Plato, Adam Smith, Thomas Aquinas, and Hannah Arendt's views and perspectives of the world during their existence. I believe the arts degree broadened my thinking and knowledge, contributing to my life's journey that led me to be elected as the first independent member of my wonderful federal electorate in Fowler, a very multicultural and very diverse community. And I can't emphasise enough how humbling the opportunity is and will be for me for a long time. But what I did not have to face during the time of studying my arts degree was the enormous spiralling debt that would confront me as soon as I entered the workforce. What this bill does is to begin to address the completely unfair and unreasonable course costs that have been imposed on arts students since the Jobs Ready Graduate Policy, the JRG, which was introduced by the Morrison government. This policy, which the Albanese government seems to drag their feet on, has seen students charge over 3 times as much per unit for studying subjects related to history, archaeology, anthropology, and political science, just to name a few, compared to maths, education, and agriculture. Indeed, the subjects listed under the Society and Culture cluster now attract the maximum fee chargeable to students alongside law, banking, finance, business, and management. I know that many members on all sides of the House believe that this is wrong. I'm sure there would be many young Labor and young Liberal members who would very much appreciate their members supporting this bill. The JRG package was introduced in theory to incentivise students to choose STEM subjects at university. But the JRG package was premised on the incorrect assumption that students would respond to price signal that disincentivised enrolling in arts courses. So unsuccessful has been the JRG package that students have continued to register on arts courses despite the enormous costs involved. All that this has achieved is to burden arts students unfairly financially before they have had a chance to begin their careers. This led to unintended consequences of systematic inequity within the education system, simply because certain students chose their passions in arts and culture. How is this equitable education system? But even if JRG had been successful in pushing Australian students into STEM fields, this would still be a flawed approach. Australia needs to have the men and women educated in the fields of history, geography, politics, and archaeology, while STEM is important in seeking solutions to questions as to what can be done in the Earth's precious resources. Arts degrees look at the deeper questions of how technology impacts us and assesses the moral questions raised by these advances. Australia has a great concern for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and in seeking to understand the cultures that existed before colonisation and how they continue to shape a common life, anthropology has arguably never been as important to Australian life as it is today as we seek to find our identity as Australians in the 21st century. Students from my electorate of Fowler are disproportionately affected by the JRG policy. Professor Michelle Arrow of Macquarie University, who is president of the Australian Historical Association, has told me that the JRG legislation has, quote, brought inequity to so many students, especially the poor, the Indigenous, the women students seeking to make a better life for themselves, unquote. Fowler is one of the poorest areas of our nation and has the largest community of non-English speaking families. The fact that many of our young people get into university is testament to their hard work and the efforts of our wonderful schools and community groups. Punishing them with hiked-up fees is a real kick in the teeth to their aspirations. We as lawmakers in this House can do better than this. We entered this House to make a difference to our communities. Sometimes there are unfortunate results despite our best intentions. This bill seeks to begin to put right for a policy that was all downside. There was no benefit for the community, but many arts students have been left worse off, especially those struggling in Western Sydney. Do not forget them. I commend the bill to the House and I cede the rest of my speaking time to the member for Calais. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fowler. Is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Calais. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Calais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Higher Education Support Amendment Fair Study and Opportunity Bill 2024, and I commend the member for Fowler for introducing it. She's a hard-working member of this parliament who always fights for her constituents, including young Australians. Society and culture subjects at our university aren't just mere subjects to tack onto a degree. They're a critical source of learning which equips students to gain a greater depth of understanding about the communities and world in which we live. These subjects shape and develop students' understanding of a wide range of topics, from history, philosophy, archaeology and sociology to Indigenous issues and the impacts of rapidly changing technologies. When students undertake these courses of study, it's not just theory, they're engaging in meaningful and relevant courses of study which lay the foundation for careers in a wide variety of fields for the benefit of our country. These subjects develop skills in critical thinking, analytics, problem solving, and an understanding of how our societies work, skills that are essential to building stronger communities, including country communities. In May this year, the Financial Review published an article on its analysis of the educational background of 226 federal politicians in Australia. Out of the 151 members of parliament and 75 senators currently in office, 77% have a bachelor's degree or higher, and when it came to the type of degree, the Financial Review found about 40% of federal politicians studied arts at university, which was by a long shot the most popular degree. Now, the unkind may well say if politicians are studying it, maybe we shouldn't support it. And while I myself don't have an arts degree, my point is that politics is just one of a wide array of pathways opened up by an arts and humanities education. There are many others. Look at our historians. How can we as a nation chart a course for the future if we don't have an understanding of where we've been? The list goes on and on. Many of our distinguished educators, jurists and business people have studied arts and humanities. And while I certainly don't begrudge students studying STEM lower course fees, we really do need to question whether the Jobs Ready Graduates package has been effective or successful. The Australian Universities Accord report certainly doesn't think so. The Accord found that only 1.5% of students changed their courses as a result of the scheme. It's also resulted in an inequitable and unfair student loans scheme where students in the humanities, arts and communications get slugged more. It is fundamentally unjust and unfair. So I'm with the Accord on this. We need to overhaul the whole ineffective Jobs Ready graduate program, which has turned out to be a fail, and this bill is a positive step in that direction. I commend it to the House and I commend the hard-working member for Fowler for bringing this important legislation before us today.
I thank the member for Calais. The question is the bill be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, infrastructure investment.
I call the member for Wentworth.
I move the motion relating to infrastructure investment in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
We have to have a copy to the clerk.
We have the notice.
We haven't. We'll call the clerk.
No, she can just...
Oh, I'm sorry. I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, The planning and development of critical infrastructure is one of the core responsibilities of government. This infrastructure enables our cities and regions to thrive, and it underpins Australia's way of life. Under the National Partnership Agreement, the federal government has committed $120 billion towards infrastructure projects over the next 10 years through the Infrastructure Investment Pipeline. Infrastructure is a sizable portfolio. It's the 7th biggest expenditure item, only after things like health, defence and social security. Given its size and importance, Australians reasonably expect that infrastructure funding is allocated diligently and methodically to manage the trade-offs and maximise benefits to the country. But they would be wrong in assuming so. Last year, 2 separate and independent reports have handed down scathing indictments of the federal government's handling of the National Infrastructure Investment Pipeline. In August last year, the Independent Strategic Review found that, and I quote, "There are projects in the infrastructure investment pipeline that do not demonstrate merit, lack any national strategic rationale, and do not meet the Australian government's national investment priorities." Similarly, in November, the mandatory review of the National Partnerships Agreement on Land Transport Infrastructure, the Halton Review, found that the lack of information gathering and due diligence said, and I quote, "undermines a Commonwealth's capacity to be an informed investor in land transport infrastructure." This goes much deeper than one project being approved ahead of another. The suboptimal allocation of infrastructure funding is contributing to capacity constraints in an already stretched construction sector. This is forcing projects to come in well over budget and compete against other national priorities, most importantly housing. As a result, the Infrastructure Investment Pipeline identified $33 billion in additional known cost pressures as a result of, I quote, "clogged infrastructure pipeline that doesn't reflect current market capacity." Let that sink in for a moment. Cost blowouts now represent 30% of the total initial budget allocation of the IIP, and at a time when inflation is rife and we need the construction sector to urgently deliver more homes. The problem has been brewing under governments of both stripes. Just last week, the COVID review indicated that the Coalition's excessive fiscal and monetary policy stimulus provided throughout 2021 and 2022, especially in the construction sector, had contributed to inflationary pressures coming out of the pandemic. It's therefore commendable that the government initiated the review of the IIP. However, the response from the government has been disappointing. The IIP recommended 82 projects not yet under construction be immediately ceased and 36 projects not yet under construction to be immediately re-evaluated. But the government's response was limited to a list of 50 projects where funding has been withdrawn. But we have no way of telling whether the government's projects, their 50, overlay with the 80 projects that have asked to be ceased or to be re-evaluated, because the government still has not released the IIP in full, instead only releasing the executive summary. The response included no strategies for how the government would seek to address cross pressures now or into the future. And the government still has not responded to the Halton Review, despite the report's release almost a year ago. This tells me that the government's commitment to improving the process is superficial at best. Both major parties have earlier this term resisted calls that I have made and others have made for better spending integrity and accountability in government infrastructure spending. Flashy announcements and lack of transparency have been and continue to be key election strategies, it seems, for the incumbent, with the government even rejecting amendments based mainly on Albanese's own amendments that he put forward when he was the shadow infrastructure minister. Enough is enough. In the coming months, I'll be introducing a private member's bill aimed at improving spending integrity in transport infrastructure, and I'm calling on the government to immediately publish detailed responses to both the review of the IIP and the National Partnership Agreement, including releasing the IIP review in full, committing to implementing long-term investment strategies and the publishing of detailed business cases for all large-scale infrastructure projects, and immediately act on the recommendations of these reviews and pause non-essential infrastructure spending until capacity has been restored. The government will try and say that the information is commercial in confidence, but this excuse is simply not good enough. The sector needs greater transparency, greater accountability, and it needs it now.
I thank the member for Wentworth. Is the motion seconded?
Right to speak.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, from new surf clubs and improvements to local showgrounds, playgrounds to major roadworks, community projects are boosting livability, improving roads and supporting local jobs in my electorate of Gilmore. Almost 5 years on from the Black Summer bushfires, and with several floods, storms and a global pandemic thrown in, the shell-shocked communities of the New South Wales South Coast are yet to fully recover. By investing in community infrastructure in these regions, the Albanese government is boosting morale, giving local communities the confidence to rebuild, and, importantly, we're providing devastated villages with things to enhance the lifestyle of residents and visitors. The township of Lake Conjola was absolutely devastated by the 2019-2020 New Year's Eve bushfire, and while homes are slowly being rebuilt, there remains a feeling of sadness as residents go about their lives, still surrounded by the charred reminders of that horrible day. Providing the Conjola Park community with funding for a new regional boat ramp, a new jetty and floating fishing pontoon, and a new playground for local children who lived through the trauma of that day has been life-changing. Local families can launch their boats and kayaks, they can dip a line in, and they can connect with their neighbours at the new barbecue and playground. It's just fantastic. I'm also pleased to see work underway on the $1.56 million improvements to the Lake Conjola Fire Station and a brand new $3.48 million purpose-built fire shed soon to be built at neighbouring Manana. And it's so wonderful that this government is providing infrastructure in the regions where it is needed and where it really is making a difference. At the southern end of my electorate, I'm thrilled that the new $2.9 million Mogo Local Aboriginal Lands Council building will open its doors, marking another milestone in the town's social and economic recovery and providing a space for community and cultural connection. I have to say, the huge smiles on the faces of the local children the day I cut the ribbon to open their amazing new playground at the Malua Beach Bay Reserve was absolutely priceless. Families took refuge on this beach during the fires, so to see such a wonderful, inclusive facility rise from the ashes was just delightful. Watching young kids using the climbing gym and flying fox and shooting some hoops with the local teenagers made me feel so proud that I played a part in making this community dream a reality. We've just opened a new canteen and amenities block at the Maruya Showground, and hundreds of mountain bike enthusiasts from around the country are flocking to the South Coast to enjoy the Wild Wombat and Cosmic Thunder at the new Mogo Trails. It's really great to see work almost complete on the Gerringong Surf Club's new clubhouse, a $5.5 million election commitment I made and delivered to 300+ members. I'm proud to have secured $800,000 in federal funding for the Ulladulla Milton Lions Club's Jindalara Respite Cottage, which will provide respite care and independent living opportunities for people with a disability. In September, there were smiles aplenty when the Yamaro Nursery and Garden Centre Sanctuary of Support was opened in Ulladulla, an important employment and learning hub that is changing the lives of people with a disability. At Jervis Bay, the jewel in Shoalhaven's crown, the sensational $2.5 million mangrove boardwalk meandering over crystal clear waters is proving a big hit at Huskisson. I'm really thrilled when I look at the projects this government has helped get off the ground and I've delivered, and how many community groups have benefited. I understand the needs of my communities and I am committed to achieving them. This government continues to help local councils with cost pressures on existing projects to ensure they can be delivered. The Far North Collector Road is one such project. Fully funded by the federal government and built by Shoalhaven Council, the $35 million road could not have been completed without an additional $2.4 million provided in the 2024 budget. Like in all regional areas, roads are at the top of the agenda, and I'm so proud to have delivered more than $1 billion in funding for roads in the Shoalhaven, including an additional $25.1 million to ensure the completion of the new Nowra Bridge and $100 million for the Jervis Bay intersection flyover. The wheels are turning on the Nowra bypass with $97 million I've delivered, and after 4 decades, $752 million is finally getting the Milton-Ulladulla bypass moving. I'm proud to have delivered billions of dollars in infrastructure projects in my electorate of Gilmore throughout the local government areas of Kiama, Shoalhaven and the Eurobodalla.
I thank the member for Gilmore. The question is the motion to be agreed to. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, supermarket sector.
Call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the supermarket sector in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Albanese Labor government is committed to tackling the cost of living pressures facing Australians, and we won't stand by as supermarkets and retailers take advantage of the people that they are meant to serve. Now, this motion recognises the critical role that our government is playing in building stronger, more competitive markets that put downward pressure on prices for all Australians. It's clear that people in our community have been doing it very tough, and the supermarket checkout is one of the sharpest reminders of the pressures on household budgets. Just a couple of months ago, the ACCC announced legal action against major supermarkets for allegedly engaging in deceptive pricing practices. The ACCC claimed that both Coles and Woolworths were temporarily inflating their prices so they could later market discounts that, in reality, offered no real savings, sometimes even charging more than the original price for the same products. This kind of behaviour is more than just deceptive. It shows utter contempt for Australian shoppers trying to stretch their budgets just that little bit further. The Albanese Labor government is determined to take decisive action to prevent this type of manipulation and ensure that consumers get fairer prices at the supermarkets, in stores and online. Australians deserve transparency, fairness and honesty in pricing, and we're committed to delivering real, impactful solutions. That's why we've announced $30 million in additional funding to boost the ACCC's ability to monitor, investigate and enforce against pricing practices that raise such concerns. This funding will empower the ACCC to actively pursue cases where supermarkets and retailers may be unjustifiably inflating prices, all while hiding behind vague or misleading practices. But we're not stopping there. The Treasurer is also working closely with state and territory leaders through the Council on Federal Financial Relations to reform planning and zoning regulations. These outdated frameworks, which include restrictive zoning laws and planning restrictions, currently stand as obstacles to genuine competition. They allow land banking, keeping prime retail space off the market, driving up costs for consumers and limiting choices in our communities. We're dismantling these barriers to ensure that more stores can open and that consumers can get real choice. Deputy Speaker, the government is fully aware of the challenges Australian households are facing. For many, the rising cost of groceries is not just inconvenient, it's a source of real financial strain. That's why we're backing up our commitments with action and resources. The ACCC has reported that it is facing numerous issues in the sector that it would like to investigate, but the resources simply haven't been there until now. The additional $30 million in funding over the next 3.5 years will allow the ACCC to pursue its vital work. It will help ensure that supermarkets play fair and Australians can see genuine relief. Deputy Speaker, these changes come in addition to the Albanese Labor government's recently announced overhaul of Australian merger laws. That legislation, currently before the House, focuses particularly on supermarket mergers and is critical to protecting fair competition in a sector that impacts every Australian household. By ensuring that the ACCC is notified of all proposed mergers in the supermarket industry, we're making it clear that consolidation in this sector will not go unchecked. Supermarket mergers have the potential to reduce competition and drive up prices, directly affecting families, pensioners and everyday Australians trying to stretch their budgets. By keeping the supermarket sector as competitive as possible, we're working to deliver fairer prices at the checkout and prevent the formulation of monopolies that would hurt consumers in the long term. Deputy Speaker, this motion and the measures the Albanese Labor government is putting forward are about delivering genuine relief to Australians feeling the weight of cost of living pressures. We know that Australians are being stretched thin, and we're committed to using every lever available to promote fair competition, reduce unnecessary price hikes, and ensure that grocery bills reflect real value for our communities. By equipping the ACCC with the resources it needs, strengthening our competition policy and implementing reforms to scrutinise supermarket mergers, we are protecting Australians from inflated prices and helping to keep more money in their pockets.
I thank the honourable member. Is the motion seconded? Motion seconded. I thank the honourable member. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Since the last election, food prices have risen by 12%. 2.5 years, 12%. Health costs are up by 10.5%. Housing by 13%. Gas by 33%. Insurance by 17%. And I could go on. We are in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and nowhere is this being felt more than when it comes to food prices. Everyone has seen it on a daily basis because when they go to the supermarket there before them, they're seeing that prices continue to go up and up. And sadly, the government has no answer to this cost of living crisis. So that is why the coalition is putting forward policies to fix the mess that the Labor government have made. And what we're doing today is we are making sure we're standing up for working families and for our farmers. The coalition is standing up for those working families and for our farmers by introducing the Food and Grocery Mandatory Code of Conduct Bill 2024. Now, this private members' bill will restore fairness for consumers, families, suppliers and for farmers. What will this plan do? It will make the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct mandatory for supermarkets with an annual turnover of at least $5 billion, have higher penalties for breaches of the code, the greater of $10 million, 3 times the value of the benefit obtained from a contravention, or where the court can't determine the benefit from a contravention, 10% of annual turnover. This will enable infringement penalties of $2 million. We'll also give the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission powers to undertake audits of supermarkets to ensure that supermarkets are compliant with the code. Create a supermarket commissioner to act as a confidential avenue for farmers and suppliers to address the fear of retribution, and also introduce the Consumer Competition Amendment, tougher penalties for supermarket and hardware businesses, Bill 2024, to establish sector-specific divestiture powers in the hands of the ACCC and the courts, not members of Parliament, as a last resort to address the behaviour of supermarkets and to put an end to instances of price gouging. Divestiture powers will come with appropriate public interest safeguards. The Coalition is committed to delivering competition policy which supports consumers and smaller businesses, not the big corporations and lobbyists. Competitive markets benefit everyone by ensuring lower prices, creating more employment opportunities and fostering innovation. Labor has completely failed on competition policy, and that is why we are seeing people paying so much more at the supermarket. Labor have failed to address inflation. Labor have failed to be able to drive interest rates down, and that is what is really, really hurting Australians. And when it comes to rural and regional Australia, it's exactly the same. And when it comes to my electorate of Wannon, it is exactly the same. What people want to see is the government focused on getting cost of living pressures down. What people want to see is that they want to see a government that is going to address inflation and make sure it deals with inflation.
Now, I'm sorry to have to be able to report, but right now the Australian people are looking at this government and the Prime Minister and just saying he looks weak, he looks like he can't do anything to address these issues, he looks incompetent, and they are calling out for action. And that is why we are introducing this private members bill today, to make sure that we're stepping up where the government is failing. We understand and have seen it for 2.5 years. The cost of living pressure is hurting, and we now are providing the solutions that the government should have been adopting for a long, long time. So I say to everyone listening today, be rest assured the opposition understands your difficulties, and that's why we're putting solutions forward.
The honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Hawke for bringing this important motion to the House. Now, our government has been very squarely focused on repairing an economy that we inherited, a set of economic circumstances we inherited from the previous government, which was not in good nick. And we've been very squarely focused on relieving pressure on households. And despite the politicking we've just heard from the previous speaker, we have been putting some really substantial bills before the House, passing legislation, and despite the revisionist history from those opposite, we have been taking active steps and taking very seriously the circumstances that everyday households find themselves living in this country, largely as a result of the terrible mismanagement of the economy from the previous government. And I really wish that there was a situation where this work was above politics for those opposite, and that they indeed had supported many of the measures that we've put forward in our term of government to relieve pressure on households, such as energy bill relief, such as increasing wages, such as the measures before us today in terms of action in relation to supermarket pricing. Because we don't want to see ordinary Australians, families and pensioners being taken for a ride by the supermarkets. Indeed, in my electorate of Chisholm, we undertook a survey of the community in relation to their views on supermarket pricing, and I used the information that I garnered from that process to make a submission to the ACCC inquiry on my community's behalf. I will always be prepared to speak up for my community and for fairness. As I mentioned earlier, we inherited a terrible set of circumstances from the previous government, but we are squarely focused on fixing the economy, making sure inflation gets under control, and making life easier for households right across Australia. It would be really nice if for once the opposition could work with us to do this, rather than using this moment as a political football and just to be tacticians rather than leaders. Our government is taking decisive action to help consumers get fairer prices at the supermarket checkout, in stores and online. As we know, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have announced funding of around $30 million to help the ACCC conduct more investigations and enforcement in the supermarket and retail sectors. This will enhance the regulator's ability to monitor behaviour and to investigate pricing practices where there are concerns about supermarkets and retailers falsely justifying higher prices. Additionally, the Treasurer will work closely with states and territories through the Council on Federal Financial Relations to reform planning and zoning regulations, which will help boost competition in the supermarket sector by opening up more sites for new stores. Current planning and zoning frameworks, including land use restrictions, zoning laws and planning regulations, are unfortunately acting as a barrier to competition by inhibiting business entry and expansion. They potentially allow for things like land banking, which prevents competition and pushes up prices in our local communities. On this side of the House, we understand that people are under pressure and at the checkout is one of the places they feel it the sharpest. This extra funding provided to the ACCC will ensure a fair go for Australians from the supermarkets. The ACCC has told the government that there are issues it is seeing in the economy that it would like to investigate, but it needs more resources to do so. So the additional $30 million in resourcing over 3.5 years will give the ACCC what it needs to pursue the type of process that it announced in its allegations against the supermarkets, which is a step that our government decided to take after years of inaction by those opposite. Unlike the Coalition and the Greens, our government has policies on supermarket and grocery prices that can be implemented now, will work and make economic sense. The Emerson review of the Food and Grocery Code looked at divestiture and it didn't recommend it. The review pointed out it could actually make things worse. Our government is really focused on making things better for households across Australia, making supermarket prices fairer, and I would really urge those opposite to stop using this moment just to engage in political tactics and do the right things by Australian households and back our government's plan in. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for your contribution, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to start by saying, look, generally, over time, the supermarkets have done a pretty good job. And we do need the supermarkets. They provide a service, they provide a way for farmers to sell their produce, they provide a service for Australian people to buy food. We do need them. We need them to be profitable. But we need them to be fair, and we need them to provide sustainability for their suppliers. We also need competition amongst supermarkets to make sure that we get that balance that we're looking for in this policy. Now, the balance is we want lowest possible and fair prices for consumers, but we don't want to threaten the businesses of the suppliers who supply the supermarkets. That's the critical balance we've got to get in this policy. Now, there has been some instances where the supermarkets have abused their market power, and those have been highlighted in the recent inquiries that have been started by this place. Now, many people will know that my electorate in Nichols is the food bowl. I'll say the food bowl, although there are a lot of food bowls, including in Toowoomba. But the food bowl of Australia, and it grows 90% of Australia's pears, nearly 50% of Australia's apples, peaches, a huge amount of Australia's dairy exports and processed dairy products. So I do have some experience, and my constituents do have some experience in dealing with the supermarkets. And what the farm businesses have told me is that, firstly, yes, there can be a good relationship with the supermarkets, but there have been times when the supermarkets have taken advantage of the fact that these people have a perishable product, and that's not fair. They've also said that there's nothing more soul-destroying than going into a supermarket and seeing the goods that you've produced being sold for less than the cost of production. So the private member's bill that was brought in by the member for Maranoa and the member for Hume this morning, I think is a great step forward in the way we look at supermarkets. Now, there's been a lot said about divestiture powers, the divestiture powers that our policy entails. And there's been some serious misreporting on this issue, Deputy Speaker. I've read in places, lazy journalists, if I could call them that, saying, oh, the Nationals want to break up the big supermarkets. That's ridiculous. All we're doing with the coalition is putting a deterrent in so that the supermarkets are less likely to abuse their market power. The Nationals want to break up the supermarkets. It's like saying every time you pass a law that's got a jail term, we want to put everyone in jail. It's nonsense. I hope those divestiture powers are never used, but I also hope and I believe that the supermarkets will look at those enhanced powers, the higher fines and the divestiture powers, and say, we better not test this out because we don't want to fall foul of what that might mean for us. And that will lead to better behaviour, it'll lead to better outcomes for the suppliers of products to the supermarkets, farmers around Australia, and it'll lead to better outcomes for consumers who will pay a fair and lowest possible, within the bounds of sustainability for farm businesses, lowest possible prices. The other thing that the private members' bill and the coalition policy will do is appoint a supermarket commissioner, and that supermarket commissioner will act as an impartial, confidential avenue for farmers and suppliers to have their grievances heard, and we certainly need that. So I think that's a really important part of the coalition's policy. Deputy Speaker, in the time I've got left, look, the most important thing for Australian people is to have cheap, reliable and sustainably produced food. And I include business sustainability along with environmental sustainability in that. Policies that attack agriculture do not provide a sustainable supply chain for food in this country. Taking more irrigation water away from irrigators in the Murray-Darling Basin, forcing farmers to pay a biosecurity tax, making industrial relations laws so difficult that small businesses, and let's face it, most farms are small businesses, can't navigate when they're trying to employ people, are just some of the many policies that are an attack on agriculture and therefore the attack on the economy in my region. The policies that the coalition presented this morning are very good and should be supported. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in my electorate of Gilmore, we have the second highest number of aged pensioners of any electorate in the country, and the average household weekly income is $1,293, putting Gilmore in the bottom 16 electorates in Australia. Our pensioners are struggling with the cost of living, as are families across Gilmore and indeed all over the country. That's why we're putting in place measures to help them. The Albanese government is working hard across many levels to provide real cost of living relief, and for many families and pensioners, saving on their weekly grocery bill is top of the agenda. With grocery prices on the rise, the supermarket checkout is one place where people are tightening their belts, so we want to make sure their dollar is going further with every shop. We don't want to see ordinary Australians, families and pensioners being taken for a ride by the supermarkets. That's why we're taking decisive action to help consumers get fairer prices at the checkout, both in stores and online. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer have announced $30 million in funding to help the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission conduct more investigations and enforcement in the supermarket and retail sectors. This extra funding over 3.5 years will enhance the ACCC's ability to monitor supermarkets and retailers and to investigate consumer concerns about falsely justified higher prices. This government is giving the ACCC what it needs to pursue the type of process that it announced in its allegations against the supermarkets. We're cracking down on supermarkets, and we're doing this to ensure people who are doing it tough all around Australia are getting a fair go. We all know how fired up shoppers become when they feel they're getting ripped off at the checkout. I know I get frustrated by hard-to-read supermarket labels and confusing pricing on the shelves, so I understand how difficult it must be for Gilmore's thousands of aged pensioners. So by providing Choice with $1.1 million to conduct quarterly price monitoring reports for 3 years, the Albanese government is giving all Australians the information they need to get the best deal on their weekly shop. The Choice basket of goods reports data based on the purchase of 14 common grocery items at major supermarkets to help consumers make informed decisions about what they're buying. This initiative is an important part of the government's broader efforts to boost competition and put downward pressure on the price of essentials. It's another way we are making our supermarkets as competitive as they can be, so Australians get the best prices possible. Deputy Speaker, this government is also clamping down on unfair and excessive card surcharges, because every extra cent Every extra dollar at the checkout is another hit in the back pocket of ordinary Australians. People shouldn't be slugged with excessive surcharges when they tap their card or phone at their corner store, coffee shop, petrol station or supermarket. We're getting tough so consumers get a better deal and to reduce costs for small businesses by creating a more competitive payment system across the retail sector. Consumers shouldn't be punished for using cards or digital payments, but at the same time, we must ensure small businesses aren't paying hefty fees just to get paid themselves. This government has announced $2.1 million for the ACCC to tackle excessive surcharges. This funding will enable the consumer watchdog to crack down on illegal and unfair surcharging practices and increase education and compliance activities. We're prepared to ban debit card surcharging from the 1st of January 2026, subject to further work by the Reserve Bank and safeguards to ensure small businesses and consumers can both benefit from lower costs. The Reserve Bank of Australia is responsible for regulating the payment system and is undertaking a review of merchant card payment costs and surcharging. The RBA's review is an important step to reduce the costs small businesses face when processing payments. At the end of the day, we want to ease costs for consumers without added costs for small businesses or unintended consequences for the broader economy. Reducing excessive surcharges will help people and small business owners keep more of their hard-earned money in their wallets and bank accounts. Deputy Speaker, Labor's inquiry into pricing and competition in the supermarket sector run by the ACCC, the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct Review, the Competition Task Force focus on cost of living initiatives and the Choice Quarterly reports will help consumers get a better deal at the checkout and reduce cost of living pressures for all Australians.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcomed the government's direction to the ACCC to conduct an inquiry into the Australian supermarket sector. At a time when so many businesses, primary producers and families are experiencing economic pain, we need to ensure that fairness prevails in a sector dominated by just two companies. Given the ACCC's consumer survey received more than 21,400 responses, more than any other survey previously conducted, the question of fairness was very much on notice. The survey highlighted that what I'm hearing on a regular basis, with families buying less food or skipping meals and experiencing emotional distress when grocery shopping. 76% of respondents in the lowest household income bracket, so less than $499 per week after tax, reported spending at least 20% of their post-tax income on groceries, and 28% reported spending at least 40% of their post-tax income on groceries. This is a national disgrace, and amid this tragedy, we have the Reserve Bank Governor on a salary of $1 million warning some Australians that they may have to sell their home in order to cope with high inflation and interest rates. Well, we have Australians that can't feed themselves, let alone house themselves. Such advice from overpaid bureaucrats is not only insulting, but it demonstrates the abject disconnect between the haves and the have-nots. As grocery prices have soared 23% between March 2019 quarter and the June 2024 quarter, Australians are forced to put less grocery items in the trolley, and many of those items have also shrunk. We've even coined a term, calling it shrinkflation. And this isn't the only deception. The ACCC has commenced separate proceedings in the federal court against Woolworths and Coles for allegedly breaching the Australian consumer law by misleading consumers through discount pricing, suggesting Woolworths' price dropped and Coles' down promotions were higher than or the same as other products of their previous regular price. This behaviour has been allowed to flourish as a consequence of the duopoly that we have. The two companies account for 67% of all grocery sales, with the exception of New Zealand and Norway, the highest level of supermarket and grocery concentration, above 15 countries selected in the report using comparable population size and geography. Without drastic intervention, I don't see this dominance waning. Land banking, a practice used by the majors to create barriers to entries, remains a significant problem. Woolworths currently maintain interest in 110 sites and Coles in 42 sites. By comparison, Aldi has a mere 13 sites held for future development. The influence of the supermarket duopoly affects consumers, producers and every touch point along the supply chain. Last week I met with a producer who shared abhorrent stories of unscrupulous exploitation and the deliberate and systematic abuse of their position as the price maker. And one recent example consisted of producers seeking 40 cents more per unit. It was a perishable item and what was offered, when incidentally the 40 cents was the only profit component. Rather than negotiate, the supermarket put signs up on their shelves across many stores advising customers that the product was not available due to weather conditions. So rather than negotiate a fair price with the farmer, they denied both the farmer and the consumer. Another example, contracts requiring suppliers to pay for the artwork on the store-branded products, charging each of them as much as $750 for the same artwork, which was designed in-house by the supermarket for a fraction of the cost. I'm pleased that the ACCC plans further examination of Coles and Woolworths' buying power, but these examples identify the market power imbalance, and the need for both an in-depth examination is urgent. But we also need to make sure that we carry a big stick with this, because at the moment we're not. It's quite obvious to me that Coles and Woolworths are just laughing at us and they're laughing at farmers every step of the way. And if that very recent example does not demonstrate that, I don't know what will. So I thank the member for this motion, but we absolutely need to do more in this place. So we're fairer on farmers and we're fairer on consumers. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. Being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the next sitting. And I give the call to the honourable member for the clerk.
Private member's business, notice number 8, banking sector.
The member for Groom.
I move the motion relating to the banking sector in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Speaker, in brief, over-regulation is a cost. Over-regulation is a cost, and I'm calling APRA out for this. Their proposed changes they made in November of 2023 would have done exactly that. We have good regulation. We have a strong, secure and stable banking sector. When we go down the pathway of over-regulating that sector, we reduce competition and we pass on costs to mums and dads, consumers out there, and we must absolutely call that out. I commend the House Standing Committee on Economics for its strong work in getting to the bottom of this and pointing out exactly what APRA was trying to do, pointing out that this was an issue we needed to act on. And I commend the government's attention on this detail as well. We cannot allow a regulator to make provisions that will hurt Australians, particularly in a cost of living crisis. Speaker, the very last point I want to make out is that small banks matter. Small banks matter, and APRA, you need to take care when the regulation you bring through to try and make small banks compete with on liquidity with big banks. You will not get an even playing field. Speaker, to make sure this moves to the Federation Chamber, I'll call on the seconder to second the motion.
I thank the member for Groom and give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Bass. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. I've received a message from Her Excellency Governor-General notifying us under the following bills: the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill of 2024, the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Transitional Provisions Bill of 2023, Crimes and Other Legislations Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill of 2024, and Customs Tariffs Amendments Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansions Bills of 2024. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that on the 14th of October 2024, the Acting Speaker received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to the members of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy. In accordance with Standing Order 229B, as the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the appointments became effective on that date. I now call ministers to move a motion resolving the membership of that committee, and I'd give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
Is leave granted? Granted. I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister. The Minister has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I move that Mr Chester, Mr Kennedy and Mr Pitt be appointed members of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. There's another aye there. Oh, I think the ayes have it. Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Supporting Report, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and the Australian Society, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Second Interim Report, Digital Platforms and the Traditional News Media. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave's granted.
Leave's granted.
The member for Newcastle has the call.
Thank you, and I rise to present the second interim report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society. This report follows the committee's first interim report that was tabled in the House on the 15th of August. The Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society was appointed to inquire into and report on the influence and impacts of social media on Australian society, the decision of Meta to abandon deals under the News Media Bargaining Code, and the important role of Australian journalism, news and public interest media in countering mis- and disinformation on digital platforms. The second interim report focuses specifically on Meta's decision, what this means for access to news in Australia, and the rise in mis- and disinformation on our democracy and society. To date, the committee has received 219 submissions, plus additional information and answers to many questions on notice, and we've held 10 public hearings and heard from a wide range of witnesses, including from Meta, Snap, Google and TikTok, large and small news media providers, including digital-only publishers, news media peak bodies, academics, organisations and individuals, and young people who provided their unique insights and experiences as digital natives. We heard how social media has become an increasingly important source of access to news and public interest journalism for many Australians, and for some it is their only source. And we have heard almost universally that access to accurate and timely news media is essential in maintaining a healthy democracy and in combating the rise of mis- and disinformation online. The News Media Bargaining Code was established by the former coalition government. It was designed to be a mandatory code of conduct to govern commercial relationships between Australian news businesses and digital platforms. That is, the code was designed to make big social media companies, such as Meta, who owns both Facebook and Instagram, two of the world's most popular social media platforms, pay local news companies to carry their news. It was designed to help support the sustainability of public interest journalism in Australia, to provide Australians with access to quality online journalism, and to address the significant bargaining power imbalance between digital platforms and Australian news businesses. The committee heard that funding from these deals, while sometimes inequitable between the small and large news organisations, nevertheless did support important news media jobs around Australia, including in regional and remote Australia's areas where it is expensive to have local journalists employed. For some media organisations, deals made through this code have been a lifeline, but in February 2024, Meta announced that it will not be renewing commercial deals with Australian news media companies, deals worth millions of dollars, claiming that people don't come to their platforms for news anymore. And this is despite evidence to the committee heard quite contrary to Meta's claims. We heard from multiple sources, including most notably the University of Canberra's 2024 Digital News Report Australia, which indicated that 49% of Australians reported using social media as a source of news, and a remarkable 25% reported it as their only source of news. And when you look at Gen Z audiences as a discrete cohort, 60% of the Gen Z respondents said that they relied on social media as their main source of news. So you can see there, Deputy Speaker, a very, very different story from those of lived experience and the way they're getting news from the digital platforms and the stories that big tech companies might want to tell Australian people. Under the code, one option is to take action against Meta, would be to designate, and that is to subject it to obligations under the code. But some participants to the inquiry were very concerned that this would cause Meta to sidestep the code completely and refuse to carry news at all, as it has done in Canada. And this has illustrated a fundamental flaw and problem with the code. Many participants, particularly those that represented small or social media-only news organisations, expressed concern that designation and a decision to carry no news would see their businesses decimated, leaving a huge void for both mis- and disinformation to flourish. Despite this, the committee found that the News Media Bargaining Code has still been effective in encouraging financial arrangements, so that this report does not advocate for the code to be abolished, at least not for now. However, evidence clearly showed that further mechanisms are needed to secure the future of public interest journalism as social media companies evolve, and the government is already acting on this. The Albanese Labor government has recently announced a $15 million news media relief program that will provide grants to eligible regional, independent, suburban, multicultural and First Nations news providers creating news content. And local and community news outlets, we know, play a vital role in keeping Australians up to date and informed, and this new media relief program is needed to support public interest journalism and safeguard media diversity in Australia. So if we, I want to go now to some of those recommendations in the report. The second interim report has made 11 considered recommendations aimed to address concerns raised during the inquiry about the News Media Bargaining Code and the sustainability of public interest journalism and digital media. These include, firstly, exploring alternative revenue mechanisms to supplement the code, and mechanisms and protocols to guide the fair and transparent distribution of any such revenue. There was a recommendation around establishing a short-term transition fund to help news media businesses to diversify and strengthen alternative income streams and news product offerings. There was a recommendation around developing an appropriate mechanism and protocols to guide the fair and transparent distribution of revenue arising from any of those new revenue mechanisms, which we referred to above. Another around establishing a digital media competency fund to enhance digital media literacy, not just of young Australians, although that was well noted throughout the report, but there are many other vulnerable at-risk groups in our community, people at risk of mis- and disinformation. So enhancing digital media competency of all Australians is an ambition of this committee. Supporting legislation to combat mis- and disinformation, there was agreement that there was a need to, in fact, have a legislative response to what we see as one of the greatest threats and to social harm and to our democracy. Another recommendation was around improving transparency around the digital platform systems and processes. We heard from many researchers about the need to be able to look under the hood, as they put it, to see what was really happening and having access to that data and being able to make independent critical analysis of that work was not only important to the role of researchers in Australia, but also important to informing government and all of us in this place and indeed our communities, so that we're making informed decisions based on evidence about ways in which we might improve our regulatory frameworks and ways in which, let's face it, big tech companies might start improving their engagements with our community too. Examining options to respond to the use of algorithms and the recommender systems to deprecate news by digital platforms with significant power. We've asked the government to look at those options might be. So they are some of the main features of the recommendations from the committee. And while the committee worked harmoniously throughout this inquiry, I am disappointed that the coalition's chosen to table a dissenting report. The News Media Bargaining Code was an initiative of the former government. Credit where credit's due. That was an important piece of legislation. It in fact had the support of all this parliament when it was carried. But I need to be clear that this committee is not proposing to abolish that code, but the coalition's refusal to acknowledge the need for improvement alongside the need for tighter government regulation to combat serious harmful mis- and disinformation online is contrary to the evidence that we have received from the committee. We know that big tech is constantly evolving and that this means governments must also evolve and adapt, and that's why this report recommends some changes to our regulatory frameworks. And the News Media Bargaining Code is just one of the measures at our disposal to hold big tech companies to account. So it's disappointing that the coalition seem wedded to a set and forget approach to the code. That is never going to work, and I really hope that we are able to arrive at some sensible position in our next level of reporting to the Parliament on our work. It's regretful that the committee therefore wasn't able to arrive at a consensus in this report. As I said, as was the case when the News Media Bargaining Code came through the Parliament, we were able to join together to support that. That was passed by the Parliament back in 2021, as I said, with the support of now government. Australians are concerned about the impact that social media is having across many areas of the community, including access to accurate and reliable news content. And this report highlights the urgent need for robust regulatory frameworks to protect Australians from the harmful effects of social media. We, of course, want to make sure that all Australians are safe online, but we've got a particular focus around ensuring that children are safe. Australians have the right to access high-quality news content on social media, which is what the 11 recommendations of this report reflects. And throughout the remainder of the inquiry, the committee will maintain its strong view that we need to hold big tech to account, that we need to have solid legislative response to combat mis- and disinformation, and we need to better protect Australians, and especially young Australians, from social media harms. This inquiry's final report is due to be tabled on or before the 18th of November, and we'll consider issues relating to online safety, to algorithms and recommender systems, impacts on the mental health of users, lack of accountability of social media platforms, and age assurance. These are important issues which the committee is taking very seriously. Australians enjoy using social media, and we know it's not going anywhere, but we want to know that we are all safe online, and that what we're reading and what we're seeing in the news is accurate. I'd like to pay special thanks to the Secretariat, who continued to work hard as we look, who are continuing rather to work hard as I speak, and we look to tabling the final report in just a few weeks away. Thanks to the Committee Secretary, Jerry McNeely, Aisha Osborne, Michael Perks, Aisha Bottrell and Jamison Eddington in particular. I thank all members of the committee, and I see I'm joined in the House with the member for Goldstein, who was a very active participant, and I thank her for her insights and camaraderie in the work that was before the committee. And I want to give a shout out to the Deputy Chair from the other House, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, for her collaborative approach to working on what are amongst some of the most significant problems facing the Australian people today. I look forward to the committee working constructively together in this final stage of our inquiry and reporting back to this House in the very near future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle for her contribution, and in relation to this member for Goldstein, it is I'll give the call to the most honourable member for Goldstein to make a comment or statement on.
Speaker, I ask
this
Leader of the
issue.
House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
You have the call.
Thank you, Speaker. In addition to the Chair's comments, we'll say that the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society's second interim report represents how Australia's approach to regulating digital platforms is outdated and begins to show where it's headed. Online safety as a term is often used to describe the scope of the policy space which this committee was charged with examining. But many don't have an appreciation, I don't think, for how broad the risk of harm online can be. Some of these risks are immediately obvious, many are less perceptible. Online safety encompasses mental health, to democratic division, to online scams, to gendered violence and data privacy. But there are adjacent harms which receive less media and popular attention. Loneliness and social atomisation, internet addiction, and choosing to spend increasing amounts of time at home doom scrolling instead of socialising and making friendships in the real world. The transformation of social norms and behaviour at an unprecedented pace due to the sheer speed that information travels online. The breadth of these risks, I think, warrants a governmental response which is correspondingly broad. Recommendation 1 of the committee's second interim report calls for the government to establish a Digital Affairs Ministry which would have overarching responsibility for the challenges and the risks relating to digital platforms. Currently, Deputy Speaker, each of the risks that I mentioned earlier are segmented across multiple ministerial portfolios, and we need coordination across these portfolios, a ministry that's empowered to make decisions that can encompass the full breadth of risks represented by online safety. Recommendation 2 and 3 of the interim report propose alternative revenue mechanisms, often referred to as a digital platform levy or big tax. Revenue could be allocated to support the long-term sustainability of Australian public interest journalism by using a levy of this kind. Considering the issues related to the News Media Bargaining Code, which this report is directed at, this is worthwhile. I also suggest, though, that some of this funding go towards the establishment of an independent body to oversee how big tech systems and processes are operating in Australia. Such a body could be used to accredit researchers and to mediate between them and the digital platforms. And there is, Deputy Speaker, precedent for these ideas. Models of how this could work were floated during the design of the European Union's Digital Services Act, which in many ways is the trailblazer in this space. It's critical to note, though, that a tax alone is not enough to achieve meaningful accountability of the digital platforms. Such a mechanism would raise revenue, but it would not compel big tech to change the way algorithms, systems and processes function in any way. Which is why recommendation 9 is so important. Here, the committee calls for transparency requirements like those in the EU Digital Services Act. The DSA enacted in 2022 represents a step change in best practice digital platform regulation and eclipses the scope of our content-focused Online Safety Act. In Europe, digital platforms under Article 40 must open their algorithms to accredited public interest researchers to conduct research. And last week, Europe announced how Article 40 will work under regulation. Australia's lack of legal protections has resulted in a researcher brain drain to Europe. Experts are deterred from conducting research into algorithms here due to the threat of legal liability. Just look at the United States, for example. Elon Musk has described bodies like the Centre for Countering Digital Hate as criminal organisations and has updated X's terms of service to reflect that sentiment. Transparency measures such as these do not have to be partisan. Indeed, the Coalition's dissenting response to the second interim report, I think, demonstrates the multi-partisan nature of algorithmic transparency. Finally, I draw the House's attention to Recommendation 11, which in a way lies at the heart of the Australian Government's approach to regulation of digital platforms to date. Australia's model of industry co-regulation has been described as the best and quickest form of regulation. Quick it may be, but that is meaningless if the regulation it produces has no teeth. Boiled down, co-regulation amounts to you must show up to the negotiation table, but what you negotiate is your business. I encourage the government to adopt this recommendation and review whether this regulatory approach will serve us in the long term. If the Bondi stabbings and the Wakeley Church attack have taught us one thing, it's that Australia's existing regime is not working. It's time to up our ambition and align our Online Safety Act to international best practice. I would add that discourse around age prohibition is not a meaningful or long-term solution. It's time that we reined in the algorithms and stood up to big tech, and the second interim report's recommendations are a start. Just finally, Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Chair, the member for Newcastle's comments that it's unfortunate that the Coalition elected to table a dissenting report in this instance. I think it would be far better if we could agree in a multi-partisan fashion on what is a very important area of public policy in this country, is very front of mind for a lot of Australians, and we have a couple of weeks before we'll deliver the final report, and I would hope that we can negotiate a unanimous position on that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution made to the House, and I'll call the clerk as we move on to the next item of business.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I thank the clerk, and the question now is that the bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Werra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Public ownership, two simple words, but they mean so much, particularly for those of us on this side of the chamber. The NBN, of course, is one of Labor's greatest achievements, so it's only right that Labor introduces this bill to ensure that it remains in public ownership. Indeed, on one level, it is lamentable that this bill even needs to be introduced in the first place. Given the importance of the NBN to all Australians, keeping it in public ownership really should be non-controversial. But we know only too well that the form those opposite have on matters such as these. They have a long and sorry history of being the enemy of public ownership. Indeed, given half a chance, they would sell the NBN off in a jiffy to a foreign interest or the highest bidder, placing the interests of everyday Australians a poor second to corporate greed. Worse still, such a move could potentially compromise our national sovereignty and security. So it's timely this matter comes before us to ensure that the public ownership of the NBN will be ensured into the future. The importance of the availability to all Australians of the NBN was evident during COVID.
Families in Werriwa were struggling with accessibility and availability when everyone was suddenly working and being educated at home. Public ownership will ensure that the government can make the NBN available to all Australians. The Albanese government is 100% committed to keeping the NBN in public ownership. This government is ensuring that modern, accessible and affordable communication services are available for all Australians without the ongoing threat of privatisation. Further, public ownership will ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of the NBN, wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for all Australians. When cost of living pressures are front and centre, the last thing Australians need to face is monopoly powers forcing up the price of broadband services. The bill will amend the National Broadband Network Companies Act 2011 to ensure as an explicit requirement that the NBN will be preserved in public ownership. It will do this, Deputy Speaker, by removing the current conditions for terminating government ownership of the NBN by repealing most of Part 3 of the NBN Act. Labor's commitment to this end should come as no surprise, given our commitment through the Statement of Expectations issued in 2022. The NBN is without doubt one of Australia's most important pieces of infrastructure, especially in an age with cybersecurity and national security imperatives. Australians are taking up fibre upgrades in record numbers, and the fibre and fixed wireless upgrades we took to the 2022 election are being delivered on time and on budget, a first. Coupled with exciting innovations in satellite technology, we really are at the cusp of transforming connectivity for everyone. This is great news for all Australians, but particularly those in regional communities. It's crucial, therefore, to ensure the NBN has strong government oversight, and that's best achieved through the ongoing government ownership. This bill is one of the most important pieces of legislation to come before the House in recent times. Important for all the right reasons. Important because it demonstrates this government's commitment to the public ownership of one of our nation's most important pieces of infrastructure. Important because it will ensure all Australians, but especially those in regional Australia, will have a first-class connectivity at an affordable price. Important as it will protect Australia's national interests from foreign ownership and monopolies. And important because it puts the interest of Australians unashamedly first. I commend the bill to the House and thank the Minister for bringing the matter forward.
I thank the honourable member for Werriwa for her contribution, and I give the call now to the most honourable member for Barwara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was so excited when I saw this bill being presented to the House of Representatives. I was so excited because so many constituents in my electorate have challenges with the National Broadband Network, and I thought that having a bill dealing with the National Broadband Network would be a great opportunity to address some of those challenges that people have. The Australians who've been left behind, who have an inability to connect to the NBN. I thought that's what this bill would be all about. That is certainly the urgent issue with relation to the NBN in my community. But then I read the bill and I looked at it closely and I saw that actually it didn't do any of those things. That this bill, rather than addressing those things, is a political stunt. It's a symptom of a government that has run out of ideas and run out of puff. There's no agenda in this bill to reform the NBN, no agenda here to help Australians who've been left behind. This bill is a bill to save the Labor Party from the Labor Party. It's a bill to stop the privatisation of the NBN, the sale of which was contemplated by the Labor Party at the time they were in government in the Gillard years. It was Minister Conroy who said in his press release of the 22nd of November 2010, and I quote, "The Gillard government remains firmly committed to selling its stake in the NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations." The now Prime Minister was the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport at the time the bill was presented. And it's interesting reading his speech on the National Broadband Network Companies Bill 2010, where he said, the bill, and I quote, "also sets out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation and for the Parliament to have its final say on the sale. The bill also creates a power for the Governor-General to make regulations concerning the future private ownership and control of NBN Co and establishes other relevant reporting, governance and enforcement mechanisms. Minister Albanese, as he then was, goes on to say, there's no longer a requirement that NBN Co must be sold within 5 years of it being declared built and fully operational. Rather, the time frame for any sale is left to the judgment of the government and the Parliament of the day, enabling due regard to the role NBN is playing, market conditions and to any relevant factors. So the idea of selling the NBN was very much a Labor idea at the time that the NBN bills were first enacted. So the idea that this is being put forward is quite strange to me. You have to remember the genesis of the NBN was very much a slapdash effort on behalf of the then government. Minister Conroy, as he then was, had to fly around on the prime ministerial plane to get the Prime Minister's attention, and he put the idea of the NBN on the back of a napkin, famously. That's how this all started. So it is unsurprising that yet again another idea developed on the back of the napkin, which is this bill, is being presented to the House. This bill is a political scare from the Labor Party, who has run out of ideas and sought to play politics. And we've seen them run these sort of scares before. We saw it in the 2016 election with Mediscare. This bill is Telescare. It's an idea that somehow there are people who want to privatise the NBN and it must be stopped. But it's rubbish. This bill is a complete scare and a complete scam. It's like the scams you get when you're texted or called by people from around the world, except what makes this so tragic is this is legislation. Now, what's next from this government? Are we going to get a bill for an act to prevent the privatisation of His Majesty the King? That'll be monarch scare. Or a bill for an act to prevent the privatisation of this parliament? That'll be parley scare. Or a bill for an act to prevent the privatisation of the ADF? That'll be digger scare. This is symptomatic of a government that has run out of ideas and run out of puff. The truth is people are deserting the NBN in droves, and people in my community particularly are deserting the NBN in droves. We know this because of the satellite figures. NBN satellite figures are down to 85,000 customers, and Starlink, its major competitor, Starlink, which is a heroic company to many people in my community who could not connect to the NBN but have opted to go with Starlink, Starlink is now at 270,000 customers. Now, you don't need to believe me when I say this bill does absolutely nothing. You can believe the Minister herself in her second reading speech on this bill, where she said, and I quote, "This bill would not change the operation of the NBN." This bill would not change the operation of the NBN. It does nothing to make people's lives better, and it does nothing to make people's service better in relation to the NBN. As she also said, since the government has no intention to sell the NBN, there's no requirement for a legislative sales scheme. So, given the government's got no intention to sell the NBN, why are we wasting precious parliamentary time on these things? This is a Seinfeld bill. It's a bill about nothing from a Seinfeld government, a government about nothing. Now, I want to talk about some of the real challenges Australians are facing today with the NBN that should be the subject of this bill. They are challenges that I have raised with this minister repeatedly since this government came to office in 2022. And I have to say the minister has been very polite and listened to me and so on, but we haven't got the action. And so there are still people in my community who are dealing with inadequate NBN services, which is making their lives very difficult. I wrote to the minister as early as the 22nd of August 2022, asking her to look at upgrades and different technology choices for the people who are at Knights Road, Galston, at Fuggles Road, Arana Road, Kenthurst and at Dural East, all of whom had said that the technology solution that had been proposed for them was inadequate because they were on fixed wireless and they were looking for fixed line. And I'll explain why fixed wireless was inadequate. It's particularly because of the topography of those areas in my electorate, and particularly because of the tree canopy, which makes the fixed wireless service the wrong sort of service. What we were looking for was more place-based solutions, which would have been available had the Morrison government been re-elected as part of the regional telecommunications report that was led by Luke Hartsuker, and which had a particular focus on peri-urban communications in electorates like mine around Australia. So I met with the minister shortly thereafter and I went back to her again a year later to describe some of the issues that still remained in relation to the NBN in my community. And I wanted to read to the House, to tell the House about some of the issues that I raised with her, issues which still are unresolved today. The lack of consistency in the quality of coverage across various NBN technologies has impacted people's lives in my community in terms of their needs like doing school, work, accessing to medical services and technology. My electorate has all three NBN technologies, fixed line, fixed wireless and satellite. Consumers largely don't have a say in which technology is delivered, but the quality of service they get is radically different. The peri-urban areas of the electorate experience the worst communication issues, and many of them have been reported being unable to complete schooling, run local businesses, access medical services, and being cut off from communications. Key issues with the NBN that contribute are constant slow speeds and performance, inability to connect, planned and unplanned dropouts, degrading infrastructure, and unreliable communications with telcos. This isn't, a third world country, Deputy Speaker, and this isn't some remote location in Australia. This is metropolitan Sydney. I talked about Knights Road, Galston. In that area, the residents are served by fixed wireless. The topography and the tree coverage, as I said, makes that technology an inappropriate choice for the NBN. Residents who couldn't connect through fixed wireless were told to use satellite but couldn't connect. The lack of telecommunications infrastructure was exemplified by the resident with the tower for the fixed wireless service on her property being unable to connect to the NBN. At my urgings, NBN then organised their top technician to visit the property and examine the situation. The resulting examination confirmed that they couldn't connect to the NBN at their own property. This is this is what people in my community are dealing with, and this is why we need an NBN bill that actually deals with some of these issues, not these political stunts. I want to tell the House about the story of North Home Grammar, one of the great schools of my electorate. North Home Grammar at Arcadia is heavily impacted by poor telecommunications. Presently, and we're talking 2024 now, there is no NBN technology available to them that would allow them to operate effectively, as the fixed wireless that's available to them would not meet the school's needs. Many areas of the school, including primary school classrooms, have zero mobile coverage. This presents significant challenges for staff and students, and additionally is a major safety issue. Teaching and administrative work is heavily impacted by poor internet connection, and this is currently the primary focus of the school board and the wider school community, as it heavily hinders the standard of education that the children are receiving. Independent service providers have advised North Home Grammar that the school needs a 1,000 megabits up, 1,000 megabits down link in order to operate effectively, and this should be delivered over a reliable technology such as fibre. But currently the fastest plan available on the NBN is 75 megabits per second up and 10 megabits per second down. And the school is outsourced and connected via a private ISP, but is only getting 200 up, 200 down as a connection. The Minister knows these problems because I raised these with her more than a year ago, but we have seen no action. And those problems continue today, Deputy Speaker, and they continue in other areas as well. While the government is spending more time trying to create a distraction around the NBN rather than addressing the issues my constituents are facing, this government's politicking has taken precedence over delivery of fixing issues, and I hear about them almost every day. Take Chris from Castle Hill, for example. Chris has experienced 9 interruptions over a 1-month period from November 6 to December 5 last year. His wife also had her business disrupted when her office internet and phone was cut off. My office raised it with Telstra, who advised it was an NBN issue and recommended that we contacted the NBN. Then the NBN recommended that Chris contact Telstra and go through them. It's a classic bureaucratic runaround that so many Australians get with the NBN. Or take Ron from Barara Heights, who had his house disconnected from the NBN last year to allow for building works. Ron was then unable to have it reconnected. He inquired with Telstra and the NBN multiple times to ask that he be connected, only to be told he was connected. This wasn't the case. A technician was meant to attend his house on the 28th of February, but it never attended. This government committed to customer service, and yet what have we seen? A real lack of it. This is despite us raising these issues with the Minister and with NBN. Alphonse lives in Galston. He contacted Telstra to have NBN connected to his property. When they arrived, NBN was unable to install the service. They were unable to decide how and where to install the service. One side of the property had too many trees. The other was too close to the solar panels. After checking everywhere on the property, all services to the local tower were declared as poor services. This is not an issue his neighbours have faced, all of which have more trees on his property and already have fixed wireless installed. NBN has now listed the property as satellite only, and Telstra is unable to assist due to this. Alphonse wants NBN to check the other towers in the area but is unable to contact NBN, and Telstra is unable to assist due to the satellite-only label. This is real problems that real Australians are facing while we're debating this Seinfeld bill. Instead of fixing the problems in my community, this government is spending time putting together a bill for a political fight rather than trying to help people like Barbara from Arcadia. Barbara's family home is stuck on dial-up internet that drops out multiple times a day. They have 4 mobile phones in their house and all need internet to get mobile connection. Barbara is unable to access 4G in her own home. Or perhaps the minister might spend some time working to solve the issues of Alan in Cherrybrook. Alan has internet disruptions, so he contacted his internet provider, who advised the issue was with NBN. When my office reached out to the NBN, they advised it wasn't an NBN issue, and that if it was, he should go through his provider, who will then contact NBN. Rabbit holes are the only way that NBN seems to deal with these issues, and ultimately, the government, as owner of NBN, is responsible. And this government's lack of commitment to delivering the NBN is slowing down people's education. For instance, David had his NBN cut and was unable to get an alternative service through his provider, who scheduled NBN to install a connection. Due to David's location at Barara Waters, the NBN refused to attend and cited no commercial access and site safety concerns. David was himself willing to hire a barge or a water taxi to resolve the problem. David's had to purchase Starlink to gain access to the internet, but is struggling with access due to the cliff in his backyard blocking access. He's now attempting to lift the antenna higher in order to gain internet access. David relies on the internet to do his university course, as Australians who are studying all over this country do. So when my constituents next get in touch with me, Deputy Speaker, about the issues they're having with the NBN, I'll remind them that this government is committed to political bills like this one and wasting this parliament's time rather than fixing their issues. Deputy Speaker, there are real challenges that our community faces with the NBN, particularly my community of Barara, right over the peri-urban areas where the NBN connection is inadequate and where the quality of service that NBN is providing to those people who want to upgrade their connection is just completely absent. Deputy Speaker, we need a government that is serious about ensuring that all Australians have access to the NBN and is focusing this parliament's time, as it should be focused, on improving the access of Australians rather than on political stunts like this bill.
I thank the member for Barara. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill of 2024. Listening to the member for Barara, it's almost as if those 9 terrible years of the coalition government never happened. I mean, their policy was to demolish the NBN. In 2010, they actually put a policy that poured scorn on the NBN. And Ross Pratt, who's a local businessman up in Esk, saw me at the Toogoolawah High School Awards night and raised an issue concerning the future of the NBN under the coalition. He said the NBN was a transformative initiative for Australia's IT sector. And unfortunately, under the previous Communications Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, and later Prime Minister, the project was mismanaged, resulting in a far inferior product. The decision to rely on outdated copper cabling already beyond its lifespan was short-sighted. This choice burdened taxpayers with unnecessary costs and delivered a network that's struggling to meet the country's needs. I say amen to that, Ross. You absolutely got it in a country area like that. Esk, of course, would have been fibre to the premises or the country town, but those opposite refused to go ahead with fibre to the premises. I'm going to give a bit of a history lesson, because the member for Barara needs a bit of a history lesson after that sort of speech, because the Rudd government announced it would bypass the existing copper network. Copper, remember that word copper? Because that's what the coalition put their faith in, copper. We said we're going to bypass the copper network, construct a new national network combining fibre to the premises, fixed wireless and satellite technologies. Now, the fibre to the premises rollout was planned to reach approximately 93% of premises in Australia by June 2021. Unfortunately, we lost the 2013 election. Now, the fibre to the premises was to replace the copper network. And the coalition, of course, never agreed to it. So in 2010, the coalition took a policy to that election, which has been described as undercooked, their telecommunications policy. They pledged just $6 billion, of course, and they were going to wind up the NBN and sell it off. That was their policy in 2010. I remember Andrew Robb, the finance minister, saying that Labor government was betting the House on a single technology. Well, they backed it up in 2013 with then opposition leader Tony Abbott and opposition spokesperson for communications, Malcolm Turnbull. And Malcolm Turnbull was given the responsibility, and I quote, to demolish the NBN. And they argued, of course, that the demand for telecommunication services would not be very significant. They poured scorn on the idea, run a few videos, etc., and that's basically what they thought. That's the degree of digital understanding and literacy of those opposite during their time in opposition, and when they got into government, they did the same thing. They announced in 2013 that NBN would deliver a mixture of old and new technologies, a multi-technology mix, and Malcolm Turnbull was talking about this all the time. So they completely botched it up. It blew out. We ended up with an inferior product, as Ross Pratt, the local businessman who works in this area in computing up in Esk, said, and we've had to fix it up. But just before the last election, those opposite realised they'd failed, so they announced a bit more money to start rolling out fibre to the premises. So I won't copy any lectures and sermons from those opposite in relation to this issue on the NBN. This legislation is about making sure the NBN is owned by the Australian people. We want to make sure they have fast, reliable and affordable internet now and into the future. Whether you're in Esk, where Ross is working, or indeed in Ipswich in my electorate, we want to make sure that people have the capacity, students, to get access to the information they need for their assignments and their exams. We want businesses to run productively. We want video conferencing with clients and colleagues, supply and receive telehealth services. That's critical for regional and rural areas. And I've always been bemused and befuddled by the LNP members from Queensland who know very well that the NBN is so critical and telecommunications is so critical to rural and regional Queensland. Yet when they got in, they kowtowed to the ideologues of the far right of the Liberal Party, just kowtowed to them and decided we're not going to go and do it. But what got me was the bloke that claimed he sort of invented the internet, Malcolm Turnbull, was the bloke that actually came about trying to destroy the NBN. We're not going to let any of that happen. We're just not. We want to make sure that the NBN is owned by those people to whom it belongs, the Australian public. We've done a number of things. We've invested $2.4 billion to expand the full fibre NBN access to 1.5 additional premises, including 660,000 rural and regional communities. Now, those opposite didn't do any of that when they were in. None of it. Yet they purport to represent well, they claim, and adequately, those communities. Second, from the September next year, we're boosting download speeds by up to 5 times the current speeds at no extra wholesale costs. Thirdly, we're rolling out more fibre in the fixed line network, upgrading the fixed wireless network and planning for the future needs of regional communities like mine. We're keeping NBN in public hands. We're going to lock it into affordable, accessible, high speed. It's critical infrastructure. It was at the time the biggest infrastructure program that any Australian government had done. The NBN is so important. It's reaching over 12.4 million premises across the country. In new figures out, it clearly shows more than 9 million homes and businesses are now able to access the fastest broadband speeds on the NBN. This is an important milestone. It's important because faster speeds provide a world-class experience for consumers, where they're connected for work, study or entertainment. Now, we know the average data usage in Australia has increased 10 times over the past 10 years, with the average home now hosting 22 internet-connected or smart devices. That's why it's possible to do this. It's critical to do it. Research shows the NBN has delivered $122 billion in economic uplift since 2022 and supported the creation of 169,000 jobs, the equivalent of 1.3% increase in our labour force. At the time, communities like mine have told us that the job of upgrading the NBN is not complete. And I got that just last week when I was at the Somerset Regional Council meeting with the Mayor and the councillors up there. Australians simply don't trust the coalition not to flog off the NBN, as was their policy previously in opposition. They just don't, as they did with Telstra. This bill will ensure the NBN continues to deliver for all Australians, providing digital inclusion and price certainty for industry and consumers. We're delivering on our election commitments, including in my electorate. As Australia's connectivity needs continue to grow, we're going to need faster and better NBN. We're keeping the NBN in public hands because we want to make sure that we look after consumers. And monopoly power in the private hands is not the way to go. Now, I'm going to give a little quick overview of the bill. The bill will amend the National Broadband Network Companies Act to ensure that ongoing public ownership is required. The bill incorporates new wording to make clear that NBN preserved in public ownership is an explicit requirement and remove the current conditions for terminating government ownership by repealing Part 3 of the Act. The Albanese government is committed to keeping NBN in public ownership already through an updated statement of expectations issued in December 2022, confirming the government's commitment and policy position. The bill makes a commitment in terms of a legislative framework. The bill removes existing legislative conditions which would allow the privatisation of the company. Ongoing government ownership of the NBN will keep wholesale broadband prices more affordable for consumers than if the company was in private ownership. The government will support a strong regulatory oversight of the NBN and a settled special access undertaken with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to cap wholesale prices. What's more, the fibre and fixed wireless upgrades we took to the 2022 election, we're delivering on time and on budget, which is effectively a first for any government in this area. Now, this is very important for my electorate in Queensland. Queensland is the most decentralised mainland state, with about half our population living outside the capital of Brisbane and southeast corner, with a lot of regional and remote communities, including in my electorate. My electorate is both outer suburban and regional and takes in majority of Ipswich, one of the fastest growing regions of the country, the Corona Downs region and the rural Somerset region, including rural Ipswich as well. So for my constituents, having access to fast, reliable, quality internet is not a luxury, it's a 21st century critical capacity and necessity. And this is precisely why, before the election, we committed to invest $2.4 billion to expand that fibre access I referred to. Thanks to that commitment, large parts of Ipswich, the Corona Downs area and the Somerset region, as well as surrounding areas like the South Burnett, the Lockyer Valley, are now able to join the 21st century and upgrade to full fibre broadband connection. Indeed, more than 34,000 families and small businesses in Blair can now access super-fast internet thanks to our strong investment in the network. These long-suffering families and small businesses have had to settle for the coalition's dodgy copper network until now. In contrast, world-class fibre broadband means faster uploads and download speed and more reliable connection. Can I just make this point? If you were to go from Corona Downs to the north, all the way down towards Ripley, right through the middle of Ipswich, where one of the most densely concentrated parts of Queensland in terms of population, a city with 260,000 people, under the coalition, you didn't get fibre to the premises, you got fibre to the node. It's just slightly better than ADSL2, just slightly, all through the middle of Ipswich. It goes to show just the contempt the coalition had for my community. In contrast, we are getting fibre to the premises in these areas. We're committing to make sure that so many parts of my electorate are upgraded that didn't get access to it. Areas that can't access full fibre network upgrades will get satellite and transition from satellite to fixed wireless for the first time, thanks to a $480 million investment to improve broadband connectivity in the bush. As part of this, 14 locations in rural Ipswich and surround areas like the Lockyer Valley and Scenic Rim, and 13 locations in the Somerset region. More than 20% of the total 120,000 premises that are eligible will be able to move to a fixed wireless connection by December this year. This means faster and more consistent speeds for families and small businesses in these rural areas, as well as access to high-speed plans. We've also installed a backup NBN Sky Muster satellite service in Kilcoy in the Upper Somerset region, the northern end of my electorate, to boost internet quality in the area. This vital infrastructure will help build this community and help them stay connected during a natural disaster, which is so critical because all these country towns get cut off during floods. It could be the difference between life and death, and certainly is in terms of the viability of the businesses. Our government's working across the NBN network from fixed line to fixed wireless and satellite technologies to deliver quality communications and infrastructure in my community and the various country towns across my electorate. We're delivering on our plan for a better NBN. It's essential for a positive vision my constituents voted for at the last election. As I said, last week I met with the Somerset Regional Council, who are very interested to know how telecommunications upgrades were progressing. Now, we wanted to, and we aspire to, putting fibre to the premises in all these country towns. They were part of the 1,000 rural communities in country towns that were getting fibre to the premises, taken away by those opposite when they won in 2013. So what we're doing here, we're doing a game changer for our regions and we're supporting it. We know small businesses start up in these areas, and just after that meeting I referred to, I went to the Brisbane Valley Roasters in Esk, where I grabbed a takeaway coffee after meeting with the council and talked to a few people there, including one of the local police officers. We've seen people for the first time being able to access the internet speeds, which allow them to actually study online. And that's why Ross Pratt in Esk is so correct with his computer knowledge and his business in that community. So this is nation-building investment, ensuring more people in Ipswich, the Somerset region and the Corona Downs area get access to the full opportunities the digital economy has to offer. So hearing speeches from the member for Barara and any others who might do it, they should have a look at history, should have a look at the failures of Tony Abbott, of Malcolm Turnbull, their failures during the 9 years to get it right, with the blowouts, their addiction to anything other than fibre to the premises, their obsession with copper, all of those things that divided. They may have been committed to a Model T Ford in terms of digital technology. That's what those opposites were addicted to. They really failed monumentally, and there's a massive divide between us and them on this area. They completely and utterly failed during their 9 years. So to give us lectures and sermons on our perceived or alleged failing is a complete waste of time and denial of the fact and reality and certainly the experience of history.
I thank the member for Blair and I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. Think the ayes have it. I have to report to the House that on 14 October 2024, the Acting Speaker received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip discharging Mr Pitt from the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy. In accordance with Standing Order 229B, as the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the discharge became effective on that date. I now call the Minister to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to discharge Mr Pitt from the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that Mr Pitt be discharged from the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
And the question is, and I'll put it, that Mr Pitt be discharged from the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. Think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Wage justice for early childhood education and care workers. Special Account Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
And the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Barker in continuation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the time I had before the debate was interrupted on the 10th of October, I was making the point, of course, that the Coalition values, as we should, the role that early childhood educators and childcare workers make, and in particular to the education of our youngest students. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition certainly doesn't stand in the way of a wage rise for early childhood educators and teachers. But, of course, we do have some very real concerns. Those concerns, from my electorate's perspective, deal with issues around accessibility of childcare, but I'll speak to those issues a little later. What I want to do is just highlight some of the headline concerns, if I could. The first, of course, I did make before debate was interrupted, and that is that this increase, whilst welcomed, is slated to cease on the 30th of November 2026. And so it does beg the question, as I asked last time, what happens after 2026? What happens beyond that date? It's a very important question, and it's one that hasn't been resolved by those opposite, and I think, in fairness, ought to be, because I don't think we should regard this as anything other than a pre-election sugar hit unless that question is resolved and the detail around it. The second principal concern I have with this is I don't understand why, in a situation where we're looking to provide early childhood educators and childcare workers a wage increase, why this has to be affected, if you like, via a workplace instrument. Now, we live in the real world, and the reality is the reason why it's being affected by a workplace instrument and why a workplace instrument needs to be in place for a service to access this grant funding, of course, is this is in an effort to appease unions. In a sense, the Albanese Labor government is covertly attempting by stealth to unionise the early childhood sector. Now, that is completely unnecessary and feeds to this suggestion that, again, this is not only a pre-election sugar hit, but it's also about growing the size of the unionised workforce in the country. This workforce which, left to its own devices, is becoming a small fraction of the working population in Australia. The next concern I've got with this approach, of course, is the troubling habit that we're now seeing from those opposite. Now, I've made the point that all educators do incredibly valuable work, and of course, we want them to be better paid for the work they do. And we, in the Coalition, want to see higher real wages. But that's the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's real wages that we're focused on. Higher real wages for hard-working childhood educators, in fact, higher real wages for all Australians. But the key to meaningful wage increases isn't sugar hits like the one contained in this bill, but it's about doing the hard work to bring down inflation and to boost labour productivity. Those opposite, I fear, have given up the fight to bring downward pressure on inflation and boost labour productivity. My friend opposite scoffs, but on almost every measure, almost every day, they come into this place. And almost every measure is targeted towards effectively driving up the cost of everything, whether it's energy policy, industrial relations policy. Perhaps those opposite, and the member in particular, might want to reflect on the real cost to Australian families of 12 consecutive interest rate increases. I would have thought the Queensland election not 10 days ago might have been an opportunity for those opposite to get real-world feedback. But of course they haven't. Real-world feedback, they've tin-eared to it, but that's fine. let's proceed through to March, because I think in March there'll be some more real-world feedback for those opposite. Now, I wanted to talk about, and will talk about, childcare deserts. In my electorate, there are very many places, Madam Deputy Speaker, where it doesn't matter how much you're prepared to pay for childcare, there is no childcare. There are other places where childcare is provided one half day a fortnight and it's delivered out of the back or boot of a car. It's completely unacceptable, and those opposite have spent 2 years tinkering with the arrangements for childcare, increasing subsidies for those who can put their children in childcare, and now increasing notional wages, of course, not in real terms, but in notional terms, but it have done nothing, not one additional place. Now, while I've been had the pleasure of and privilege of being the member for Barker, this has become a real issue, and it is increasingly an issue in regional communities. And so what have I done? Well, we've always tried to find solutions. And so the community of Southern Mallee, communities of Lameroo and Pinneroo, no childcare service. In the course of the last term, the coalition government, together with the Southern Mallee District Council and with my advocacy, were able to build not one, but two childcare facilities in the communities of Lameroo and Pinneroo. Now, how did we do it? Well, we took drought funding. And as a community, they decided that the number one priority in their community, in the midst of a drought, was to build childcare facilities. Now, you might think for a moment and think, there isn't an obvious connection between farmers in drought funding, and childcare. But of course, if you live in a rural community, you understand it. One of the best ways to drought-proof your farming enterprise is to create off-farm income. In many of these communities, one or other of the parents was required to stay at home on duties because there was no opportunity for childcare. Not in all cases, but in a lot of these cases, professional women at home caring for children in circumstances where the broader community is screaming for people to join the workforce, to re-enter the workforce. Nurses at local hospitals, teachers at local schools, farm contractors, you name it. And of course, that's what we've seen at those facilities. We've seen those facilities built. They're run by the Southern Mallee District Council, and of course, as a result, very many people are able to re-enter the workforce. But not done with just those communities. The community of Karoonda did similar, building a childcare facility. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, these communities ought not to have to rely on ad hoc, occasional grant funds to achieve these outcomes. Not when the Commonwealth is spending such significant sums in and around childcare. What we need to see is a policy and a set of policies that not only address the affordability, not only address questions around employment and ensuring there are enough childcare workers and early educators, but we need policies that are focused on addressing the childcare deserts. Because it's not right that people in my electorate don't enjoy the same sort of supports that people in rural cities, like the one I come from, enjoy, or indeed the capital cities, like my colleague sitting opposite. And that's what we need. We need a balanced approach to this question around childcare. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded that where we have the resources, we need to balance them appropriately. I come from the great state of South Australia. Not many people know this, but South Australia is the jurisdiction in the world, so not in Australia, but in the world, that has the greatest dichotomy between the number of its citizens living in a capital city relative to its next largest city. And so that's 1.3 or so million people in Adelaide, 25,000 or so people living in my hometown of Mount Gambier. What that does, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it speaks to the difference, in particular for South Australia, of that disparate population. And so whilst I come from Mount Gambier, a population of 25,000 people, I also represent communities and local councils which have as few as 1,000 ratepayers. I've mentioned two of them in my contribution: the Southern Mallee Council and the District Council of Corinda East Murray. And these councils are leaning into childcare because they have to, not because they're appropriately resourced to do that, but because they have to. And so my call out to those opposite is, if it's good enough for a council, a local government authority with very, very, very modest resources, and I say that on the basis that these are councils with often very large road assets, very broad council areas, but very small population bases. And so if it's good enough and important enough and high enough a priority for those very small councils, local government authorities in my electorate, to make accessibility of childcare a priority, accessibility of childcare a priority, which isn't a traditional responsibility of local government, then it's got to be good enough for those opposite to take their responsibility for governing for all Australians seriously. And if those opposite were governing for all Australians, then they wouldn't, in this bill, be doing the bidding of the union movement. Instead, they would be thinking deeply about what remote, regional and rural Australians need as well. Because I fear those opposite increasingly don't have anywhere near the front of their mind in policy debates or considerations the concerns, the needs or wants, and in this case, the needs of rural, regional and remote Australians.
Thank the member for Barker, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is not only timely, or arguably well overdue, but it's critical for the future of our early childhood education sector and, by extension, the well-being of our society as a whole. This bill will provide much-needed wage support for early childhood education and care workers across the country. For far too long, these professionals who provide important education services and support to our youngest citizens have been underpaid, underappreciated and overworked. And it's high time we address this injustice and recognise the value of their contribution, not only to our children's development, but also to our broader economy. Deputy Speaker, it's a truth universally acknowledged and often said in this place that the caring for children is the most important job that you can do. Early childhood education and care workers are at the forefront of shaping the next generation. Gross motor skills, fine motor skills, cognitive development, emotional regulation, socialisation. Research consistently shows that the first 5 years of a child's life are critical to their cognitive, emotional, physical and social development. These early experiences lay the foundation for success in school and in life. When children are nurtured, cared for and educated by qualified professionals during this formative period, they are more likely to grow up to be productive, confident and engaged members of our society. And yet, despite the clear evidence of the importance of early childhood education, we continue to undervalue the work of those who dedicate their lives in this field. Early childhood educators, the majority women, are paid significantly less than other workers with equivalent qualifications, often struggling to make ends meet. It is unacceptable that the people who help raise and educate our children are forced to contend with financial insecurity. Early childhood work is challenging, but it's a rewarding career, and we want it to be a career of choice. We want graduates to choose to work with young children, choose to put their skills to use, giving these children the best possible start to their education and their future lives. And we want them to stay in the sector, knowing they have a long, satisfying and financially rewarding career ahead of them. Not, as currently happens, that they leave the sector because they cannot afford to support themselves and their families on the low wages. This bill seeks to right this wrong by creating a funding mechanism to support better wages for these essential workers. Decent wages are critical to reversing attrition and growing the workforce, but more than that, this is vital to the sustainability of the sector. Early childhood education services have been delaying expansion plans, closing rooms, limiting enrolments and not expanding because they can't find qualified staff. This is impacting on the availability of early childhood education and care for families across the country. A couple of weeks ago, the Productivity Commission released a report that said building the workforce is the first step to increasing access to ECEC for families. The Wage Justice Bill will help address significant workforce shortages by supporting the delivery of a wage increase of 15% for eligible workers over 2 years. A typical early childhood educator will receive an additional $103 a week from December 2024, increasing to at least $155 a week from December 2025. A typical early childhood teacher will receive an additional $166 a week from December 24, increasing to at least $249 a week from December 2025. The Wage Justice Bill also establishes terms and conditions of the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Grant, including a limit on fee increases that can be charged by providers. And I know that the possibility of fee rises are a concern to parents and families, so I want to reiterate this point. The bill establishes a limit on fee increases. This will put downward pressure on fees, helping to make childcare more affordable for more families. The Wage Justice Bill also encourages good faith bargaining and the making of enterprise agreements in the early childhood education and care sector. It will also help support the steps the government has already taken to make ECEC cheaper for Australian families. Paying ECEC workers fairly is a crucial step in charting the course to universal accessibility of early childhood education and care. And there are also significant economic reasons to support this bill. A strong, well-compensated early childhood education workforce contributes to the overall strength of the economy. By ensuring that parents have access to affordable, high-quality childcare, we enable more people to participate in the workforce, particularly women who are often the primary caregivers. When we invest in early childhood education, we are investing in workforce participation, productivity and economic growth. But beyond economic factors, this bill is about fairness. Early childhood educators do not provide babysitting services. They are highly trained professionals who deliver complex, emotionally demanding and intellectually stimulating services. Their work is vital to the well-being of children who are, after all, the future of our country. When we hear of retired, these children are the people who will be caring for us in the healthcare or aged care sectors, building infrastructure, managing the banking system, growing our food, making our export commodities, and much more. It is in all of our interests that these children are well educated, and it's time we recognise the important role of early childhood educators in the future of our country. And you recognise important work through fair compensation. It is also important to note that underpaid workers are more likely to leave the profession, contributing to high turnover rates and staff shortages. This instability undermines the quality of care provided to children and places additional stress on remaining workers. By increasing wages, we can help stabilise the workforce, reduce turnover and improve the overall quality of early childhood education and care services. This bill also speaks to the issue of gender equality. As I mentioned earlier, the early childhood education workforce is overwhelmingly female, with women making up over 95% of the sector. The low wages in this field are a reflection of the broader issue of gender-based pay inequality, where work traditionally associated with women is undervalued and underpaid. Supporting wage increases in early childhood education is a crucial step forward to addressing gender pay disparities and recognising the true value of work in female-dominated professions. As one worker said to me, "It's not pin money, it's my career." On this side of the House, we often talk about closing the gender pay gap, and here is the concrete opportunity to do so. This government has managed to achieve the lowest ever gender pay gap of just 11.5%, and that hasn't happened by accident. It has happened because of targeted, deliberate policies such as this one, policies targeted at increasing wages in low-paid, female-dominated sectors, along with other strategies such as tax cuts being for all Australians, not just those on high wages, paid domestic violence leave and an extension of paid parental leave along with sharing arrangements. And now this bill, which will raise the wages of all workers in the predominantly female workforce of early childhood education. If we are serious about equality, if we are serious about providing opportunities for women, if we are serious about fair wage for a fair day's work, then we must address the chronic underpayment of early childhood educators, and this bill provides us with the tools to do just that. Let us also consider the broader societal impacts of supporting early childhood education workers. When early childhood educators are fairly compensated, we not only ensure that our children are receiving high-quality care and education, but we also send a clear message about what we value as a society. Are we a society that values the well-being and development of our youngest members? Are we a society that values fairness and gender equity? Are we a society that values qualified workers being paid fairly for their skilled work? This bill is an opportunity for us to say yes to all of those questions. It is an opportunity for us to make a meaningful investment in our future, in our children, and in the people who support them in their early learning journey. In conclusion, the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education Care Workers Special Account Bill is about more than just increasing wages, important as that is. It's about recognising the value of early childhood education and care workers, addressing gender pay inequity, stabilising a vital workforce and ensuring that our children have access to the high-quality care that they deserve. Early childhood education workers are some of the most important workers in the country and for our economy, and they deserve to be paid fairly. By supporting this bill, we are not only doing what is right for early childhood educators, but we're also investing in the future of our children and the future of our nation. I urge all members of this House to support this important piece of legislation. Let us stand together for wage justice, for gender equity, and for the future of early childhood education in this country.
Thank the member for Boothie, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill, which creates grants for early childhood education and care providers to support a wage increase for their workers. And I want to talk about why accessible quality childcare is important for kids and families, why it's important that we pay childcare workers better, the structure of the bill and some concerns with it, and further reform needed. Childcare is important for both kids and families. For kids, quality early childhood education is linked to improved academic achievement, reduced delinquency, increased school completion, higher earners in adulthood and improved social and emotional well-being. Children from lower socioeconomic groups experience greater and more enduring benefits from early childhood education than children from higher socioeconomic groups. For families, greater access to quality early childhood education and care increases female participation in paid work. And I've heard a range of views about the modelling done by the Productivity Commission in relation to the impact of greater access to care on female workforce participation. From personal experience, I wouldn't be surprised if this impact was understated in the PC modelling. Anecdotally, mums I know make decisions about returning to work based on the care that's available and its cost. Having had kids in every combination of childcare options while they were small, while I worked part-time, I remember being asked to come into work for a meeting on a day when I was scheduled to be at home. If I was lucky enough to be able to add a casual daycare day, it cost me more than $100 per kid. And I wasn't paid anything extra to come in on that day, so it cost me a lot to be flexible. Even in a well-paid job, it was sometimes only marginally financially beneficial to work. But I also know how much my kids gained from the stimulation of being in centre-based care and how important the workers there were to their development. Educators at my kids' childcare centres taught them things that kept surprising me as a parent. They came home with new knowledge, new ways of resolving conflict, as well as the inevitable new viruses building up their immune systems. Childcare workers are underpaid. About 221,000 people are employed in the early childhood education and care sector. And like other professions traditionally considered women's work, we've systematically undervalued childcare. The Productivity Commission has found that early childhood educators are just above the lowest paid decile when measured against other occupations. Early childhood education and care workers are paid less than people in other sectors with similar qualifications and are paid significantly less than primary and secondary school teachers, even though the years before a child turns 5 are a crucial time for learning. All you need to do is spend a few hours in a childcare centre and you realise how underpaid educators are. They need to have patience, compassion, curiosity and good immune systems to do those jobs. And we need to attract people to work in childcare. It's such an important time for our kids' learning. I'm very proud that my son George, who's studying astrophysics at ANU, is also working part-time in childcare. He loves it. He loves helping kids learn how to solve problems and sharing with them the wonder that he finds in the world. Childcare needs more people like George, and paying them a decent wage is a good start to attracting a vibrant and diverse workforce. Now, I recognise that there's an inherent tension between improving access to early childhood education and care for more people and paying childcare workers more. Centre-based daycare in Australia is relatively less affordable for Australian households than in most other OECD countries. Obviously, paying people more makes childcare more expensive indirectly, but a pay increase recognises the inherent value of this type of work, attracts more people and contributes to the quality of care. It's worth noting that the proposed wage increases fall short of the union's calls for a 25% wage increase, but are a significant step up. Now, the structure of this bill is a bit clunky. It creates a special account to fund grants to early childhood education and care providers to support a wage increase for their workers. To be eligible, providers will need to increase workers' wages by 10% above the current award in the first year of payment and 15% above the current award in the second. Providers will need to limit fee increases, a maximum of 4.4% in the first year, and meet other conditions. I understand it's been set up like this to ensure funding allocated goes directly to workers and not to providers' bottom lines. There are 4 issues with the bill that I want to comment on: its inflationary impact, the lack of allocated funding, its short-term nature, and the discretionary powers that it creates. Firstly, will this bill have an inflationary impact? Well, based on modelling, it could effectively be an injection of $3.6 billion over the next few years. But some providers may not take it up if they're already paying above the award and they don't want to agree to the cap on fees, or if they don't have an appropriate workplace instrument, or theirs covers more than the specific types of workers eligible for the grant. Of course, the extent to which it's taken up could have an inflationary, or is correlated to its inflationary effect. And I am concerned about any injection of funds that could be inflationary at this time when inflation is having such a huge impact on cost of living.
And the debate is interrupted, in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate being resumed at a later hour, and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to thank Opposition Leader Peter Dutton for visiting Collie and honouring his commitment to discuss in person the Coalition's proposal for a small nuclear reactor to succeed the existing coal-fired Muja power station and underpin a balanced energy mix for Western Australia's clean energy future. Mr Dutton had a warm and productive meeting with the Shire of Collie Council, answering questions raised on behalf of their community. The night prior, Nuclear for Australia hosted a Collie community information session with over 150 attendees. Nuclear experts Dr Adi Patterson, Associate Professor Tony Irwin and Lieutenant Colonel Jasmine Diab answered over 45 questions and shared their extensive experience in the commissioning and operations of a nuclear facility, addressing the safety record of nuclear and the capacity for Collie's existing workforce to pivot to high-paid jobs in the nuclear industry. Concurrently, I've been conducting an online and hard copy survey gauging community sentiment in Collie. Of the 560 responses so far, 67.5% strongly support the Coalition's plans to build a zero-emissions nuclear power plant at Collie using the existing site and transmission infrastructure of the Muja power station. Given the current 8.2% unemployment rate in Collie, it was unsurprising that 73% of respondents expressed concern about job prospects post-coal. Many recognise that well-paid jobs in a safe, zero-emissions nuclear power plant will provide economic security for their community over its 80 to 100-year lifespan.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In August, I had the pleasure of attending the Illawarra Live Steamers annual luncheon. This year's event was particularly special as we celebrated their 60th anniversary, marking the significant milestone in March. The invitation to attend came from their president, my good friend Rob Robertson. The Illawarra Live Steamers is a model engineering club based in Wollongong which brings enthusiasts together to build and operate live steam-powered miniature trains. With multiple tracks and monthly public running days, the club offers a fun, memorable experience for families and showcases the skill and dedication of its members. One of the Illawarra's Live Steamers' youngest members, Jensen, who turned 15 at the end of August, has been successful in obtaining his probationary ticket. He still has to log some hours driving miniature trains before he is fully qualified, and I wish him the very best of luck. The Illawarra Live Steamers have shown great resilience and dedication in the countless hours spent building tracks, maintaining equipment and hosting events. Just 2 weeks ago, I visited and attended their open day, where I presented the committee with a signed certificate from the Prime Minister for their service to the community. Congratulations again on your 60th anniversary, and thanks to the President, Rob Robertson, Secretary Greg Coleman, and all of the executive for providing such a great space for enthusiasts and for the general public to enjoy.
Member for Deakin.
Well, the Coalition will get home building going again in this country with our housing infrastructure program. We announced the program a couple of weeks ago, and it will unlock 500,000 new homes in Australia through a $5 billion fund. Right now, hundreds of prime housing sites across our country are sitting idle because they don't have the basic infrastructure needed to get the homes built. The shovel-ready elements of infrastructure like water, power, sewerage, telecommunications and access roads. There's just no money at the moment to get that infrastructure built, which means no homes can be built. The Coalition's $5 billion housing infrastructure program has been developed closely with councils throughout our country, large landholders and those who deliver the homes that Australians live in. We are very pleased to have the unwavering support of the Master Builders Association and Housing Industry Association, who represent tens of thousands of people who actually build the homes that Australians live in, and they agree that the biggest impediment to more homes being built in this country is that infrastructure. Sadly, under Labor, we see fewer homes being built. Most economists and housing specialists think that they will fall 400,000 homes short of their target only the Coalition will get the homes built that Australians need to live in.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it is with great pride that I stand in this chamber today to recognise and commend a spectacular career in public education in the state of New South Wales. Local Copacabana Public School teacher Sandra Way is celebrating 40 years of teaching in public education in 2024. A mighty milestone which underscores Sandra's incredible dedication to our state's public education system. Sandra is a proud teacher, having started her career teaching between classes at Condell Public School and Tower Street Public School in 1980. In 1981, Sandra secured a full-time position at Cabramatta Public School, where she taught Australians from Vietnam with refugee backgrounds. Sandra gained significant insight into the ongoing impacts of war and hardship during these years. Shortly after, in 1983, Sandra was transferred to Gosford East Public School, teaching a composite class of students with learning difficulties in Year 1 and Year 2. Sandra loved this class and learned how rewarding any small improvement was, particularly for a student trying to keep up with their peers. In 1984, Sandra was appointed to Copacabana Public School, where she has remained to the present time. Sandra has seen a lot of changes since the time she first started teaching. Whether it was the transition from chalkboards to smartboards, projectors to computers, Sandra has seen it all. 40 years of teaching is a remarkable accomplishment, and on behalf of the people of the Central Coast, I wish to thank you, Sandra, for your service and wish you all the best in the years ahead. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, just when we thought the Tasmanian government couldn't get any worse, they've gone and completely stuffed up one of the most important infrastructure projects in Tasmania's history. With an investment of almost $1 billion, the two new Spirit of Tasmania vessels were due to be operational by now, carrying an additional 400 passengers and a 40% more vehicle load. But seemingly at every turn, the project has been a circus, including construction delays, contract cancellations and an estimated cost blowout of more than $500 million. And now we've learned that the state government and government-owned entities TT Line and Tasports have failed to ensure the new Spirits would have somewhere to berth in the Mersey River. So it's now estimated the berths won't be ready until 2027 and an annual cost to the state economy of $350 million. In the meantime, Deputy Speaker, the first ship must be relocated from Finland, where it's being constructed, to Scotland to avoid the icy Finnish weather, which is where it'll stay while the government explores options to lease or charter the vessel or until the new berth is ready. Put simply, Deputy Speaker, this debacle is yet another example of the state government's complete and utter incompetence. That they think they can land a third AFL stadium on time and on budget is simply laughable, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, the past weekend I attended the Albanian Tournament Cup held by a local club in my electorate, the North Sunshines Eagles Football Club. Celebrating its 15th year, the Albanian Cup is a 4-day celebration of Albanian culture, community and football. The event brought over 6,500 people over the 4 days and 20 teams participated from as far as Cairns and Western Australia. They were brought to Moore Park Pavilion in Ardeer. Football is a huge part of my electorate and multiculturalism is a bedrock of football in Australia. The bulk of soccer clubs in my area were started by European migrants in the mid-20th century who did so to celebrate their culture and to bring people together. Tournaments like the Albanian Cup enable communities to celebrate and preserve their culture. Beyond the Albanian Cup, the North Sunshine Eagles are a successful team whose senior men's team will be promoted to VPL 1 in 2025. The club was also recently awarded a $75,000 grant under the Play Our Way program to continue their commitment to remove barriers for women and girls participating in football. This commitment extends to support families from a low socioeconomic background by covering fees so that kids can continue playing the sport they love. Congratulations to the North Sunshine Eagles on a successful Albanian Cup, with special mention to committee members Julie, Adam, Emanuela, Vez, Lippo, Lana and George, without whom the event would not have been possible. And of course, congratulations to the Adelaide Eagles Soccer Club who won the tournament.
Thanks. Member for Kennedy.
I once had a dream of my country so grand, where rivers out back irrigated the land, with dams and canals in that wasteland out there, and big inland cities with work everywhere. Stan Costa had it right when he sang about the dreams he had for his country. He dreamed of Australia as a place where he took the degraded wasteland and turned it into a lacework of thin green where the rivers flowed to irrigate the outback, where inland towns have work and industry, wealth and prosperity. Now we've got a chance to make that dream a reality with the bridle track tunnel between Mareeba and Cairns. This isn't just fancy infrastructure, but it opens the gateway to 4 of Australia's 6 biggest rivers, none of which waters are being used. It's a lifeline for North Queensland. Brisbane has 36 kilometres of tunnels and 1 million people. North Queensland has 1 million people, but no tunnels. The Greater Cairns region recorded the highest death rate on the roads in Australia in the last 2 months per head of population. And one tunnel would have overcome those deaths. When the tunnel is built, we will open up access to the giant Chillago mineral province.
Time
in
has
all the books,
expired.
the most diverse.
Have to give the call. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the pleasure of squaring up in the nets at the Frankston Peninsula Cricket Club to celebrate their success in the federal government's Play Our Way program. The $46,000 grant will go towards establishing a women's team that are able to service Frankston and the Mornington Peninsula, as there were no other premier options locally for those on the southern end of the peninsula. I love the club's vision to remove barriers and engage more women into cricket, and the Albanese Labor government is supporting local sporting clubs to do just this, with programs like Play Our Way. Volunteers at the club have been working tirelessly over the years to build the incredible club, with a mighty spirit providing fantastic opportunities that build teamwork and resilience. Thanks to Mike, Julie, Hayden and others on the committee for all you do for our community and creating opportunities for women to pursue their cricket aspirations. I am very much looking forward to visiting for another hit soon, but underarm bowling is only allowed.
Member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, a storm hit the 240-kilometre long transgrid power line that connects Broken Hill to Wentworth to the south. And the backup generators that were in place, one was being serviced, the other one shortly after failed, which caused a huge amount of hardship, not only to the people of Broken Hill but the other communities in the far west. That also threw out the telecommunications towers, and there's been a massive job to get everything back on order, from Telstra to putting generators into those towers to Essential Energy and Transgrid getting generators up and going. It's caused hardship. There's a lot of wastage. Most of the people in town lost all the contents of their fridges and freezers, including the coffee shops. Indeed, someone stole the generator from the pharmacy so that the chilled pharmaceuticals were all ruined. It was a major disaster. I'd like to acknowledge Senator McAllister, who's shown great interest and has been in communication with me about the federal response to this. Just a comment though, Broken Hill is surrounded by renewables, solar and wind, and there's a high level of rooftop solar, but in this particular occasion that seemed to work against getting the power back on track with the surging solar impacting the generators.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The 50th anniversary of Cyclone Tracy is fast approaching, and I'm calling out to Territorians who are survivors of that night of 25th December 1974, but also those that responded and rebuilt Darwin. On the weekend I was lucky enough to meet 2 of the responders, Greg Reid, who was a Sparky who come up to help us get the power back on, and also Ray Jesse James, who was a sailor on HMAS Melbourne during the Cyclone Tracy response. Deputy Speaker, I've commissioned 2 commemorative coins, one for the survivors and one for those who responded and rebuilt. As well as the first responders, I know of the following ADF units that responded. In the Navy, we had HMAS Melville, Coonawarra, Balikpapan, Botano, Flinders, Melbourne, Brisbane, Stewart, Hobart, Stalwart, Supply, Vendetta, Brunei, Tarakan and Wewak, and also the 817 and 725 Naval Aviation Squadrons. With the Army, we had 7th Military District, 121 Light Anti-Aircraft, Battery, 125 Signal Squadron, 7 Signal Regiment, 711 Supply Company, 7 Transport Movement Group and Darwin Workshop Platoon, and with the Air Force, we had 36, 37 and 34 squadrons. So thank you to all those that responded to Cyclone Tracy. Please email my office to register your interest in receiving a commemorative coin. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My constituent Madison Lyons made the following contribution to the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. Members of Parliament, my name is Madison Lyons. I'm 18 years old and a member of Nichols. I need to address the topic of social cohesion. Social cohesion is the heartbeat of a thriving democracy. This is what I want to achieve for our community in 10 years. Not only my community, but for all of Australia. Social cohesion is truly the most important factor to create a country that is welcoming to all. It is the invisible thread that binds us together, ensuring our diverse society can come together, where we create communities where everyone feels valued and represented, where differences bring us together and are celebrated, where people of all walks of life can live together in harmony. But social cohesion doesn't happen on its own. It requires deliberate action. This is where our Parliament must lead with vision and courage. Parliament can help achieve this goal by focusing on creating a more inclusive and representative government through education programs that support and recognise high school students from all cultures and backgrounds, guiding them into roles of leadership. Imagine a future where our Parliament reflects the true diversity of Australia, where young people like myself are given the tools and opportunities to shape the laws and policies that impact lives. Let us work together to ensure that in 10 years' time, Australia is not just a collection of communities, but a truly cohesive society where every individual is represented, respected and valued through our government. Well done, Madison.
Thank you. Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate Mrs Barbara Lotting, a constituent of Bean, for her outstanding commitment in a voluntary capacity as manager of the University of Canberra Capital's women's basketball team. The University of Canberra Capitals is one of the first Australian teams with a long-standing commitment to inclusiveness and equality. And Mrs Lotting has been involved in the sport of basketball locally for over 50 years as both a player and administrator. She's been manager of the Canberra Capitals since 1993. Deputy Speaker, the Capitals returned to the iconic AIS Arena, also known as the Palace, this week for the first home game of the 2024-25 WNBL season, and following a $15 million upgrade achieved in partnership with the ACT Labor government. The upgrade effectively doubles crowd capacity, allowing not only more fans to witness the excitement of live basketball, but also allows for the growth being witnessed across women's sport. Deputy Speaker, congratulations to the Capitals on 40 amazing years and to Mrs Lotting for your outstanding service to the Capitals and to basketball locally.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to Crescent Head legend and sporting identity Jeff Kennett, who passed away just last month. He was a member of a very special group of people, just one of 20 runners to compete in 50 consecutive City to Surf races. Jeff was educated at Trinity Grammar and excelled in sport, and he caught the eye of New South Wales selectors playing first-grade cricket as a talented left-arm quick. But lured by the waves, cricket was set aside as Jeff fell in love with surfing, joining his mates to represent North Cronulla Surf Club. It was with these mates he ran his first City to Surf. Another of Jeff's accomplishments was competing in the World Championships in Spain as captain of the Australian water ski. Jeff moved to his beloved Crescent Head in the early 80s and involved himself with community sport, generously sharing his time, knowledge and passion for training with many of the local athletes. Over the years, Jeff competed in numerous events from fun runs to marathons, short course triathlons and Ironman races. Those who knew him referred to him as Superman.
Jeff's footsteps will be missed on the road to Bondi, the beaches of Crescent Head, and by his loving wife Bobby, son Matt, family and many, many friends. Vale, Jeff Kennett.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Thursday, I welcomed Assistant Minister for Immigration, Matt Thistlethwaite, to Holt for a meeting with leaders from our Tamil and Afghan communities. Holt is home to one of Australia's largest refugee populations, many of whom have endured long years of uncertainty under the Liberals' failed policies. Some have been here for over 15 years now, with Australian families, yet remain on short-term visas, consistently fearing deportation. Our government has taken significant steps to address these issues. Deputy Speaker, since coming to office, we've granted 19,000 refugee permanent residencies and abolished the flawed fast-track system, creating a stable future for those seeking refuge. It is disappointing that Peter Dutton wants to take us backwards and cut our humanitarian program to only 13,750 places per year, keeping more families separated. As a migrant, I am proud to be part of a government that takes our voices seriously. This meeting with Minister Thistlethwaite allowed community leaders to voice their feedback on remaining gaps in the system. Their input is essential in shaping policies that uphold Australia's values of fairness and compassion.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Beaumaris Sports Association was formed in the mid-1990s to develop a local sporting ground, clubhouse and associated infrastructure for the Beaumaris estate in Iluka. The popular facility has become a central hub for our community, and over the past 25 years, there has been a steady growth in membership to 2,500 members who regularly use the clubhouse for sporting and community use. The resident clubs are the Joondalup Bowling Club, the Joondalup City Football Club, and the Joondalup Districts Cricket Club, formerly known as the North Perth Cricket Club, with a rich history dating back to 1898. Committee members Craig Gerrans and Brett Raponi recently visited my office to seek assistance with much-needed capital improvements. The Cricket Club has been successful in securing funding for the lighting of the practice nets. However, an electrical transformer upgrade is required at the cost of $200,000. Due to increasing female participation in sports such as cricket and soccer, a refurbishment of the change rooms and toilet facilities is essential. Finally, a refrigerated air conditioning upgrade to the well-patronised clubhouse is warranted. On behalf of the Beaumaris Sports Association, I make the strong case in support of contributions from all three levels of government.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The electorate of Spence is a hub of innovation. Each and every day in the northern suburbs of Adelaide, some of the most impressive technological work in the country happens in our backyard. But perhaps more importantly, that work in our community serves as an unlocked door of opportunity for people in the north, giving our future innovators a chance to gain valuable skills in advanced manufacturing and beyond, and to make their mark in the present. BAE Systems Australia at their Edinburgh Parks facility is a prime example of a manufacturer doing exactly that. And I was fortunate enough to pay them a visit alongside the Special Envoy for Defence, Veterans Affairs and Northern Australia, the member for Solomon, last week. We were honoured to meet advanced manufacturing apprentices on the ground like Hayley, Damon and Danush. Hayley spoke of the warm family-like environment that's been fostered for young apprentices like herself at BAE. Damon loves the ability to apply mathematical skills to deliver innovative engineering solutions. And Danush appreciated the fact that everything is a learning opportunity, with apprentices encouraged to be the best versions of themselves. The experience of these fine young apprentices are just the tip of the iceberg at BAE, where members of our community are making an invaluable contribution to our national security through their own rewarding innovation in a welcoming environment. And I say to all of you, keep up the great work down there at Edinburgh Parks. Thank you for the House.
Manager of Opposition Business.
When he was in opposition, the now Prime Minister made all kinds of promises. He promised that
Life would be cheaper under him. There'd be cheaper power bills, cheaper mortgages and much else. But 2.5 years later, the reality is very different from his promise. Power bills were supposed to go down, but they've gone up and up and up, in some cases by $1,000 per household. Mortgage rates were supposed to go down, but in fact they've gone up and up and up. The cash rate is up 12 times under this government, and a typical household with a mortgage is now paying up to $30,000 extra a year. We are seeing prices going up across the board. Education up 11.2% since the election, food up 12.3%, housing up 13.1%, gas up 33.8%, and core inflation in the year to the September quarter is at 3.5%, well above the Reserve Bank's target range, and homegrown inflation running at 7 times imported inflation. And this government doesn't seem to know what to do to get it under control. We've got a treasurer reduced to playing accounting tricks, handing out on-budget subsidies to try and disguise the fact that the underlying price of electricity is up by 30% since Labor was elected. It's time to stop the excuses, Prime Minister and Treasurer, and get the cost of living down like you promised.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This House is for grown-ups, not children who throw tantrums in aisle 9 of the supermarket, demanding fancy chocolates rather than the Freddo Frog. After their drubbing in Queensland, the ACT, council elections across New South Wales and Victoria, the Greens, in a rare moment of clarity, have admitted that they need to do some soul-searching. Their extremism, militancy and sheer bloody mindedness has cost them votes, but the cost to Australians wanting to rent or buy is even higher. 339 days ago would have been the best time to pass Labor's housing bills, particularly our shared equity scheme, but the next best time is now. This scheme replaces the bank of mum and dad with the government, who stumps up 30 to 40% of the price of a home, enabling Aussies on modest incomes to get a foot in the housing market. At 40,000 spots, it's not going to fix the housing crisis, and we never claimed it would, because there is no silver bullet. We know that, and this is why we need multifaceted solutions, like our build-to-rent reforms, which will deliver 160,000 homes in the next 10 years. But again, this has been held up by the Greens and the Libs. I don't expect the Libs to put the national interest above politics, but I do expect more from the Greens. But the good news, Deputy Speaker, is that children grow up. There is hope for the Greens. They could take a swig from the cup of pragmatism and actually pass our bills, and I urge them to do so this week.
Member for Page. Oh, sorry. I gave you the call, member for Page.
Oh, sorry, Speaker, I didn't hear it. Speaker, thank you. The cost of living is the #1 issue facing Australian families right now, and it's getting worse under Anthony Albanese and the Labor government. The Prime Minister said life would be cheaper under Labor. Speaker, it's not. A typical Australian household with a mortgage is $35,000 a year off, worse than they were 2 years ago. Over 20,000 of that increase in cost of living is the 12 interest rate increases we've seen under this government. Remember, they said mortgages would be cheaper, but they're certainly not. The other $10,000 is of a range of things that have increased under this government. Remember the $275 power cut to your bill? No, it's up to a $1,000 increase for the typical Australian family. Costs have gone up in health, 10.5%. Education is up 11%. Food is up 12%. Housing is up 13%. Rents are up 16%, and financial insurance is up 17%, and gas is up 33%. And I note, Speaker, as you would have, interest rates are falling across the globe, but not here in Australia because of this government. They've been distracted by other things, no more than the divisive voice referendum they ran last year. Speaker, families are working out that only a coalition government can manage the economy. Families have worked out that they can trust the coalition bringing down the cost of living. They can trust the coalition on getting immigration numbers right. They can trust the coalition on keeping the lights on and affordable. They know they can't trust this lot.
Call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Accessible, affordable healthcare is one of the things I and most Australians value. It underpins our quality of life. It's part of the Australian way of life. Prior to the introduction of Medicare 40 years ago, medical bills were the #1 cause of bankruptcy in this country, as it still is in many places around the world. Now it's unheard of here. Since this government tripled the bulk billing incentive, we've seen 5.5 million additional bulk bill visits in the past 12 months, addressing the slide in bulk billing rates we inherited from those opposite. We know that over 1 million Australians were going without their medication prior to the minister introducing cheaper medicines, cutting the co-payment, freezing PBS prices and introducing 60-day prescriptions, 2 months medication for the price of one. We've opened 75 bulk billing urgent care clinics across the country, and soon they will have seen 1 million patients. The Marion Urgent Care Clinic in Boothby opened almost exactly a year ago today, and has seen over 11,000 patients through its doors. Fully bulk billed, that's 11,000 fewer people in emergency departments or waiting for care. This government is committed to protecting Medicare from the Leader of the Opposition, voted by doctors as the worst ever health minister, and the Shadow Treasurer, who's threatened to cut.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I inform the House of the death on 19 October 2024 of Harry Vernon Quick, a member of this House for the Division of Franklin from 1993 to 2007. As a mark of respect to the memory of Harry Quick, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I rise to pay my respect on the death last Friday evening of Faye Miles. Faye Miles showed us what a trailblazer truly is. She made a real difference. Crucially, she made a lasting difference for women in particular, but ultimately for the nation. Faye was appointed Victoria's first Equal Opportunity Commissioner in 1977, following the Hamer government's introduction of the Equal Opportunities Act. She was the first woman to become Deputy Chancellor of Melbourne University in 1986. Faye was the first woman to become Chancellor of Melbourne University in 2001. And Faye was made a member of the Order of Australia in 1986. She was inducted in the Victorian Honour Roll of Women for her leadership and dedication to human rights in 2010. Throughout her 98 years, Faye led a life that was full and complete and was about compassion for others and making a difference. From Melbourne University's statement, Faye Miles was a leading feminist in Victoria and a fierce advocate for the right of women to take their place in Australia's workforce. To my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, and all of the Miles family, on behalf of the Parliament, we express our sincerest condolences on your loss. May Faye Miles AM rest in peace.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his very generous and appropriate words. Extend our condolences as a coalition to the Deputy Prime Minister and to his family on the loss of his mother, and a woman who, as the Prime Minister just detailed, accomplished so much in her life, and I know was a role model for the Deputy Prime Minister and for his siblings, and an inspiration to the Miles family. To become the Deputy Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor and the Chancellor, among many other career highlights, and to manage a family at the same time speaks to the character and the tenacity of Faye Miles, and we wish every comfort to the Miles family. May Faye Miles rest in peace.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When Stephen Miles was deeply unpopular, he went on a spending spree to try and help him reset and gain his popularity back. Mr Miles was willing to sacrifice the state's finances to try to make people like him again. The Prime Minister played this card trick on the weekend with his $16 billion university degree debt policy. Prime Minister, our country is off track, and this Labor government is damaging the economy and keeping interest rates higher for longer, which is hurting families. When will the reckless spending stop?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. There's far too much noise during that question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question, and I give him credit for having the courage to come to the dispatch box, having been part of a government that left a $78 billion deficit that we turned into a $22 billion surplus, and then produced a second surplus the year after, from an opposition that, when they were in government, left $1 trillion of debt, reading as far as the eye could see.
Order. The member for Grey.
But what we have done in government is to halve inflation. When we came to government, it had a 6 in front of it, and today it has a 2 in front of it. And we've done that while we've created on our watch 1 million jobs. The first time that has ever happened by any government in any term since Federation. At the same time, we've got real wages increasing. They've increased by more since we came to government than occurred under their previous 9 long years. And what we have also done is provide cost of living relief when it's been necessary. Done it in a way that is responsible. But they've never seen any cost of living relief they didn't want to bag. They've never supported any of it, so it's not surprising they're not supporting this relief either. What this is about is cutting student debt by 20%. The first thing we'll do, if we're re-elected, we will introduce legislation. 3 million people will benefit. A typical university graduate will see their debt cut by $5,500. Now, as a direct result of what the former government did, the Morrison government, by lowering the threshold in which payments have to come back, for some people, their interest is more than their original debt. The interest that they are paying, that is a direct result. So we're also raising the student debt repayment threshold from $54,000 to $67,000 and lowering the repayment rate. If you're earning $70,000 a year, you'll save $1,300 a year in repayments. But in addition to that, we are also making free TAFE permanent. Already 500,000 Australians have benefited. More tradies to build homes, more apprentices getting a start, more carers to look after our loved ones, more opportunities for Australians. We understand that education is the key to opening those doors of opportunity, and we want to widen them. That's what this government's about, and I'm proud of the announcements that we made over the last few days. And over the coming days and weeks and months, there'll be more about what our second-term agenda looks like.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Honourable Member for Macnamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australians with a student debt, and what has been the response?
Order. The member for Gippsland is warned. No one is to interject before a minister begins their answer. Same rules are applying. The Minister for Education has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the fantastic member for Macnamara, for his question. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that if we win the next election, the first legislation that we introduce to Parliament will cut all student debts by 20%. And that will help 3 million Australians right across the country, including 27,000 people in the electorate of Macnamara. They're people with a uni degree. They're also people with a TAFE qualification.
Order.
And if they have got the average student debt of, say, 27 grand, that'll wipe $5,500 off their bill. And if they've got a debt of 50 grand, it'll wipe about $10,000 off their bill. That's a lot of help for a lot of young Australians just out of uni, just out of TAFE, maybe moving just out of home, just getting started. And if we win the next election, we'll also make it easier for them to pay off those debts. You won't have to start paying it off until you earn $67,000. In other words, you won't have to start paying it off until going to uni or going to TAFE starts to pay off for you. We'll also reduce the minimum payments that they have to make each year. And so if you're earning about $75,000, we'll reduce the repayments that you have to make next year by about $1,000. That's an extra $1,000 in your pocket rather than the government's. That's real cost of living relief, cutting their debt and reducing their repayments. It's all part of building a better and a fairer education system. It's all part of building Australia's future. And guess who wants to stop all of this? The Liberal Party. That's what they said on the weekend. Well, at least 3 million Australians now know where they stand. That's everyone from chippies and sparkies with a TAFE qualification to teachers and nurses with a uni degree. They now know that if Labor wins the next election, we'll cut their debt by 20%. And if the Liberals win, they won't. They know that Labor will help them and the Liberals will dud them. That's what they'll be doing, dudding 3 million Australians, making them pay thousands more in debt, making it harder to pay off, harder to get started and harder to get ahead. That's what's happened. That's what we've got now with the modern Liberal Party, anti-education, anti-aspiration. This Prime Minister wants to open the doors of opportunity wider. This opposition leader wants to slam them shut.
Well, before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I didn't sit through that answer and continually say order, order the way through. I shouldn't have to. But in that answer, the member for O'Connor interjected 11 times continuously. So he will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. I shouldn't have to continually chide members. I'm going to try something different this week and ask everyone to lift their standards and improve the amount of interjections, or decrease the amount of interjections. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Is Australia in a household recession?
Give the call to the order. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
We know. I thank the Deputy Leader for her question. What we know
Leader of the Opposition.
Many Australians are doing it tough. They have had a difficult period, and it's been a difficult period in the global economy.
The member for Herbert.
A difficult period in the global economy. But if you look at what we are doing, those 1 million Australians who have found additional work, so that more people are working than ever before, that is a result of this government's policies. When you look at the participation rate, it's at 67.2%. When you look at...
Prime Minister is 40 seconds into the answer, so he was reading out statistics about the economy, and the question was about a specific part of the economy the Deputy Leader asked. So, order. The Leader of the Opposition will need to cease interjecting so I can hear the point of order from the Deputy Leader.
The point of order is on relevance, Mr Speaker. It was a tightly worded question. A household recession is a technically defined term, and we would expect a yes or no answer.
Order. Order. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the demand of the standing orders is that the answer be relevant to the terms of the question, and anything that goes to the financial situation of households in Australia is clearly relevant to the terms of the question.
As I was making the point, as long as the Prime Minister is being directly relevant regarding facts and figures, obviously I don't know if he's going to give a yes or no answer. I can appreciate the Deputy Leader would like that, but under the standing orders, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition is warned and won't interject for the remainder of this question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We understand that many households are under pressure. It's precisely why we gave a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer, all 13.6 million of them, not just some. But what was going to happen under their plan was that we were all going to get a tax cut, but low and middle income earners were going to miss out. And they're still justifying their old scheme.
Order.
And we look forward, we wait for their policy to claw back the tax cuts that they've called waste. In addition to that, of course, we have provided energy price relief for every single household. In addition to that, we have provided for cheaper medicines, something that those opposite also opposed and said would be a disaster. We've introduced 60-day dispensing, literally cutting the costs in half. And those opposite, and I take the interjection from the Leader of the National Party, who said, how much did it cost you, the 60-day dispensing? What he doesn't say, and he should interject, is how much did people benefit? How much did pensioners, when they go to the pharmacy and they get cheaper medicine? Because that's what we provided. So on the one hand, they ask a question about households, and at the same time they interject about every single measure that we have put in place, whether it's cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, energy price relief, tax cuts for all of these measures making a difference. Fee-free TAFE making a difference. The measures that we introduced, or we announced yesterday, they've already said they'll oppose. There's not a single cost of living measure that those opposite are prepared to support.
When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government help ease the cost of living for students and young people in a responsible way, and what alternatives are there?
Call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, thanks very much, and thanks to the member for Moreton for his question. We're going to miss you, mate, when you retire at the first half of next year. But young Leo and young Stan will get a bit more time with the old man, and that's a good thing as well, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Moreton understands, as we do, that even with inflation coming off considerably and the progress that we've made in the economy, we know that people are still under pressure. And we also know that that pressure is often felt disproportionately by young people, including people who are carrying a lot of student debt. And this is part of the intergenerational unfairness in our economy, which we are determined to address in a responsible way. It's why we made the tax cuts fairer for young people. It's why we increased rent assistance twice and building more homes. It's why we're already legislating to make the indexation of student debt fairer. And it's why I want to pay tribute to this Prime Minister, Education Minister and Skills Minister for the three important announcements that they made on the weekend. First, to make fee-free TAFE a permanent feature of our system. Secondly, to lift the amount of money people can earn before they start paying student debt back. And thirdly, to slash that debt by 20%. This is all about easing cost of living pressures and lifting some of the burden on young people. It means more Australians keeping more of what they earn and paying back less debt. Now, Mr Speaker, not everybody in this House thinks we should help students and graduates with the cost of living. Those opposite want Australians to have more student debt, not less. They couldn't care less about the pressures that young people are facing in our country. Now, these are the same characters who say they oppose these changes on economic and fiscal grounds, the same people who left us much higher inflation and much more debt in the budget. When they were in office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and now it has a 2 in front of it. It was much higher and rising under them, and now it's lower and falling under us. We've more than halved inflation in our time in office. And debt is $150 billion lower under us because of our responsible economic management has been cleaning up the mess that those opposite left behind. Now, Mr Speaker, our responsible economic management has meant that we can get the budget in better nick and make room for what really matters, for the things that our society really treasures and values, Mr Speaker. Easing the cost of living and lifting some of the debt burden on young people is a really important part of that effort. Now, those opposite would throw it all away, and they would make life harder for young people and for Australians more broadly. And that is one of the many real risks and one of the many real costs of the reckless arrogance of this opposition leader. This side of the House wants to make life easier for young people. That side of the House wants to make it harder, and that's been made very clear in the last 24 hours.
Before I call the member for Clark, I'll just do some acknowledgements in the gallery today. He will get the call. I'm honoured to inform the House that we are joined today by Mr Adam Jogee, MP, member for Newcastle under Lyme in the United Kingdom Parliament. And also, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is former member for Hunter and former Cabinet Minister, the Honourable Joel Fitzgibbon. And I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are recipients of the Stronger Medicare Awards, awarded in recognition of those who have gone above and beyond to improve the lives and health outcomes of all Australians. On behalf of members, I congratulate you and wish you a warm welcome to question time. I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, in an interview on ABC Perth on 24 September, you defended your government's refusal to implement a complete ban on the advertising of sports and online gambling by saying the problem is overwhelmingly poker machines. So, why don't you use the Corporations Act or the Commonwealth's tax powers to implement harm minimisation measures nationally on poker machines? Or is the reality that the Labor Party is simply in the pockets of the predatory gambling companies?
Order. I want to hear from the Leader of the House on this.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. The last part of that question offends standing orders in a number of ways, including obviously being an imputation.
The standing orders are pretty clear, and I just want to refer to members. Particularly, I'm going to rule that last part of the question out. Standing Order 100D4 is clear that questions must not contain imputations. So I'm going to take this opportunity to remind all members this is a warning. Other speakers in similar circumstances have ruled the entire question out when this starts creeping into the questions. So it's a warning for every member that imputations I will not tolerate. At this instance, I'm not prepared to rule the question out of order, but I will rule the last part out. And if it continues and this trend emerges, so everyone's clear, the question will just be ruled out and we'll move to the next question. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I don't question the quote that the member for Clark has used about poker machines being the main source of gambling losses in Australia, because that is just a fact.
Before I call the member for Boothby, I was remiss in not reminding the House that Mrs Louise Marcus is also in the gallery today, a former member for Greenway in this place. Give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government making education more affordable and more accessible, and is there any opposition to this?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Boothby for her question and thank her and the other South Australian members for hosting us there in the great city of Adelaide yesterday, along with Peter Malinauskas, the Premier of South Australia.
Order. The Leader
this
of the
government does want to help more Australians in both TAFE and university and higher ed. But we want to do more than that as well. We want the continuum of education from early childhood education and the measures that we've done there, including the 15% pay increase, 10% this December, another 5% next December. The work that the Minister for Education is doing on schools, where we have $16 billion on the table to support essentially the objectives that have been around since the Gonski review, that would lift the resourcing standard for every student up. And I note that a range of states and territories have already signed up, and we're hoping to get more in coming weeks. But when it comes to higher ed, it is absolutely vital that we invest, because 80% of the students who are currently in primary school will require either a university degree or a TAFE qualification in order to get employment in their post-school years. It's not something that's an add-on, it's something that will be a necessary component. And that's why yesterday we announced that 3 million people will benefit from the 20% cut in student debt. A typical university graduate will see their debt cut by $5,500. That's why we're raising the student debt repayment threshold, so that if you're earning $70,000 a year, you'll save $1,300 a year in repayments. That's why we're making free TAFE permanent. And I met with some apprentices in mechanics who are working at Toyota here in Canberra just before question time, and they're there up in the gallery. The fantastic apprentices who are taking the opportunity to better their lives, but also to make a contribution to our national economy, and that will make an enormous difference. We'll help everyone with student debt now and deliver a better deal for students in the year ahead. Permanent structural reform to boost take-home pay for young Australians, putting more money back into pockets, good for cost of living, good for intergenerational equity, and good for building Australia's future.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. For how many months have Australians suffered under Labor's household recession?
Call to the Treasurer. Order.
Thank you,
Members
Mr
on my
Speaker.
left.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Shadow Treasurer really cared about living standards, he'd support our efforts to ease the cost of living. And if he really cared about living standards, he wouldn't have left us behind, real wages falling very substantially, and we've now turned that around and real wages are growing again. And so if he cares about per capita circumstances, and if he cares about living standards in our economy, he should be supporting our efforts to clean up the mess that those opposite left behind. And when we came to office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, it's now got a 2 in front of it. When we came to office, real wages were falling 3.4%. They're growing again, Mr Speaker. And these all go to the very core of the Shadow Treasurer's question about living standards. Now, if he wants to use the per capita measure, Mr Speaker, then he should acknowledge that the per capita measure has gone backwards around 1 in every 3 quarters since the data began. It actually went backwards 4 times under former Prime Minister Morrison, Mr Speaker. And they also recorded...
Order. Members on my right, the member for Spence. The Shadow Treasurer entitled to raise a point of order, and he's going to be given that opportunity now.
Mr Speaker, relevance. It's a very specific question. For how many months have Australians suffered under the Treasurer's household recession?
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the Treasurer has gone to the exact data set that's referred to in the question to compare and contrast. You couldn't be more directly relevant.
I'm just going to order the member for Hume. I'm just going to make sure the data that the Treasurer is reading into the record is relevant to the question. It is not an opportunity for the Treasurer to simply talk about the opposition. It's not an opportunity for the Treasurer to talk about alternative policies, but in the answer he can compare and contrast with the data that he's been asked about the economic question that he's referring to. So I'll listen carefully. Order. I don't know what he's going to say, so we're going to have to listen. But the Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very specifically referring to the exact data set that the Shadow Treasurer is asking me about. And I've pointed out to him that GDP per capita went backwards for consecutive quarters under those opposite. And we have acknowledged in a number of different ways from this dispatch box and outside this parliament that growth in the Australian economy has been very soft and households are doing it tough. People are doing it tough. And the point that I made at the start of my answer, Mr Speaker, and I want to reiterate here, is that if you care about per capita living standards in this economy, you've got two options. You've got two options. One option is to try and help people where you can. That's our approach. And the other option is to oppose wage increases and cost of living help, which is the approach of those opposite, Mr Speaker. So in summary, Mr Speaker, the GDP measure of growth in our economy has been weak under governments of both political persuasions. We acknowledge that. The difference is we're doing something about it. The difference is we're doing something about it. Now, those opposite, when on the weekend, Mr Speaker, when we said that we were going to help students and graduates with student debt, Mr Speaker, this goes right to the core of the question. When we said that we wanted to help people with student debt, Mr Speaker, those opposite said that they opposed it. And the reason they said they opposed it was because it didn't apply to everyone. It didn't apply to everyone, Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer wasn't asked about the education policy, so you'll need to make it directly relevant to the question you were asked.
Yes, Mr Speaker, it's directly relevant because it goes to living standards and helping people who are doing it tough, Mr Speaker. The point that I'm making is this. When we tried to give a tax cut to every taxpayer, they said it was too broad. Now that we're helping with student debt, they say it's too narrow. Make up your mind, Mr Speaker. They need to decide, do they care about per capita living standards or not? If they do, they should support our efforts to help people with the cost of living.
We'll hear from the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Youth. Young people in my community have told me that cost is a huge barrier to them pursuing education after school. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make sure young people can access further education?
The call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Higgins for her question, but also for her continued advocacy. And the member for Higgins, like many of the members on this side of the House, has had those consultations with young people, has gone out there and spoken to young people in her electorate, and I'm really grateful for the question, bringing it here to the parliament. And Mr Speaker, last year we held national consultations with around 5,000 young people right across Australia to talk to them about the issues that matter most to them. And they told us that cost of living was their number one issue. Their number one issue was cost of living. Education and training was among the top 5 issues that young people most care about. Now, we've heard from young Australians that they are acutely feeling cost of living pressures, and they are struggling, particularly with the cost of higher and further education. In fact, Mr Speaker, if I may, one respondent to our National Youth Survey said this. They said, "I would love to study more and I would love to upskill. However, university is so expensive that I don't feel it's an option for me." Right? To have a young person say that they don't feel that higher education is an option for them. Now, at a youth roundtable that I held with the member for Perth in Perth recently, participants who were school students told us that they were worried about taking on the debt associated with going to university. And another survey respondent said this to us. He said, "Making education cheaper, whether it's university, school or TAFE, would lead to greater success among young people." That's what we're hearing from young people. That's directly the words of young people telling us what matters to them, cost of living and the cost of education. And that's why, Mr Speaker, this government is taking action. That's why we announced that we'd slash student debt by 20% for everyone. Now, that means that for the average university student, that's around a $5,500 cut from their HECS debt. That's significant for young people who are struggling with the cost of living. We're raising the threshold which universities have to start repaying their debt, meaning people can pay off their debts more easily. But, Mr Speaker, not all young people need to go to university, not all young people want to go to university, and not all young people should go to university. TAFE is a really important, TAFE and vocational education, a really important component of higher education. And we want to make sure that young people can access TAFE. That's why we have a $1.5 billion investment for fee-free TAFE and vet places, already supporting 500,000 student enrolments since January last year. That's why we're bringing the cost down for young Australians. We're opening doors for them to pursue education and to build a better future for themselves and for Australia.
The call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister was elected, the official cash rate was 0.35%. Without reference to the Treasurer, can the Prime Minister inform the House as to what the cash rate is today?
Order. No, Order. The Minister for Infrastructure is now warned. I couldn't hear the question because people were interjecting. This is the problem. If I can't hear the question, I can't then make rulings on relevance and whatnot. So, out of respect for the member for Hughes, I'll invite her to ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister was elected, the cash rate was 0.35%. Without reference to the Treasurer, can the Prime Minister inform the House as to what the cash rate is today?
The member for Lengiari is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
We understand that interest rates have caused pressure on Australian households. And of course, interest rates, we have seen a series of increases, 13 of them, which began under the former government, to the point whereby the Reserve Bank will meet tomorrow, and the rate is, of course, 4.35. But that is less than. But that is less than the United Kingdom, where it's 5. It's less than New Zealand, which is 4.75. It's less than the United States, which is 5. And the Shadow Treasurer interjects. That's because they were higher than us. That's why they're coming down, but off a higher point, because inflation peaked higher and earlier in those economies. But what we have seen with last week, with the inflation rate, with the 2 in front of it, the monthly rate going down to 2.1, I remember the March 2022 quarter, where the quarterly figure was 2.1. The quarterly figure was 2.1. So the last quarter in which they were in office was 2.1, the same as an annual figure that was released last week. The 4 figures last week all came down, every indicator of inflation, and that is because of a range of measures, including the delivery of 2 budget surpluses, something that would be unrecognisable by those opposite. And bear this in mind, they promised before the 2013 election that they would deliver a surplus the first year and every year thereafter. And one of the reasons why inflation was such a problem in Australia, as the COVID inquiry report confirmed, was the wasteful expenditure, giving $20 billion to companies that weren't seeing a decrease in their revenue, some of which were seeing an increase in their revenue, some of which were seeing an increase in their revenue. Now, the cash rate under the Leader of the Opposition as Assistant Treasurer was 6.75%.
Give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians to reach their full potential by removing financial barriers to study? And how does this compare with other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank my friend, the member for Aston, for her question. She knows that the Albanese government has put public TAFE back at the centre of training. Under our government, more than 500,000 people have taken up the opportunities of a fee-free TAFE place. We've opened the door for Australians to get the skills they want and which our economy needs to build Australia's future. And, Speaker, Australians are seizing that opportunity. 35,000 enrolments in construction courses, the same in early education, 50,000 in digital technology, 130,000 in aged and disability care. There is no doubt, Speaker, that free TAFE is changing lives, and that is why we are locking it in. As the Prime Minister announced in Adelaide yesterday, the Albanese Labor government will introduce legislation to establish fee-free TAFE as an enduring feature of our national vocational education and training system. This will be funding 100,000 free TAFE places a year, every year, from 2027. And this will give certainty to students, to industry, to TAFEs and the community. It will help give job seekers a fresh start. It will support more young people training for a new career and assist more older workers who are skilling up for a new opportunity. After a decade of neglect from those opposite, the Albanese government is committed to rebuilding the vocational education and training sector. And free TAFE is supporting a prosperous and equitable Australia, removing financial barriers to education and training and delivering a coordinated response to workforce shortages. And it gives Australians the confidence to study. Now, I met Grayson in Frankston. He's a fee-free TAFE student studying a Cert 4 in mental health. This is what he told me. I struggled a lot in high school and I never thought I'd study again. I was never going back to studying. But what helped him make his decision was that the pressure of money had been removed. Not having to think about that meant that he was confident to go on to further education. And now he says he really, really loved his time in the course. I also met Christy and Logan Lee, who's studying towards a diploma of nursing. She said this: "It felt like the right time to take the next step in my career, and fee-free TAFE is a huge help. The financial support has allowed me to focus on my studies without worrying about tuition costs. Nursing careers will always be in demand, and no artificial intelligence can replace the compassion and empathy nurses provide." She urges others to take up these opportunities and says this: being free is a massive bonus. I agree with Christie, Speaker, and as long as there is a Labor government, free TAFE is here to stay.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, given the Chair of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission has said divestiture-like powers would be useful to have in the toolkit, why won't the Prime Minister stand up for families and farmers against the big supermarkets and back the coalition supermarket proposals introduced to Parliament today, including tough new court-ordered divestiture powers?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the Nationals for his question about a really important issue, and that's how we make sure that when it comes to our supermarkets we get a fair go for farmers and families. That's our objective as a Labor government, Mr Speaker. Not that long ago, in the last couple of weeks or so, I stood next to the Chair of the ACCC, the terrific Chair of the ACCC, who was asked about divestiture powers. And the point that the Chair made then and the point that I want to make now is the things that we are doing to crack down on the supermarkets will make the sorts of powers that the Leader of the National Party is talking about today unnecessary. If we get in at the start and prevent the kinds of mergers which are anti-competitive, we get in and do the right thing in the ways that the legislation that Assistant Minister Lee and Minister Jones and I have been working on, then we can get the right kind of outcome without going towards these sorts of proposals. And the reasons why we should be very wary about the proposals that the Leader of the Nationals has put forward today is we want to make sure that there aren't unintended consequences when it comes to divestiture. You know, divestiture powers are a blunt instrument. They are rarely used in any other jurisdiction. And frankly, Mr Speaker, we've got better ways to crack down on anti-competitive behaviour, especially when it comes to supermarkets. Now, Mr Speaker, we don't see any evidence anywhere in the world of where breaking up the major supermarkets is working. If you force one supermarket to divest, and the only viable buyer is another big supermarket chain, then that divestiture makes things worse. It makes things less competitive, not more competitive, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Now, I finish on this point, Mr. Speaker. The merger that risks consumers the most in this country right now is this very bizarre merger between the Greens political party, the Liberals and the National Party. This is the merger which should trouble Australian consumers the most, Mr. Speaker. This is the merger that risks doing the most damage to people who are struggling to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. This bizarre and unholy alliance between the Greens, the Nats and the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. This Labor government is doing a number of things to make our supermarket sector more competitive, and that's because we want a fair go for farmers and families. The difference between this side of the House and that side of the House, and frankly up there as well, is they just get to write these kind of neatly worded press releases. We've actually got to run the place, and we're making our economy more competitive in a range of ways, and we're working very closely with the wonderful ACCC chair as we do it.
I'll hear from the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting more Australians into apprenticeships and more apprentices to become tradies to reach the ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes after a wasted decade?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Hawke for his question. He is a hugely powerful advocate in this parliament for a better housing deal for our constituents because it matters so much to the people that he came here to represent. Speaker, in Hawke, as in Hotham, as in every part of our country, Australians are doing it tough, and housing costs are a really big part of this picture. We hear it from our constituents. We all talk to young people in our electorate, Speaker, who describe that intense feeling of despair they feel when they've just missed out on another rental application. A feeling they say, they talk about this fact that they don't know when they're going to get secure and affordable housing over their heads. Speaker, we talk to young families who a generation ago or a generation before that would absolutely have been in home ownership already, but today are stuck in a rent trap with that dream of home ownership going further and further away. So, Speaker, at the core of all these issues is actually something quite straightforward. Australia has not been building enough housing in this country for more than a generation. And that's why our government is working with the states to build more homes, because the more homes we build, the more affordable housing for all Australians. Now, if we're going to build more homes, Speaker, we're going to need more tradies. We're going to need more plumbers, more sparkies, more tilers and bricklayers. And yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that a Labor government would continue its transformative support of TAFE, with a commitment to deliver 100,000 fee-free TAFE places every year. Speaker, this is absolutely massive. It will permanently remove this cost barrier to training for 100,000 people in our country every year. And Speaker, as a Labor government, we know that when we offer Australians opportunities like this, they grab them with both hands. Since we introduced fee-free TAFE in 2023, more than 500,000 people have taken up this opportunity of free training. 35,000 of those have been in occupations which are critical to construction and housing. We stumped up another $86 billion to work with states and territories to fund another 20,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places in courses critical to construction and housing. Now, Speaker, we arrived in office to find our country in the grips of the worst labour shortage that we've experienced in our country since the Second World War. And part of that problem was the decade of neglect and cuts that we saw to education, to training and to apprentices. And if that has a familiar ring to it, it's because this is what we can expect from the Liberals if they get into office in what they're offering on housing. Speaker, the latest tabulation shows that the Liberals now are planning to cut $19 billion from our government's commitments to housing. I mean, what a bizarre and inexplicable thing to do, to cut housing funding in the middle of a housing crisis. Now, we're taking a different approach, a bold and ambitious $32 billion housing agenda, building more homes, getting a better deal for renters and getting more Australians into the dream of home ownership.
Before I call the Leader of the Australian Greens, the member for Fisher has been getting a pretty good go. He is now warned. Give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
We welcome Labor adopting Greens' policy to start to cancel student debt. But why are you waiting for an election to legislate this? Will you commit to introducing legislation on debt cancellation and changing the repayment thresholds this week so that we can pass it by the end of this month, giving people debt relief and certainty now?
Order. The member for Bennelong, the member for Cunningham and the member for Fremantle are all warned for interjecting before even someone has begun their answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I really do thank the member for Melbourne for that question, because the member for Melbourne leads a political party that is combining with the coalition over there in the other place to hold up legislation, including legislation not from the last budget, but from the budget beforehand. The budget beforehand. And as a direct result, take for example our Help to Buy legislation. Help to Buy legislation, something that we took to the last election.
Order.
Something just like what they did with the HAF. They actually have motions moved in the Senate between the Greens and the Coalition where they defer things off into the never-never and say we can't talk about it until, in this case, until the November sittings. Well, we have in the November sittings as well aged care reform. We have, when it comes to the environmental reform that's there to create a national EPA for the first time, but the Greens and the Coalition holding that up in the Senate. We already have, of course, legislation that would reduce the debt for 3 million Australians by changing the indexation rules on HECS. I'm not sure whether the Greens political party have committed to amend that or support that. I'm not sure, because even when things are their policy, they say that they're not voting for it. They say they're not voting for it unless you change tax policy or you change this or that. The fact is that what we are doing, and we will do this across a range of areas, and it began yesterday. There's a range of legislation that we have committed to for this term. We want to see carried either this year or when Parliament sits next year. And then there is, of course, legislation committing to a second term agenda of what we will do as well. So we make no apologies for this period out from an election of saying what a re-elected Labor government will do. And a re-elected Labor government will continue to prioritise and build on what we have done already. So we've already done 500,000 fee-free TAFE places. We'll make it permanent. We've already reduced the debt for Australian graduates, whether it be of apprentices or university graduates. We'll do more as well.
The Prime Minister's concluded his answer. Call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How will the Albanese Labor government's commitments to continue free TAFE, introduce paid prac for nursing students, cut all student debts by 20% and give aged care workers a pay rise help to build and strengthen the aged care workforce?
Good question. Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Spence for his question, for his personal commitment to making sure that every opportunity is available to young people in his electorate. Mr Speaker, for the last 2.5 years, the Albanese government has been on a mission to lift the quality of aged care in Australia, to make a career in aged care something that you aspire to create a better life for yourself, to make sure that whether you are a kitchen hand in Perth, a personal care worker in Dalby or a registered nurse in Randwick, you feel valued, respected and that the doors of opportunity are open for you. We have ensured workers get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, investing $15.1 billion to deliver a pay rise in aged care. And underneath the Albanese Labor government, registered nurses are now taking home an additional $196 per week, or more than $10,000 a year extra. Personal care workers are now taking home an additional $141 per week, or $7,300 a year extra. And then we delivered a tax cut so that workers aren't just earning more, but keeping more of what they earn. A registered nurse on a level 1.3 award wage is receiving a tax cut of $1,745. A personal care worker with Certificate 3 qualification is receiving a tax cut of $1,166. Our work to support and strengthen the aged care workforce has not stopped there. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that if re-elected, the Albanese government will wipe 20% of student debt for everyone and make minimum repayments fairer. For a registered nurse with a $20,000 HECS debt, they will see $4,000 wiped off their bill. Wow. A personal care worker earning $60,000 will have to pay back $600 a year less. And to make sure we're not just growing the workforce, but growing a skilled workforce, we will continue to fund fee-free TAFE. Yeah. So far, 130,000 students have taken up this opportunity in aged care and in disability care. I travelled to far north Queensland and met with a personal care worker named Clyde who had Cert 3. He told me that he was only able to do his Cert 3 because of Labor's pay rise. He told me that he wants to go on now and do Certificate 4 and then eventually get his bachelor's, all while continuing his career in aged care. Well, I have good news for Clyde. Under a re-elected Albanese government, fee-free TAFE is here to stay. And that's what we've been working towards, and that's who we have been working for people like Clyde who have aspirations to create a better life for themselves and for their families. Those opposite might think that these jobs don't matter, but I can tell you care economy jobs are real jobs. They're looking after older Australians. What job could be more real?
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The IMF projects that Australia's inflation is expected to be the second highest of any advanced economy in 2015. Australia is at the back of the pack when it comes to fighting and beating inflation. Will this Prime Minister take responsibility for the cost of living pain Australian families are feeling today?
The Treasurer has the call. Order. The Minister's policy is rejecting.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think he meant 2025 rather than 2015. He might want to check that, and no doubt he can fix the Hansard later, Mr Speaker. He's only a decade out. Mr Speaker, I think it is unfortunately dishonest of the Shadow Treasurer to ask a question about inflation without acknowledging the very welcome and very encouraging data we got just last Wednesday. And that showed that the inflation that we inherited at 6.1 is now 2.8%, Mr Speaker. He could have mentioned that. And he could have mentioned as well that if he wants to ask me a question about headline inflation, he shouldn't have spent the last 6 months saying that headline inflation doesn't matter, only underlying inflation matters. He's got to make up his mind which one of those he wants to use, Mr Speaker. And if he's going to ask me about inflation, he should fess up to their shameful record on inflation, when inflation was more than twice what it is now on our watch. Inflation was much higher and rising under them, and it's much lower and falling under us. Now, he asked me about the IMF report, Mr Speaker, and I'm obviously not going to read to him the IMF report. I assume he has someone who turns the IMF reports into little cartoons that he can understand. But I will say this about the IMF report, Mr Speaker. The IMF has valuable insights to make. The IMF has valuable insights to share with the global economic community. And we have our own forecast, which we'll update the usual way in the mid-year update, and the Reserve Bank has their own forecast, which they'll update actually this week, as it turns out. And I know that those forecasts, like the ones that he asked me about, are always the subject, rightly, of a lot of focus and a lot of attention. But I say this, and this is a bit like what the Prime Minister said a moment ago, if you want to make comparisons between countries, make the full comparisons.
Inflation peaked lower and later here than in most other countries. Rates started rising here later than most other countries. They rose by less and had a lower peak here than in most other countries when it comes to interest rates and inflation similarly. And if you want to compare us to other countries, acknowledge that a lot of countries have got higher unemployment than us as well. A lot of other countries have got weaker economies than we do, Mr Speaker. Two-thirds of the OECD had a negative quarter, at least one negative quarter in the last year, Mr Speaker. So I say to the Shadow Treasurer, if he wants to make comparisons, make the whole comparison. And while he's talking about the IMF, the IMF said last week, Mr Speaker, that when those opposite were in charge, we had the 14th strongest budget in the world. Now we're top 3. Now we're top 3, Mr Speaker.
Order. The Treasurer will just pause so the Prime Minister will cease objecting so I can hear from the Shadow Treasurer on a point of order.
Speaker, you're showing a lot of lenience to the Treasurer, but the truth is the question asked for a compare and contrast with other countries on inflation, not between the government and other times.
Order. No, we'll just do this in a matter-of-fact, orderly way. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the point of order on relevance. The question was about 2015. The Shadow Treasurer misread the entire question. The Treasurer is doing his best with what was given to say something relevant to Australia now. But when what is put is about a period that is a decade ago, then to take a point of order on relevance is a real stretch.
Order. No. Members on my right. The member. We're not going to do anything until the House comes to order. The member for Bruce and the member for Holt. No, it doesn't work that way. People are entitled to raise points of order, and they will be shown respect while they are doing it. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. And further the point from the Leader of the House, it is not being directly relevant when you're not addressing Slovakia and the comparison with Slovakia that the question asked, and that was what the question asked.
Order. 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 Just order. I know it's the beginning of the week. The opposition are entitled to ask questions. I'm just going to remind the Treasurer, I want him to be tighter with his answers and I want to make sure he's being directly relevant. I'm listening carefully to the figures. I haven't heard him mention the country Slovakia yet. He may... Order. Order. He may come to that, but I can't make him say what you'd like him to say. But I will make sure he is being directly relevant, and I just want him to conclude in the last 17 seconds on that point. Order.
Mr Speaker, inflation peaked lower and later in this country than in other countries, and any honest comparison would acknowledge that. And if you want to ask me about IMF comparisons, ask us about the one that says we've gone from 14th under you to on the podium under this Prime Minister.
Order. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What have been the results from the Albanese Labor government's same job, same pay laws? What has been the response to these changes?
Great question.
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Hunter who came to this place fighting for same job, same pay laws. And for workers in the electorate of Hunter and around Australia, they started in effect on Friday. So now those laws that those on this side supported and those opposite opposed are finding their way into people's pay packets. And there is the question asks about the response, the results and the response. The results are now in people's pay packets, and the response from those opposite is that this is all at risk at the election This is one of the areas they have targeted and said that the opposition leader has announced they would get rid of. He might not like costed policies, but he really likes policies that cost. Policies that cost workers, policies that cost households. Batchfire mine in Queensland. 320 labour hire workers will receive pay rises of up to $20,000 a year. Every dollar at risk under those opposite. Australian Country Choice Production Meatworks. Meat workers' unions estimated that 200 labour hire workers there are now getting a pay rise of up to $500 a week. At Qantas, because we stood up to Qantas when Qantas were arguing that labour hire workers should be underpaid. In fact, what did the Leader of the Opposition say? And I quote the Leader of the Opposition, his words were this:
the member Barker.
Full credit to Alan Joyce. Full credit to Alan Joyce for labour hire workers to be paid less. And yet, 2,450 cabin crew at Qantas are being converted to direct employment, seeing pay rises of $300 a week. 800 labour hire flight attendants, pay rises up 28%. The coalition called same job, same pay a made-up issue. Senator Hume said workers getting these wage increases would be, and I quote, the worst thing. We now need to find out from the Leader of the Opposition, is his plan on repealing these laws to directly cut their pay, to freeze their pay, to allow labour hire back in so that they're simply made redundant and have to come back and apply for their own jobs? No matter which way you cut it, the policies that those opposite are taking to the election put these pay rises at direct threat and say to these workers, those opposite believe that they're being paid too much and they want to cut their pay.
Give a call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. The Headstone project undertakes valuable work identifying unmarked graves of World War I veterans and then providing them with a modest headstone. A request for deductible gift recipient status by Headstone Project South Australia was denied last December, despite its Tasmanian counterpart receiving GDR status in 2020. An appeal regarding the DGR status was lodged last month. As Treasurer, will you support the Headstone Project South Australia and overturn this decision?
Order. The member for McEwen will leave the chamber under 94A. To simply be interjecting during a question is highly disorderly. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for Mayo for her question as well. I undertake to her that I'll have another look at the most recent application that's been made. The truth is we get many more applications than we can afford to fund. We do our best working closely with Assistant Minister Lee to work out how we impose some sort of order and some sort of priority on those.
Order.
But if there's been
Member
some
for New
kind
England.
of obvious issue here with this one, then I'm obviously happy to take another look.
Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Treasurer. What progress has the Albanese Labor government made in the fight against inflation, and what obstacles are standing in the way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the outstanding member for Robertson for his question. Now, you wouldn't know it from those opposite, Mr Speaker, but since Parliament last sat, we got quarterly and monthly inflation numbers for September. Inflation at 2.8% was the lowest in almost 4 years. Inflation is now in the Reserve Bank's target range for the first time since 2021. And underlying inflation came down substantially as well, and it's now the lowest it's been in almost 3 years. And monthly inflation came down to 2.1%. So headline, underlying and monthly inflation all came down quite a bit, Mr Speaker. And that means we are making welcome, encouraging, heartening progress in the fight against inflation, but we know that people are still doing it tough, and we know that the fight isn't over yet. But when we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising. Now it is much lower and falling. When we came to office, it had a 6 in front of it, and now it has a 2 in front of it under us, Mr Speaker. Inflation is back in the target band, and our policies are helping. We are coming at this cost of living challenge from every conceivable and responsible angle. And the announcements that the PM and Education and Skills Ministers made on the weekend go to those cost of living efforts that we are making as a government. The energy rebates, they're also making a welcome difference, but they don't tell the whole story. Our 2 surpluses are helping as well. This is something that the Reserve Bank Governor has herself acknowledged. When it comes to the fight against inflation, our responsible economic management, whether it's the 2 surpluses, the way we're designing our cost of living help, that is helping in the fight against inflation, and we are making good progress. The inflation numbers last week were welcome and they were encouraging. Now, as always, Mr Speaker, those opposite, they pour over them looking for any anti-government angle because they desperately want inflation to be higher. They desperately want inflation and interest rates to be higher because it suits their political purposes. But if you step back for a moment from the politics and the partisanship and consider what Australia has achieved under this Prime Minister, inflation has more than halved. Real wages are growing again. 1 million jobs created in a single parliamentary term for the first time ever. Tax cuts for every taxpayer. 2 surpluses. $150 billion less debt, saving $80 billion in debt interest. That's what responsible economic management looks like, Mr Speaker. And this is the progress which is at risk under the reckless arrogance of the opposition leader and the callous cluelessness of his hopeless shadow treasurer. We are managing the economy in the interests of the Australian people, supporting them in tough times, getting inflation down, all of these outcomes unrecognisable to those opposite.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just before members leave, I have a short statement to make for the information of members. One of our long-serving senior parliamentary officers, Mr Russell Schaefer, will be retiring at the end of the next week. Many of you would know Russell, who is at the table today as Deputy Clerk for question time. Russell joined the Department of the House of Representatives in September 1993 and has spent 31 years here working in the committee office as well as in the International and Parliamentary Relations and Clerk's offices. And as Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms since 2021, Russell has also held the most senior position of the House Committee Office as Clerk Assistant Committees. For many years now, Russell has also undertaken the critical role as a clerk at the table in the House and the Federation Chamber, providing procedural advice and support to the Speaker and all members. As this is Russell's last sitting week before he embarks on his retirement, I know members will join in me acknowledging his 31 years of dedicated support, guidance and advice to the House, its committees and members. All the best, Russell. I present the Auditor-General's Audit Reports number 5 to 11 for 2024 to 2025. Details of the report will be available in the votes and proceedings. I also present the Presiding Officer's statement regarding the condition of Parliament House. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senators Brockman, Chandler, Polley, Urquhart and Walsh have been appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. And I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers, Special Account Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrief.
Order. I'll just ask members to leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrief has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted, with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Now, I am concerned about any injection of funds that could be inflationary at this time when inflation is having a huge impact on cost of living. But childcare workers are some of the lowest paid workers in the country. In a budget of more than $600 billion, it seems reasonable that we should be able to find a few billion to pay women well and value our children's early education. I am concerned that there's no allocation of funds for this special account, despite the estimated cost of the grant program being $3.6 billion for the next few years. We'll have to wait for the annual appropriations bill to see how much money is put into this account, but the giving of grants is not dependent on funds being put into this account. It's possible that the payments have been set up through this special account as a way of making it harder for an alternative government to take the pay rise away from childcare workers if the government doesn't win next year's election. But setting this up without allocating funds does feel like kicking the can down the road. My last concern is in relation to the short-term time frame. The bill is hazy about what happens after the first 2 years. The worker retention payment is considered an interim payment, while the Fair Work Commission finalises its gender undervaluation review of priority awards, and the government considers the recent ACCC and Productivity Commission reports on early childhood education and care. If the government wants to see long-term structural reform to pay feminised industries better wages and drive a long-term improvement in the quality of care, the government will need to come clean about how it will fund this in the long term. If this increase is not going to be paid through higher fees in the long term, we need to have an open discussion about the social and economic benefit of a higher quality early childhood learning and care, early childhood education and care. Without the support of the Coalition, this may go the way of the similar Early Years Quality Fund, which was ended with Tony Abbott not supporting that program. And another concern is the broad discretionary powers created. The government can make grants, and there isn't much guidance on the use of these powers in the legislation. I'm hoping that these and other issues are addressed in the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee's report, which I believe came out today. Beyond the changes made in this bill, further reform is needed. There is some momentum towards creating universal access to quality early childhood education and care. This is obviously a big change and would require a pathway to get there, but it's the sort of bold thinking that has the potential to set us on the pathway to a better educated and more fully productive population. I recognise that this would require nearly 50,000 early childhood education and care graduates a year by 2030, more than double recent graduating numbers. This will take time, but it seems to me to be the right direction. The other reform needed is in relation to the activity test. The activity test is based on an assumption that early childhood education and care is a benefit for parents, not for kids. Recognising the benefit for kids, especially from lower socioeconomic families, leads to a conclusion that reforming the activity test has long-term benefits. I would like to see the activity test removed, relaxed or substantially reconfigured, in line with recommendations from the Productivity Commission, the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, the ACCC, Thrive by 5 and Early Childhood Australia. In conclusion, I support this bill as one step towards quality, accessible and affordable early childhood education and care. Early childhood education and care is important for kids and families. Like many traditionally feminised industries, childcare workers are underpaid. We need to attract a quality workforce to educate and care for our kids, and paying them better is a good start. There are a few issues with this bill that I hope are addressed in the current Senate inquiry. In particular, the bill takes a short-term approach and doesn't allocate money to the special account being established, so it kicks the can down the road on longer-term reform and cost. The broad powers in the grant-making ability leave a lot to the government's discretion. So it's appropriate that the bill be reconsidered in a few years in light of a number of reviews currently underway. While you couldn't say that the bill would have no inflationary impact, increasing the pay for our lowest earning women seems an appropriate decision. Having more women here in Parliament means that we're starting to correct the long-term gender bias in how we value different types of jobs. Paying childcare workers better is a good step, but I urge the government and the opposition to be bold in thinking about universal childcare access as a step to a better educated population and greater workforce participation for women. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Curtin for her typically a thoughtful discussion with regard to this bill that's before the Parliament. And it's a really important one, Speaker. You and I are Labor people who got into Parliament to try to fight inequality and make sure that the quality of life of people in our country isn't defined by their income or indeed by the family that they grew up in. I think when you looked at these matters of social justice and inequality a generation ago, you probably would have looked at wage justice and housing and these sort of fundamental things that affect the lives of Australians as adults. But the more we understand about how the life cycle of poverty continues across generations, the more obvious it is that the best way for us to focus and the best time for us to focus is on those first 1,000 days in a child's life. Speaker, we actually don't need any more evidence about this point. There is study after study here in Australia and overseas that show us that if we intervene in the life of a child, we can radically reshape their trajectory just by making sure that they get off to the right start. Now, Speaker, that's got an element of healthcare. It's got an element of supporting parents who might be in a really disadvantaged situation. But probably the most important thing that we can do through politics and through this chamber is make sure that we provide really quality early learning to every single Australian child, that they expect and deserve nothing less from this chamber, from this amazing country of ours, than for us to be able to extend that generosity for young people by supporting them through those first 1,000 days. Now, Speaker, what we know about early learning in our country is that we're on a real journey here. We've had some periods of time where we've had Australian governments that have thought about this as just merely childcare, someone taking care of your kids while the families went to work. And we as a Labor Party and a Labor government have been working over a number of decades now to really switch the mindset up here. This is not just about looking after children. This is about starting their journey of education in the most positive and powerful way while they take those first steps as really, really young children and babies. Speaker, one of the things that really sticks in my mind in the work that I've done in this area is looking at the different ways in which children who grow up in really advantaged families and really disadvantaged families, the difference that they experience in language. And there's some studies that have been done overseas that show that there are literally 20 million fewer words heard by children who grow up in very low income and disadvantaged households versus children who grow up in different kind of households. Now, as Australians, we can't tolerate these things, Speaker. We've got to intervene, and it is certainly the role of government to reach in and try to give every support and assistance to those children to make sure that they're standing on a platform of support of the Australian people. Now, Speaker, of course the bill before the Parliament is about the workers who support these incredible young Australians to get off to the very best start. I'm sure I'm not alone here, but one of the most absolutely fantastic things that we get to do in our work as members of Parliament is visit childcare centres where these young Aussies are getting taught by these incredible people who are spending every day going to work and helping children form their first words and helping them learn through active participation, as I'm so lucky to see my 3 children, have had that opportunity. So, Speaker, these workers, they are as good as gold. They are as good as gold, but for too long, the Australian people and the Australian government has not been giving them the rewards that they deserve, because we know that they are doing essential work to help build a great future for our country, yet are being remunerated as though that work isn't important, and that's not good enough, Speaker. So we are on a journey here of making sure those workers in our economy, our aged care workers, our childcare workers, our disability workers, are getting properly recognised for the support that they give to other Australians. Speaker, I've got the government whip just behind me here who spent her life in education, and don't get us started, Speaker, don't get us started on the value of educators. And I just really want to emphasise for the Parliament, for people listening at home, that Labor understands how difficult and important this work is. If you're a parent of young children, as I am, you know, Speaker, it is no mean feat to go to work every day and try to educate a whole classroom of 3 or 4-year-olds. But this is what these people do every day, and they deserve to be properly remunerated, and that is what this bill is about. Now, Speaker, I just want to mention some of the gender issues that lie at the heart of this, because it's not something that the Parliament's always comfortable talking about, but we've got to address this. We have one of the most gendered workforces in the entire world in our beautiful country of Australia. A lot of people wouldn't believe that, but if you look at a type of work like construction, you'll find somewhere around 9 in 10 workers in parts of that industry are male. If you look at something like childcare workers, you'll find about 9 in 10, almost 9 in 10 of those workers are female. And this is really important, because what we see is that those parts of our economy where women are really dominant, these tend to be the most underpaid parts of the economy. And of course, we all understand why that is, because historically, women's work has not been sufficiently valued. And for a long time, generations of people have talked about that work as though women are going to work out of the goodness of their hearts. Well, that's not respectful, Speaker. It's not respectful and it's not right. And that's why our government is trying to correct it. Speaker, I'll just make this final point. The Prime Minister made a series of outstanding announcements over the last couple of days about the other end of the education spectrum, making sure that young people who make that fantastic choice, a choice we want them to make to go on to further study, aren't penalised in the way that they are today. And indeed, Speaker, for those fantastic young people who want to go into trades, we want to support you. That announcement to make 100,000 fee-free TAFE places available every single year, this will have transformative effects on our economy and on the lives of all of those young people that take that opportunity. So I just want the Parliament to see, Speaker, this is not about picking out one year or one part of our education system. It's about saying that as a government, we've got a really special role here in helping our youngest Aussies get the right start in life, supporting them all the way through that arc, through to their TAFE training and their university education. So we have got an amazing offering as a government on education, Speaker, something that I'm very proud of as a Labor Party member and a member of this House for a long time now. Thank you.
And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Early childhood educators do some of the most fundamentally important work in Australia. For too long, they've been underpaid and undervalued. Frankly, I am disappointed that this government couldn't dig deeper to offer more to them and truly address the issues facing the sector. This bill purports to support our early childhood educators, but it does fall a long way short of what's actually needed. These important foundational educators have been calling for a 25% pay rise. This bill offers 15%. Effectively, the offer is a 2-year grant with no guarantee of pay rises beyond 2028, and it locks in a 4.4% fee hike for families already struggling with this dire cost of living crisis. People, and I've heard from many in my electorate, are heartily sick of watching this government crow about back-to-back surpluses, as the Treasurer did again in question time last time we were in this House, and then offering a pittance to workers and families while doling out massive subsidies and tax handouts to the wealthiest corporations. It's insulting. It's a sort of a kick in the guts to those who are overworked, underpaid and feeling left behind by this government. Australian early childhood education and care is in a state of crisis. Educators are doing their absolute best to educate our kids while being totally squeezed. Every educator can tell you this, but the government is sort of tinkering around the edges of this deep problem. Across the country, families are telling us the same thing. Childcare is just too expensive and too hard to access. 1 in 4 people in Australia have no access at all to early childhood education and care simply because of where they live. Families are waiting months, sometimes years, on multiple lists just to find a place for their children. Parents are being locked out of paid work and their kids are missing out on the critical early years of education that set the foundation for their futures. In a wealthy country like Australia, it's cruel and indeed it is socially and economically irresponsible that so many families are missing out on this essential service, a right even. The government has proposed this bill in the hope that it can address one of the key issues of our childcare system, that is, acute workforce shortages. The Greens, of course, welcome the government's long overdue recognition of the importance of early childhood educators. This recognition is a critical first step, but there is so much more to do, and it's high time our early childhood educators are recognised and receive the respect and the pay that they're worth. Educators have been leaving the industry in droves because their wages simply don't match the importance of the work that they do. Let that sink in. Educators cannot afford to be educators, and the government's response to this crisis is a short-term fix. 15% for 2 years if providers decide to apply for it. And what happens after that? Will it be the providers or the parents who foot the bill? Or will we see more educators walking away because they just cannot still make ends meet? While the government boasts about a 15% pay rise, let's be clear, this still leaves our educators underpaid. This workforce performs the critical role of educating and caring for our kids in their crucial early years. It's a workforce that is overwhelmingly composed of women, as the previous speaker said, who continue to take home less than 2/3 of the average weekly adult wage. Even with this pay increase, early childhood educators will still be underpaid. In fact, with the current housing crisis, it would take an educator in this country 31 years to save for a home deposit. 31 years. These issues are exacerbated in regional centres and rural areas that are already childcare deserts. Centres in these areas are absolutely struggling to attract and retain staff because of the crippling housing crisis, rising rents and the poor pay and conditions right across the sector. The combination of low wages and unaffordable housing only worsens the childcare drought across Australia. If this government is serious about addressing the workforce crisis, the answer is simple: pay our educators properly. So far this year, we've had 2 government-commissioned reports on childcare. 2 of them have been released, the ACCC and the Productivity Commission, both of which confirmed what we already knew, that Australia early education system, it is in crisis. We cannot fix Australia's childcare system if we cannot secure a sustainable workforce, and we cannot secure a sustainable childcare workforce unless our undervalued, underpaid early childhood educators are given a decent wage. Educators have fought long and hard for a 25% pay rise. They know that's what they need to stay in the industry. If we want high-quality, universal early years education and care, we must invest in the workers. We need to make sure families are not being left behind due to lack of access and rising fees amid a cost of living crisis. The Greens have long campaigned for the cruel and unfair childcare subsidy activity test to be abolished because we recognise that a genuinely universal and high-quality early education system doesn't discriminate based on a parent's income. This is a test that keeps 160,000 children locked out of an early childhood education. The same test keeps around 40,000 parents out of work. A test that prevents the most disadvantaged kids from accessing an early education because it is linked to arbitrary work or study requirements. This test could be scrapped with the stroke of a pen. The Australian Greens have repeatedly asked the government if they will listen to parents and the childcare sector's calls to abolish this childcare subsidy activity test. And the government has repeatedly said it was waiting for the Productivity Commission to release its final report. Well, the Productivity Commission report released a month ago backs the Greens' calls to abolish the activity test. So Labor, what are you waiting for? Families just cannot afford to wait. Educators can't afford to wait. The government is not listening to families or to educators. Our childcare system is in crisis and it cannot be fixed with band-aid solutions. As a mature, just and practical society, if we want all kids to have the best start in life, we must invest in our educators. The Greens want to ensure early childhood educators have well-paid and secure jobs. The government should listen and respond to this important campaign for the 25% pay rise they deserve and their unions have been calling for ages. We have a clear plan to make the transformative change needed to fix the patently inadequate system of early years education and care here. Today, the government is making a small first step, recognising educators aren't paid enough. Now it must commit to further steps to fix our childcare system and to pay our educators what they deserve. After all, early childcare educators are doing some of the most important work in our community, educating our kids, the groundwork for a thriving future for them and for Australia. Thank you.
And I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the deepest commitments of the Australian Labor Party, underlining everything we do, is our determination that everybody deserves a fair go. Doing what can be done to ensure that is the decent thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do. No society should waste the potential of people. Everyone should be given the chance at least to realise their potential. 90% of the development of our brains occurs in the first 5 years of life. Where that's forgotten or neglected, the stage is set for underachievement as individuals and as societies. That development in our first 5 years comes from the complex interaction between what we inherit from our parents and the nurture we do or don't receive in our environment. Every young child learning to walk and talk is on a pathway. That pathway provides the stepping stones and the foundations for the rest of their lives. The people who help them along the pathway are doing immensely important work, and it isn't easy. It certainly isn't unskilled, and it absolutely is not something that everybody can do. But every child is unique. That's a challenge, a wonderful challenge, but a challenge just the same, and to all the students now sitting in the gallery. Please take that in the way it's intended, an absolutely positive message. For when a child interacts with another child, there are more challenges and they don't always get along. They're not born knowing how to play nicely or even necessarily being interested in learning how. And they are not born knowing how adults want them to behave, as I'm sure some of the students in the gallery might attest to. They're capable of resisting with all kinds of creativity any ideas about behaviour that don't sound disagreeable or agreeable to them. And even the most agreeable have their days, the days when they're just not in the mood to be cooperative. Knowing how to understand and respect all that individuality requires much more than being good with kids. It's knowledge requiring observation, reflection and adaptation. Knowing what to do and say in all those situations where children are learning behavioural skills of all kinds requires insight, wisdom and emotional and intellectual maturity of a high order and uncanny patience. We are talking about specialised knowledge and skills of immense importance to Australia's future. It's time the people who possess and develop those skills were treated with the respect that they deserve. The bill setting up the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers special account will deliver a 15% pay rise for up to 200,000 early childhood educators across our country. We would, of course, like to deliver it to them right now, but unlike our predecessors, we're committed to sustainability in all its aspects, which means delivering budgets that do what can be done when it can be done. My hope for this election coming is that voters realise that the Coalition couldn't get a budget in surplus while doing virtually nothing to solve Australia's problems or even trying to face them. And conversely, that Labor has managed to get budgets in surplus while working on solutions to real-life problems in real time. Our early educators now will get a 10% pay rise from December this year. That's at least $103 per week. And the further 5% pay rise will come in December of next year. The Productivity Commission gets it. They advise that the first step in building a universal early education system that is affordable and available for more families is a pay rise for those who make it happen. It's good for workers, It's good for the kids and it's good for families and it's great for Australia. We've already instituted policies which are seeing 30,000 more early educators working in the sector than before we came to office. That's part of decisive steps that has seen 860 more early education services and 68,000 more children in early education. We need to encourage more of our early childhood education and care workers to stay in work that they entered with such enthusiasm. We need more to return to the field that they know and that they understand. And we need more people to consider a career in early education, a long-term, fairly rewarded and a sustainable career. We'll also ensure that this will be affordable for parents by capping fees and constraining fee growth. This will be set out in a legally enforceable agreement between the Department of Education and early childhood education and care providers. The changes we've made under cheaper childcare have in fact already cut childcare costs for more than 1 million families. This can be done while ensuring that the people who care for children are respected, encouraged and properly rewarded. It's part of a wider commitment to removing the undervaluation of wages in feminised industries. We need to ensure that women who work in industries where the majority of workers are other women aren't treated as though they deserve less pay. There's a peculiarly obnoxious set of attitudes behind this. A strange kind of logic, which seems to be that if women are doing a job, it can't really be that skilled. Where those attitudes have prevailed, the recruitment and retaining of skilled workers is in serious difficulty. No matter how dedicated you are, you do need to make ends meet for yourself and for your family. And when we have a shortage of skilled workers in early childhood education and care, we have families who aren't able to give that education and care to their children. And when that happens, we have children who aren't able to access the same opportunities. In the last 50 years, the Australian Labor Party has introduced universal healthcare in the form of Medibank, then Medicare, and universal superannuation. Those great steps forward, taken for granted now, change the health of Australians and the financial prospects of Australians on their retirement. There's still a work in progress and there always will be. We'll never stop working to make them better as times and technologies change. We're now working to chart the course for universal early childhood education and care. Labor doesn't drift with the tides or stand screaming into the wind. We chart courses. After much discussion, hours and weeks and months of it, believe me, we work out what we believe is the best, most effective way forward. We believe in big dreams, big plans and big goals. Of course, some people with big dreams, plans and goals don't achieve anything much at all. For individual human beings, that can be caused by sheer bad luck. Governments don't have that excuse. We have to understand and focus upon the realities of today and the challenges of the future, and we're serious about it. We're in the reality business. We've learned what you need to do to make things happen. Grand statements, like the member for Ryan that just made in her past 10 minutes, won't do the trick. You actually have to listen to others, learn and think, and then act. How in practice do you achieve your goals? We're not going to be able to deliver universal early childhood education and care without addressing the problems of workforce shortages. And we can't do that without a legal framework for the establishment and operation of a special account. This one is the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account, which will be used to administer grant funding for the Early Childhood Education and Care Worker Retention and Payment Program. So here we are. The grants will be paid as an interim payment while the Fair Work Commission finalises its gender undervaluation review of priority awards. These awards include the Children's Service Award of 2010. The government also needs to consider the ACCC and Productivity Commission reports. We've been round, we know the drill. Perspectives and wisdom come from everywhere. You have to pay attention, you have to ask and you have to listen. We listen to service providers, educators, unions and advocacy organisations. We listened to parents and children. The bill considers and respects the rights of parents and children under the Convention on the Rights of the Child. For those who don't know it, this convention, adopted by the UN in 1989, declares our recognition of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. It declares our belief in the importance of the full and harmonious development of a child's personality and the need to have children fully prepared to live an individual life in society. It understands that children need special safeguards and care. Those special safeguards and care include the necessity of ensuring that the institutions, services and facilities responsible for the care and protection of children shall conform with the standards established by competent authorities, particularly in the areas of safety, health, in the number and the suitability of their staff, as well as competent supervision. Australia made that promise. And we recognise the right of everyone under Article 7 and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1966 and coming into force in 1976 to the enjoyment of just and favourable conditions of work. Article 7 specifically recognises the right to fair wages and equal remuneration for work of equal value without distinction of any kind. It notes, in particular, that women should be guaranteed conditions of work not inferior to those enjoyed by men, with equal pay for equal work. This is part of ensuring another Article 7 right, a decent living for themselves and their families. The Grant Opportunities Guidelines will impose conditions on providers to pass on all funding to early childhood education and care workers in the form of a remuneration increase. The guidelines will also provide a mechanism for workers to legally enforce their rights and their entitlements. If human rights are forgotten when it comes to women and children, we don't really understand human rights at all, and this bill does. And I commend the bill to the House.
I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do take great pleasure in joining the debate on the wage justice for early childhood education and care workers, and in doing so, Deputy Speaker, I would note this is one of those occasions where there is a high degree of agreement across the chamber in relation to the importance of the issues we're addressing in this bill. But also want to recognise, Deputy Speaker, that I think every member in this place would have a shared passion for ensuring that young Australians, all young Australians, have an opportunity to achieve their full potential, and that investing in our families, supporting families and allowing them to support their children in fulfilling their dreams and aspirations is in fact a core business for the Federal Parliament of Australia. And I'll make a couple of general observations, Deputy Speaker. In my role as Shadow Minister for Education and also as a local MP now for 16 years, I've had a great deal of consultation with people around Australia and across Gippsland in relation to the issues surrounding early childhood education and care. And it struck me over that period of time, Deputy Speaker, that it is quite ironic that we like to almost deceive ourselves as Australians in that we say the people we care about the most are our young people, or we really care about our old people and ageing and elderly, and we really care about people with disabilities. But the people who are employed to care for those older Australians, younger Australians and people with disabilities are often the most poorly paid people in our nation. And it is a deception on ourselves, Deputy Speaker, and that's why I do welcome many aspects of the bill before the House, because it does seek to address some of the inequities in what is a predominantly female-dominated industry, which has been undervalued and underappreciated in the past. So I do congratulate the government in that regard. Some of the worst paid Australians are those who are involved in the care economy. And we do need, though, Deputy Speaker, a very strong economy to ensure that taxpayers are in a position to provide the additional support that's required to fulfil our honourable and very desirable aims in this regard. So as a matter of basic principle, Deputy Speaker, I do understand and welcome the efforts to attract and retain a workforce in the childcare and early education sector. Those early days in a child's life are critical to their future outcomes, and whether it be through a formalised care environment, through long day care or through family day care or other models, having the opportunity, particularly for vulnerable children, to have them in an environment where They can be assessed for any learning or developmental delays, and then getting access to appropriate allied health care, whether it be speech pathology or whatever it might be, is critical to those long-term outcomes I spoke about at the outset of helping every young Australian achieve their full potential. I am worried, though, Deputy Speaker, that as much as those opposite have moved in a manner to address some of the pay issues for our childcare and early educators, they seem to have missed the point in relation to the families who live in rural, regional and remote locations. And we're still facing, Deputy Speaker, an enormous problem with childcare deserts in many of the electorates that the people on this side of the House represent, particularly in the National Party. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, where we live, in many of our communities, there are no long day care centres available, and whether or not you pay a childcare educator more doesn't really matter if there's no centre for the children to attend to in the first place. So just increasing the childcare wages for the workers, or even increasing the Commonwealth childcare subsidies, actually doesn't address the fundamental issues for those people in those communities that we represent. So I would encourage the government, encourage the minister, and encourage people on this side of the House as well to keep working in a constructive manner together as much as possible to address the issue of childcare deserts, so that all young Australians, whether they live in a rural and remote location or a suburban or in an urban area, have that opportunity to achieve their full potential and have that opportunity in their earliest years to have access to childcare and early education. So, Deputy Speaker, I would note that the Coalition, and I think every member of this place, obviously the government and those on the crossbench as well, would recognise that our early childhood teachers and educators work extremely hard, and we won't be standing in the way of a wage rise for those people, but we still have some concerns about this bill and the policy going forward. There's no question that the government's policies in the last 2.5 years have contributed to the cost of living crisis, which has made it harder and even more necessary for Australian families to have additional working hours and then draw on the need for childcare in the first place. So we believe, as those opposite believe, that our early childhood educators do an incredible job caring for and educating our youngest Australians. But the reality is that this policy is appearing now as something more of a pre-election sweetener and an effort to appease voters on the eve of an election period. Just as we saw on the weekend a very expensive announcement by the Prime Minister trying to buy some friends amongst the university set, we now have this policy which appears to be very focused on ensuring that a unionised workforce has access to higher wages in the lead-up to election period. And what concerns us is there is not enough focus on the real challenge in our rural and regional and remote communities. This is an issue that the government has been urged to address throughout this term in office and has failed to do so. And appearing at the committee inquiry into this legislation, Mrs Louise Martin from the Isolated Children and Parents Association stated that it would do nothing for the families that organisation supports. When asked by Senator O'Sullivan, do you believe this bill will make much of a difference to the families you represent without a measure similar to what we're discussing here, Mrs Martin said, I would say about 0% really. Mrs Martin also noted the Albanese government wasn't doing much to increase access in the regions. Again, when asked by Senator O'Sullivan, are you aware of anything that the current government is doing alongside this bill that might address the lack of access in these childcare deserts, specifically in the areas that you operate across regional and rural Australia? Sadly, Mrs Martin's response was, not specifically. Occasionally there's money for mobile daycare. Grant funding yet again is uncertain. Really, I don't see anything of significance that this government is doing to address this issue out here. Now, Deputy Speaker, I raise those points because, looking to the future, we do need to be investing in our early educators and childcare, and we also need to be investing in our families, an important role that parents play in ensuring that young people have the best possible start in life. Looking to the future, if we think we're going to keep on doing the same thing and getting a different outcome in our rural and regional communities, we are sadly mistaken. We need more focus when it comes to early education and childcare on choice, on access, and on flexible models that can work in our regional communities. And when I say choice, Deputy Speaker, I could quite deliberately make the point that this is about respecting the choice that different families will make with their children's upbringing. We do need to make it possible for more families to care for their own child in the first place, if that is their choice and it's possible in their circumstance. And there's no judgment intended here or no judgment to be given by anyone in relation to that choice. I respect the choice of families who need to access full-time daycare, just as much as I respect the choice of families who have made the decision to look after their own children as much as they possibly can. But I'm disappointed, Deputy Speaker, that throughout the past probably 20 years, there has been more of a focus away from providing that choice for those families who would prefer to spend more time where possible, that most precious of all commodities, spend more time where possible raising their own children rather than feeling obliged or forced or pressured in some way to have to access a childcare centre. So I think choice is an important issue in this debate going forward. The question around access, Deputy Speaker, is one that I've touched on already, and it's one that every rural and regional member will be well aware of. In the childcare deserts that many of us represent, there is simply no opportunity to access a formalised care model which is subsidised by the Australian taxpayers. So if we are going to be in a position in our regional communities to attract and retain a workforce, and that might be a workforce in teaching, in nursing, paramedics, police, you name it. It is very difficult to attract and retain a skilled workforce in a regional community if you can't offer childcare to the families seeking to relocate to those communities. Childcare in that regard and early education is an enabling service for those families to be able to provide their other essential services to the broader economy and the broader community. It does let people get back to work if that is their choice, and improving access to childcare right across rural and regional Australia has to be a fundamental aim. And it's become more challenging, I think, Deputy Speaker, in the last few years as cost of living pressures have really started to bite. There is no question that the vast majority of families would not be able to pay their mortgage, cover the household bills, face all those increasing costs without having access to more than one income. Maybe not two full-time incomes, maybe one and a half, maybe one and some casual work, but they certainly need more than one regular household income to meet those bills in a lot of our communities. And having that access to childcare services in more communities is critical for us if we're going to be able to attract the workforce, retain the workforce, and allow our families to deal with the cost of living pressures in rural and regional areas. And the other point I wanted to make, Deputy Speaker, in relation to looking to the future, when I mentioned choice, I mentioned access, and I mentioned flexibility. Flexibility means the bureaucrats in Canberra need to start listening to those smaller communities where the model of a corporate care, a large daycare centre, simply doesn't work. There are not going to be the need, there's not the demand for 100 children places in many of our towns, but there is a need still. There is a need for the local nurse or police officer or paramedic to have access to care. We need to find some more flexible models that support those smaller communities. And that may well be investing more in family daycare and supporting some infrastructure required for that. It may well be going to local councils and saying, do you have a public building that you could actively repurpose for a smaller daycare, childcare environment and early education environment, and we may have to assist them with their infrastructure needs. The corporate model will not work in many of our communities, and simply saying we're going to keep increasing the Commonwealth childcare subsidy or increasing the wages for existing childcare and early educated workers will not overcome that challenge of access and flexibility in our rural and remote communities. So, Deputy Speaker, I'll finish where I started on a very bipartisan note. I genuinely believe that across this chamber there is an enormous amount of goodwill when it comes to early childhood education and care workers, and ensuring that every young person in this great nation has the opportunity to achieve their full potential. And I do urge those opposite to continue to engage constructively with this side of the House, because many of us have a background in more rural, remote and regional locations, and believe we can assist in coming up with local solutions to what are very much local problems, and working with the Minister to ensure that every child in Australia has the opportunity to achieve their full potential. I thank the House.
Thank you. And I give the call to Member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Wage Justice Bill before the House today will help address significant workforce shortages in early childhood education by supporting the delivery of a wage increase of 15% for eligible workers over 2 years. A typical early childhood educator on award wages will receive an additional $103 a week from December 2024, increasing to at least $155 from December 2025. A typical early childhood teacher on award wages will receive an additional $166 a week from December 24, increasing to at least $249 a week from December 2025. These are very significant pay increases. The Wage Justice Bill also establishes terms and conditions of the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Grant, including a limit on fee increases. Let's be clear, the government does not accept centres seeking to raise fees for families as a result of these wage increases. Our measures put downward pressure on fees, helping to make ECE more affordable and accessible for families. The Wage Justice Bill also encourages good faith bargaining and the making of enterprise agreements in the sector. This will help support the steps the government has already taken to make ECE cheaper for Australian families. Deputy Speaker, in September 2017 I spoke in this place, when on the opposition benches, to stand with the United Workers Union's Big Steps campaign and the early childhood educators of Tasmania in their struggle for better pay. I asked for the undervaluing of our early childhood educators by the then coalition government to end. It never did. I take the words of the member for Gippsland at heart, that there is a good deal of bipartisanship in this place, but it took the election of a Labor government to bring wage justice to early childhood education workers. Unions have played a pivotal role in these changes, with the Australian Education Union, the Independent Education Union and the United Workers Union all advocating tirelessly for their members. Joe Schofield, National President of the United Workers Union, said, and I quote, "This wage increase recognises a group of predominantly female workers who have been undervalued for decades despite providing the social, emotional and educational foundations for Australia's next generation. It means educators will be able to stay in the sector and in the jobs they love." End quote. Early Childhood Australia CEO Sam Page agreed it was time to value early childhood educators. Quote, "This is a well overdue pay increase and I am thrilled the government has acknowledged the professionalism of our educators. Early childhood educators play a crucial role in the learning and development of young children, and this recognition is a significant step towards valuing their contributions appropriately." End quote. Paying ECE workers fairly is a crucial step in charting the course to universal accessibility of early childhood education and care. The Albanese Labor government is proud to say to our early childhood educators and carers, we value you, we recognise your essential work and we will continue to support you, just like you support the families who entrust their children with you. Deputy Speaker, I would like to mention and congratulate Tammy and Michael of Baghdad Education and Care, who in August were awarded national winners of the Excellence in Early STEM Education for their project, Will the Ropes Break Under Our Weight? Co-developed with children aged 3 to 6 years old, this project involved children experimenting with ropes, physics and motion over many months to develop and test hypotheses around the properties of ropes and how to strengthen them. It's tremendous, and I'm sure the member for Gippsland will take note, it's tremendous that the highest quality early STEM education in the entirety of Australia took place in a very small town in my electorate. I commend the work of Tammy and Michael, who provide an exceptional service, locally owned, locally delivered, to local children and families, and they deserve all the support they can get to ensure they can continue to provide their service to the community for many years to come. The work of Baghdad Education and Care reminds me that 90% of brain development happens before a child reaches school age. Just think, in their project at Baghdad, those preschool children were learning physics. Fostering brain development with early childhood education has benefits throughout life, and I would argue it is one of the most important investments we can make as a country. The Australian Early Development Census demonstrates early learners are advantaged with significantly higher social and emotional skills. Early learners outperform their peers in physical, cognitive, communicative, socio-emotional and adaptive development criteria. When they enter school, children who attended early childhood education consistently show higher test scores across mathematics, science and literacy compared to those who did not. ECE provides a massive head start, and I take the words of the member for Gippsland to heart. There are significant parts of the country where there's not enough early childhood education, not enough centres, and a good way to start is to make sure there's wage justice for staff, because if you can attract more people into the sector, then it makes it much more attractive. Now, Deputy Speaker, conversely, a child deprived of ECE performs worse in every metric by nearly half. And before you say that kids in early childhood education are more likely to come from more affluent and stable homes, which skews the figures, I have to tell you no. That's been taken into account. The figures are consistent across socioeconomic categories. Children from lower socioeconomic backgrounds with access to ECE perform better than those without. It's the same story across all other socioeconomic categories. The common factor is the existence or absence of early childhood education in a child's life. Now, the Australian government report that was called Access to Early Childhood Education in Australia, Insights from a Qualitative Study 2014, confirms that most parents are aware of the advantages of early childhood education. The study also details that many parents make the difficult decision to opt out of ECE because of concerns about cost and quality. And that is something that this government, elected in 2022, 8 years after that study was published, is doing something about. Early childhood education and care workers are simply some of the most important workers in the country, but for far too long their pay has not reflected that. Just like in aged care, early childhood education is an overwhelmingly feminised workforce, and just like in aged care, the pay has been too low for too long. No early childhood educator should have to face the choice of leaving the job they love because they need a job that will pay their bills. With this bill and with the other changes that we've implemented over the past 3 years, this Labor government is changing that. We are progressing towards universal early childhood education that will be accessible for every Australian family. We're not there yet. We have some distance to go, but we have started the journey. The Albanese Labor government has already taken significant steps to make early childhood education and care more accessible for more Australian families. More than 1 million Australian families are benefiting from our cheaper childcare reforms that are already reducing out-of-pocket costs for centre-based daycare by 11%, while preserving higher subsidies for families with multiple children in care. More than 1,400 families in my electorate of Lyons are included. After just 3 years of Labor government, the early childhood education and care sector has grown by more than 30,000 workers. We haven't just arrested the decline that was occurring under the former government, we've turned it around. This achievement is a direct result of our efforts to respect ECE workers with higher pay and to work alongside providers to develop practical solutions for staff retention and strengthen recruitment and training. We are investing in the next generation of early childhood educators already, with our Australian Labor government providing more university places and more access to fee-free TAFE. And we have provided sustainability grants for regional ECE centres, ensuring that no matter where you live, with some exceptions unfortunately, there is a quality centre available to you. Now, I recently met with Letitia at Discovery Early Learning Centre in Bridgewater, Lucy at the Uniting Outside School Hours Care in Baghdad, and Monica at Bicheno Early Learning Services on Tasmania's east coast. All are receiving sustainability funding to ensure that access can continue for disadvantaged and regional communities. I heard similar stories from each of them. Demand is increasing, but trying to find, train and retain employees is a constant challenge. Decent wages are critical to growing the workforce and providing the service. Services nationally have been delaying expansion plans, closing rooms and limiting enrolments because they simply couldn't find enough qualified staff. That has been impacting on the availability of early childhood education and care for families, limiting parents to shorter hours. And as well as the impacts on childhood development, this means more parents, usually women, are staying home when they'd rather be in the workforce, contributing to both household earnings and national economic output. In providing wage justice to ECE workers, this Labor government is supporting workers, supporting children, supporting families and ultimately supporting the national economy. And I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Nichols.
Rise to speak on the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill. The bill, which is supported by us, legislates a special account known as the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account, supporting government-funded 15% pay rise increase for childcare workers across Australia. So this will be phased in over 2 years, starting with a 10% increase this December, followed by an additional 5% next December. And the special account will be used to administer grant funding for the Early Childhood Education and Care Worker Retention Payment Program. It does not set out the required wage increases nor the specific conditions on providers who receive grants. And once the legislation is passed, the department will task Services Australia to build a payment system, and that comes into effect in July 2025. I would note this cost of this bill is $3.6 billion. Now, I think people across the chamber have expressed how important early childhood is, Deputy Speaker. It's something that many of us have had experience with and talked to our constituents about. It's certainly something that I've gone through with 2 children who went to early childhood care, daycare, and then 3-year-old kinder and kinder after that. And I can tell you, you feel very, it's one of the most important services you'll ever engage someone to care for the most important people in your life, which are your children. And I can remember going to a place which was then called Florina, but it's now called Little Stars, and dropping off my daughter when she was about 2 or 3 years old, and crying at the start of the day, and then and you feel a bit bad, and then you go away and you come back, and it turns out she's had the most wonderful day, socialising with other kids, engaging with the early childhood educators. And it was a great experience. So the Coalition supports the pay rise for those early childhood educators. But I have been going around my electorate talking to people about their experiences of early childhood. And I did have the member for Moncrief, the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood, join me just last week. And we went around talking to constituents to see what's your experience, particularly in places like Seymour and Avenel. And we got a lot of engagement from young parents for whom they can receive the childhood subsidy, but there are simply no places available because of where they live. We spoke to a young woman whose name was Larissa, who would like to pick up more shift work at Seymour Hospital, and Seymour Hospital would like her to pick up more shift work, but she's unable to do it because her family daycare place has closed down. She's on the wait list, but she can't get her kids into a childhood, an early childhood centre. We heard that situation echoed in a place called Avenel in my electorate, where the proprietor of the local equine hospital came down to see us in the park and talked to us and brought a number of her staff members. Some were mums and some were people who wanted to start a family. She's concerned that these high-level professionals will leave the region if they can't find care places. So I do think that Labor's policy is very focused on metropolitan areas where it's viable to have these big corporate type centres. I do want to raise the issue of what we call, on this side, and reports have been written about this, childcare deserts, where there simply aren't enough places for childcare, and it's having a flow-on because we're having trouble in attracting and retaining a professional workforce because of that lack of childcare. And I would like to see policies focus not just on the subsidy, and I would note the subsidy, a couple can earn up to $533,000 before they no longer get a subsidy, and I don't want to think that people who are earning high incomes and who've worked hard to become professionals and earn those high incomes should not get some assistance. But we are helping some very wealthy people to access childcare, and I'm not opposed to that, but we don't seem to have any focus on ensuring that there are more childcare places in regional and rural Australia, places like my electorate. And I really hope that I really hope that we can come to a bipartisan agreement in this place that yes, the wages need to increase, and they will. Yes, there needs to be subsidies for parents, and people will have different views on at what income level those subsidies should kick in and or no longer be there. But where there's not the equity of opportunity for people who live in regional and rural Australia because there are simply no childcare places, then we've got to really do something about that as a federal parliament. Now, I hear cheaper childcare all the time in this place, and I know that there are more subsidies going into it, but parents are telling me that they're not better off because any increased subsidy or any that they're getting, whether it be childcare or energy relief or whatever it is being eaten up by inflation. So unless the government gets on top of that inflation issue, and I don't believe they have got on top of that inflation issue yet, it's stayed too high for too long, parents and Australian families will continue to be worse off. I've got parents who are saying, I've got to go back to work. Some can find I can find a childcare place, and yes, I'm getting a subsidy, but the interest rate on my mortgage or the rent has gone up. Food's gone up. Electricity's gone up. So many things have gone up. Healthcare. All of these things have gone up by so much that they're just not feeling better off. So there's a lot of sort of money thrown at things in this place. And we have debates about that all the time. But I think the government has got one focus that it needs to get back on track with, and that's making sure that we get inflation under control, because it's not at the moment. It's stayed too high for too long, and interest rates aren't coming down, and it's putting people under serious pressure. Now, the Coalition's got a good record on childcare, and when my kids were doing childcare, that was when the Coalition was in government. But we almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 2022 and 2023, locked in ongoing funding for preschools and kindergartens. We made big reforms to the early childhood education system over 40 years. More than 1.3 million children have access to the childcare subsidy from around 1 million families. That's a purchase of a slab, I think, Deputy Speaker.
It's a matter you need to take up with the member for Petrie.
Our targeted extra support introduced in March 2022 made a real difference. Childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. And we saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3% compared to 58.7% when Labor had left office. So I think we all agree that childcare is a good thing. It helps young people, it helps their socialisation, it helps young parents, and I've been one of them, get back into the workforce of either gender, and it does help young families. We support helping families with the costs of childcare. We support a wage increase for those early educators, but I would like to see the focus of the policy more on making sure if I could put it this way, we sprinkle some water on those childcare deserts and make sure that there are some places there in rural and regional areas. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Early childhood educators hold one of the most important jobs in modern Australia. Each and every day, parents entrust their most cherished loved ones to these educators, and in their care, children learn to connect and socialise in a safe, caring environment, develop skills in literacy and numeracy, and discover new ways to deal with the world around them. And it is our early childhood educators who facilitate all these learning opportunities, guiding children to learn in a fun, safe and supportive environment. And the benefits flow beyond our children. Our educators create opportunities for families, opportunities for parents to rejoin the workforce, care for an elderly parent or run a small business. They also give parents confidence and comfort that their children will receive the care, attention and quality education they need and deserve. That's why, Deputy Speaker, day in, day out, early childhood educators and carers have our utmost respect, and it's why they deserve a pay rise. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about just that. It provides a 15% pay rise for 200,000 early childhood educators and carers. This increase is also the result of strong advocacy from unions, dedicated workers and their families right across the country. I want to take a moment to recognise some of the outstanding advocates from my own electorate of Corangamite in Victoria. Champions like Rayleigh Fetchner from the United Workers Union, who has been instrumental in this fight for many years. Your advocacy for better outcomes for early years educators has been invaluable, and it has helped make this pay rise a reality. For far too long, early childhood educators like Rayleigh and her colleagues from across the nation have been asking for a fair wage that reflects their skills and expertise. And the truth is, those voices were ignored by the former coalition government. But despite these calls for better, fairer wages, it fell on deaf ears. And they were continuing to raise their voices. But now the Albanese Labor government has listened. This is a victory for workers in a highly feminised sector, and I'm incredibly proud to be part of a government that made this pay rise possible. It is a pay rise, Deputy Speaker, that will change lives. It will open the door to possibilities that so many early childhood educators and their families may have considered impossible. In my electorate, I know that many of these workers were considering leaving the sector. And this is not because they wanted to, but because they simply couldn't afford to work in the sector they love. It was something that I heard often. But these workers are so passionate. These early years educators want a decent pay packet, and it is a challenge for them. And so it is a celebration that we are providing these early years educators with a substantial pay rise. As a direct result of this pay rise and the cost of living relief our government is rolling out across the board, from tax cuts to energy bill relief, these workers are recommitting to the sector, staying in much-needed jobs that deserve our respect. And Deputy Speaker, just as our government hopes this pay rise will encourage more people to stay in the sector, we know it will encourage more people to become early childhood educators. And it must be said that there are around 30,000 more early years educators working in the sector today than when we came to office. But we do need more, and a 15% pay rise will certainly help to attract more educators to the profession. So, to make this pay rise a reality, this bill sets up the wage justice for early childhood education and care workers special account. This account will allow the Albanese government to deliver a 15% rise over 2 years through the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Program. It means a typical early educator paid at the award rate will receive a pay rise of at least $103 a week. in December of this year, increasing to at least $155 per week from next year. That's around $7,800 a year. For a typical early education childhood teacher, they'll receive an additional $166 a week from December this year, increasing to $249 from December of next year. So for early years educators who may be thinking, I love this job, but I can't afford to do it, you can now embrace your job and earn more at the same time. And for people who've left the job, perhaps you may reconsider and return to the job you love. And importantly, this wage increase will encourage more people to become early years educators. Deputy Speaker, we know early childhood care is a female-dominated profession, and the Albanese government understands that to build an economy that truly works for everyone, we must ensure it works for women. And an economy that works for women must deliver wage parity. The Albanese government is committed to this goal, and while we have made significant strides towards closing the gender pay gap, there is still much work to be done. Now, data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that we are on the right track, with Australia's national gender pay gap now reaching its lowest point on record. Since the Albanese government came to office, it's fallen from 14.1% in May 2022 to 11.5% today. And that's no fluke. It's no coincidence. It's because our government has taken action to ban pay secrecy clauses, modernise the bargaining system, enforce transparent gender pay gap reporting, and delivered pay rises for the aged care sector. And now, with passage of this bill, we will ensure a pay rise for early childhood educators. It's a move backed in across the board, with Chief Executive Officer of Australia's largest early education provider, Good Start, Rose Baxter, stating, and I quote, "We expect that this announcement will see qualified early learning educators return to our sector, while encouraging others to establish a career in early learning. This in turn will help make more quality childcare places available for families who need it." Speaking in support of this bill also is Early Childhood Australian CEO Sam Page, who said, "This is a well overdue pay increase, and I'm thrilled that the government has acknowledged the professionalism of our educators. Early childhood educators play a crucial role in the learning and development of young children, and this recognition is a significant step towards valuing their contributions appropriately." Deputy Speaker, it is a point about recognition that gets to the heart of this pay rise. It is recognition of long hours at work, recognition of high piles of paperwork, often completed after hours, and recognition of the skills and expertise employed in educating our children, children of all abilities and capabilities. And this legislation doesn't just deliver a pay rise for early educators, it delivers long overdue respect. Deputy Speaker, it also lays the groundwork for a truly universal early childhood education system. The Productivity Commission said that if we are going to build a universal early education system which makes early education and care affordable and available for more families, the first thing we need to do is deliver a much-needed pay rise to the workforce. On top of all of this, Deputy Speaker, it also delivers cost of living relief for parents and carers at a time when so many are doing it tough. As a condition of funding the wage increase, early education and care centres will not be allowed to increase their fees by a set amount over the grant period, with that amount set at 4.4% up until August of 2025. That's informed by the work of the ACCC, which has been doing so much working with the government to monitor and prevent providers unfairly raising fees. This condition will be set out in a legally enforceable agreement between the Department of Education and providers. We will also set a cap for the following 12 months based on the work that the ABS will do. Capping fee increases provide certainty to families and will help keep a lid on fee growth. It also builds on our cheaper childcare reforms, reforms that have already resulted in cheaper childcare for more than 1 million families. Under these reforms, a family on a combined income of $120,000 is now paying about $2,000 less in childcare fees. And that should be a source for celebration. And as the Minister for Education has said, we need to reform our entire education system to make it better and fairer, to help more people finish school and go to TAFE or university. Deputy Speaker, this journey starts with early childhood education. This pay rise and investment, not just for early years educators, not just in individual families, but in our national productivity. So, Deputy Speaker, in closing, I thank our 200,000 early childhood educators for the work you do, for your care, your compassion and your skillful dedication. But this game-changing reform doesn't just happen. It takes a visionary government, an Albanese government, a Labor government that understands the power of education as a catalyst to a better future, a better wage, better self-esteem and a better, more prosperous nation. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the wage justice for early childhood education and care workers. It's difficult to make any argument against better wages for childcare workers, and certainly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to. This side of the House will be supporting these increases, but it is worth considering in this debate how we've got to this point and what will the increase achieve given the current economics of the nation. Probably more to the point. Over the last this wage increase is to be 15% over the next 2 years, with the first instalment coming next month, 10%, and another 5% in December. Now, we're told there are some conditions that are standing at the moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we're told there are more, and at this stage the childcare centres, the companies that run them, the organisations are unsure of what the extra criteria will be. Now, they know not what the changes will be, and it's supposed to start next month in December. Now, we can assume maybe that's not the 1st of December, but certainly by the mid-month or so, 6, 7 weeks at the maximum, this needs to be in place, and yet the government seems to have yet not sat down with the industry and worked out exactly how it's going to run. Now, this government has a track record of doing exactly that, of making a mother statement, a motherhood statement, if you like, a big announcement, a grand announcement, if you like, and then trying to work out the detail afterwards. Only this morning, I picked up the Australian, and it's telling us that the Labor government has made the decision, perhaps on Melbourne Cup Day, that the $7 billion investment in the military satellite program is to be axed. $7 billion axed. And it was only 18 months ago that they made the decision. So in 18 months, they've made a decision to spend $7 billion on a new military satellite system for Australia and then walk away from it again. And this is just, it has a feel of the hollow men. It's the big, bold announcement without actually considering the detail of how on earth they're going to get there in the end game. And I think there's been a whole host of Labor policies across the board that have been in this ilk. One would think that this one will be deliverable because at the end of the day they're dealing with taxpayers' dollars and a known number of workers. But it is running it down to the line. I mean, why on earth wasn't this work done when the policy was announced back in August? So organisations, government, companies, councils, community organisations that run these daycare centres can actually make ongoing concrete decisions on what they know will be the situation. So the higher wages for childcare workers and carers was announced, as I said, on August the 8th. And then I read in the government's notes that this program will run for just 2 years. And then what? What happens after that 2-year period? Gets us past the next election? Sure, I understand that. But what happens after that 2-year period? Does the funding just stop? Because at this stage, that's exactly what it will do on the 30th of the 11th, 2026. And will the childcare centres or the parents then be lumped with this wage increase, which by then will be well and truly locked in? There won't be any going back on wage increases. I don't think anyone will be suggesting that. But it becomes a question then of who and how will it be paid for. Now, it is the problem when government starts subsidising anything, but certainly wages, is how you get off the sticky paper, how they get off the sticky paper. If wage increases are not accompanied by efficiency gains, in the end, it can only come out of the taxpayer's pocket and out of the industries that do drive the economy. And by that I don't mean to downgrade any industry, but what we would have called when we went to school, Mr Deputy Speaker, the primary and secondary industries, the ones that actually create wealth. So a wage increase for government-funded workforce can only come at the expense of others. Now, the problem is, with these jobs in particular, this government has no focus on driving productivity at the same time that it makes the wage increases. And that is dangerous for the books of Australia and our underlying success in the longer-term future. Now, we know that the lowest paid childcare worker at the moment receives around about $24 an hour, and that's somewhere less than $50,000 a year. I'm assuming a 37-hour week or thereabouts, $47,000. So that's no princely sum for somebody who is well educated in their area. And if we want good people to work in that area, I think we all accept the fact it's got to have a higher wage. But there needs to be more focus on how childcare is delivered in this nation, so we don't fall into this trap of just throwing more money, and not getting a different result out of it. Because the rub is that while this wage is going up, so has the cost of living exploded. And so the government has actually been forced into having to make this step because people were falling out of childcare. So cost of living is increasing exponentially, it seems. I mean, I went to a suburban supermarket the other day, and it's on the eastern side of Adelaide, I'll admit that, $85 for a kilogram of undercut steak. $85. Gee whiz. That's just about out of the reach of most, I'd say, and $16 for sausages. So people think that the cost of living's only going up by, 3 or 4%. Have another think. The stuff that families are buying, the things that families buy is electricity, council rates, insurance, education, they're all going up by greater amounts than the headline inflation rates. So this wage increase will be welcome, but it'll be quite quickly eroded unless something changes in the way this economy is being managed. It's worth recalling that in 2023, the government put $3.6 billion into childcare, $3.6 for reducing subsidies. So the subsidies for anyone under $83,000 a year went from 85% to 90%. So effectively, the parent had a reduction of 30% of their payment for the childcare, and everybody would welcome that, saying, well, what a wonderful outcome. But what's happened in that time? Like, this extra $3.6 billion has gone into the sector, and the price of childcare has gone up by 12%. Up by 12%. And this was supposed to reduce rates for parents. So where's the money gone? Well, and we know that the centres aren't making a fortune, that it hasn't gone into profits. Where it's gone is into these inflated costs of all the things that childcare centres have to buy, which are remarkably similar to those things that the parents have to buy: electricity, council rates, labour in this particular case, insurance. Most of those things actually controlled and driven, or at least driven by government decisions. So it's pretty. It hasn't had the effect that one might have thought, or that the government certainly thought. And I just wonder whether they're actually across their economic brief well enough to understand what it is they're doing with the economy generally, because we've just seen another announcement today about HECS debts, and this is money off budget even, for goodness sake. And what this actually does to the economy and all the other people that have to work within it, it turns out being quite counterproductive. So they have form here in this childcare sector. During the 6 years of the former Labor government, this is the Gillard-Rudd years, there was a 54% increase in childcare costs, around about 9% a year, 54%. And now we're having a 12% increase in childcare costs. Over those 6 years, they averaged around about 9% a year. So whatever it is they do to childcare, they certainly know how to drive the cost of it up. And if we keep driving the cost of these services up exponentially across Australia, and don't get me started on NDIS or on the health sector or a number of other things, Australia becomes unsustainable. And that's why these are serious issues. We are not opposing this wage increase, but the government needs to better understand what it is doing to manage the economy. There's another line in the government statement that greatly concerns me, and I've spoken to me in this chamber many times about this, Mr Deputy Speaker. It says that this increase will not apply to family day care or home care educators. They're not eligible. Now, I'm here to tell you that around about 35% of my electorate, 30% of my electorate lives in a childcare desert. It's one of the worst in Australia. And in many of these towns, these communities, that's just the kind of childcare that can be established in what I call these suboptimal populations. We know that if we have less than about 4,000 people in a community, 3, 4, 5,000, a commercial model of childcare delivery is just simply not viable. And yet the government seems to be completely content to allow that situation to continue. So the government has put $3.6 billion into lowering subsidies, or lifting the subsidies for parents, and now another 4.7, I think this one is, for higher wages in the sector. Not $1 for a new place in the childcare deserts of Australia. Increasingly, we're seeing governments. We saw the Royal Commission in South Australia, chaired by Julia Gillard, recommend that early years learning from 3 years on should be available universally. It should be available to every child in Australia, and yet we've got all these people living in communities that absolutely cannot access any kind of childcare. It's holding the communities back. Companies can't recruit workforce to their operations, because when the family gets there, they say, "Where's the childcare centre?" "Oh, we haven't got one." You'll have to take them to your own family. Well, my family doesn't live here; they live in Queensland, and so it's providing a handbrake right across the economy. It's the government role. I've said in this place many times. In South Australia, we have a thing called rural care. It's where the Education Department of South Australia has stepped up to the plate in 18 centres across South Australia, most of them, I think 17 in my own electorate, where they've recognised that the most organised, the best organisation to deliver childcare in a smaller community is the Education Department. What we need is the minister, the federal minister, to speak to the state ministers about coming to an agreement about how you fill this gap up. I have no doubt that if you've got a population of less than 2,000 or 3,000 people, the Education Department is by far the best organisation to be delivering early years learning. They have schools there, they have staff, they have campuses, they they have administration, they have a gardener, they've got the whole bit there. It makes more. It might run at a loss, but it'll run at less of a loss than anyone else doing. And that's the place for the federal government to step in and find common ground with that state government. I've got centres all across Australia, across South Australia, in that boat. Towns like Wilmington, like Bullaroo, Kadina, Kimber, my hometown, Woodner, Orroroo, all looking for increased places or are places, primarily places in the childcare system. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is something I feel quite passionately about. I just don't think it shouldn't be acceptable that people in the regions, in the country, in the rural areas, get to pay higher taxes to fund a service that they can't access, so people in the city can access that service at a cheaper rate. It just doesn't wash with me. It's like healthcare. If it's going to be universal, we talk about universal healthcare, it has to be universal care. I know we're not going to have brain surgeons in every little country town in Australia, but how about we have doctors in every country town in Australia, that we properly fund our hospitals so they can manage and not take away all the skills and responsibilities that small country hospitals have until they're very little more than aged care services, which are very important to these communities, but that they are not undermined in their ability to deliver these services. So I leave my comments with that, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to see that the Coalition have had a change of heart and are going to be supporting our early childhood educators and supporting wage justice. I've been in this parliament for 11 years now, and I remember one of the first acts of the Abbott and Hockey administration was to axe the National Quality Years Fund that was created by the previous Labor government to start addressing the inadequacy of pay and wage justice for early childhood educators. So it's good to see that after decades of campaigning and decades of reform put forward by Labor, that the Coalition have finally got on board and are going to help deliver wage justice for early childhood educators. This is a sector that is highly feminised. Over 96% of people working in early childhood education are women, and it's one of the reasons why so many people have said that this is also about pay equality and pay justice for women working in this sector. Quite often throughout this campaign over the last 2 decades, early childhood educators who have degrees, who have diplomas, who have certificates, have compared their wage to the wage of male equivalent industries with certificates and diplomas, and the numbers just don't stack up. For far too long, women working in this sector, early childhood educators, have been paid minimum wage, the award, and this bill helps incentivise and encourage services and educators to get together to collectively bargain to lift themselves up out of being trapped in low pay. Early childhood education sector workers do some of the most important work in our country. They work to give our children the best possible start in life. They work with parents to literally give meaning to that term, it takes a village to raise a child. Everything that they do helps to shape the next generation. They embraced the National Quality Framework that was introduced by the former Labor government. They have goals and plans that they draft for each child in their education and care services. Yet for all that extra work they do, that individual planning that they do, the education that they provide for our youngest Australians, they have not been compensated or paid. They have not had the wage justice that they deserved. And it took this government, a Labor government, to introduce these reforms to see them finally be paid what they are worth. I want to take a moment to acknowledge some of the many activists in my local electorate who've campaigned for this for decades, some of whom who've retired but are still excited to see that next generation of educators to benefit from their campaign. Ro and Sally, for example, Ro, who worked forever at the Good Start Golden Square Centre. Her passion for early years is extraordinary, and yet she did it on minimum wage. She was so committed to the families and to the children, but equally she was committed to the other women working in the sector and to the union that ran the campaign, United Workers Union, for the commitment about if we want to keep qualified good educators in the sector, we had to address the matters of pay. I want to acknowledge Ash and Lisa, still working in the sector. Lisa, who is now the director of the Bendigo Good Start Centre, who says that this bill itself, she already has the list of educators and teachers that she is ready to call up to say, you can come back now, we've fixed the pay. One of the key reasons why women leave working in the sector is because the wage that they earn doesn't pay the bills. Too often I have heard, like other members of Parliament on this side of the House have heard, that they can earn more money working in retail, working in hospitality, than what they can working in early childhood education, because it was an industry that was stuck on the award. Far too many great educators left the job, not because they didn't love the job, not because they didn't get fulfilment out of the work, but because it literally did not pay the bills. This bill, and addressing wage justice, will encourage women to come back to the sector. And I know through talking to my local centres that is key. And it's not just something that anecdotally that we're hearing back from people, from centres and from educators. It was also supported by the Productivity Commission's release of its report a few weeks ago that said that the first step to increasing access to ECEC for families was addressing and building the workforce, and pay is critical to that. Far too many services in our deserts, and I acknowledge the previous speaker speaking about deserts, I too even have them in an electorate like mine, which is a regional electorate, nowhere near the geographical challenges of the member for Grey, but even in my electorate we have desert areas. These services have delayed expansion plans, they've been closing rooms or limiting enrolments because they just haven't had the qualified staff to open. And I've been to many centres in my own electorate where the front room or the back room is closed. On the website, the Building Blocks website, they have the capacity to take more children, but they refuse the enrolments because they know they don't have the staff or will be able to attract the staff to be able to open their rooms to full capacity. We conducted our own survey where we wanted to get a handle on how many centres this was affecting. So we rang all of our directors in our electorate and just asked, is staffing an issue and by how much? And all of them, except for a handful, said that they were not at capacity because they didn't have the qualified staff required. The few centres that were at full capacity include the council-run centres, where they are under a different enterprise agreement, where they pay their staff more, and they were able to run at full capacity. So having qualified educators is linked to being able to expand services, and having wages fixed is linked to being able to have the qualified staff. This bill, the Wage Justice Bill, does two important things. It will help address workforce shortages by supporting the delivery of those workers by increasing pay for 15% for eligible workers over 2 years, and as identified, 10% this year and a further 5% next year. A typical early childhood educator will receive an additional $103 from December 2024, and increasing to at least 155 December 2025. That's real pay justice that will make a real difference to household budgets. A typical early childhood educated teacher will receive an additional 166 from December 2024 and an increase of at least 249 from December 2025. This is critical if we're going to achieve another objective around kinder and making sure that all of our children have access to 3 and 4-year-old kinder before entering their foundation and prep years. The Victorian State Government has set a bold plan in terms of kinder attendance, but yet the state kinder funded program is struggling to keep up with demand. And in my area, like most other areas of Victoria, it falls to the kinder program in the long daycare setting to be able to make sure that every child has access to the kinder requirements that they need to be able to transition into the foundation years of primary school. What I also really respect about this bill, and I'm so pleased to see, it's not just a straight increase to the award. It is about incentivising enterprise bargaining. It's the first example under our government where we have seen good faith. It encourages good faith bargaining and making use of the multi-employer bargaining stream that was introduced by this government. This fund will help support that legislation achieve its objectives. It will help support the steps the government is already taking to support early childhood educators and to see a fairer bargaining system. Speaker, in my own family's experience, like so many in this place, I could not do this job without the amazing educators and teachers in my children's life. I have a 3 and 4-year-old, and we've had the opportunity to not just attend our local Annie Galvin, which is a council-run centre where my children are today, although they'll be home by now and getting ready for dinner. They've also had the opportunity to attend the service here at Parliament House, the Capitol Hill Early Learning Centre. And I want to take a moment to thank and acknowledge the great work of Melita and her team, who balance that unique position where parliamentarians and staff enrol their children on a casual basis during sitting weeks. They manage that disruption of our children coming into their service, yet they don't miss a beat in the quality of the education that they provide. For my daughter Daisy, this was the first childcare service that she attended. She was born right before COVID. And as you know, Victoria went into lockdowns before any other states. And a lot of the natural opportunities for young children, for babies, for parents with toddlers to interact, the play groups, the rhyme times, the tumble tots, all those things that you usually do in the first 12 months of life were suspended. So the very first children that Daisy met were the children here at the Capitol Hill Early Learning Centre. And I just think of the impact and the opportunity that she's had by being able to do what is just so natural for young children to do, to learn, to meet, to play, to interact with children. For many years, I think we'll be talking about the impact that COVID has had on Daisy's generation. But I do know that during that period, that our early childhood educators, they really stepped up. They really made sure that essential workers had an opportunity to go to work, to do what we needed them to do, and that their children were cared for. They were such an important part of the response. Yet they did it without not a lot in the way of thanks, particularly from the previous government. They did it on minimum wage, and they did it having to deal with all the other barriers that came with the COVID years. Drop-offs at the gate, masks all the time, that challenge that you had with separation anxiety. Parents weren't able to stay in the room that little bit longer with their children. Communicating through apps and notebooks because you had to limit your engagement. But they did it, and they did it well, and they made sure that those young children still had a quality education and a great experience and had the foundations to their stepping stones for being successful into their primary school years. This bill addresses a campaign that has been run by our unions involved in this sector for a long time. And they did it not just for their members, but for every child and every child that will enter into their service for years to come. Can I pay tribute to the United Workers Union, Australian Education Union and the Australian Services Union for their passion and their commitment? And can I acknowledge the amazing educators who just did not give up? From the days when they walked off the job to draw attention to this issue, to working and to their delegations that they've had in this place, and the warmth in which they invite us into their service. Regardless of political colour, they will always welcome a Member of Parliament in to share with them the work that they do and how critical it is. This bill is critical to ensuring we can achieve our ultimate goal, which is access to universal early childhood education. And I look forward to the work that our government will do to help in achieving that. Until we have a situation where every child, regardless of their parents' income, regardless of postcode, has access to early childhood education, work is not done in this space. But critical to getting there is making sure we address wage justice and making sure that we are paying these amazing educators and teachers value for their work. Deputy Speaker, I cannot think of another example in the Australian workplace, in the Australian economy, where we have such an example that speaks to why we need a parliament, why we need to address gender equality and why we need to address pay. I encourage all of those present to vote for this bill, and again would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the many educators in my electorate, the many teachers in my electorate who give our children each and every day that great opportunity for early childhood education, but also the care that they require.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Chair. I want to acknowledge the contribution from the member for Bendigo. How good it is to be in a house where we have parents of young children who are members of Parliament and who give a lived experience of what it's like to be juggling work and early education and care, and who can give us lived experience of the extraordinary quality of the early childhood educators that we have across Australia. So I thank the member for Bendigo for sharing her stories just now. Quality early childhood education is transformational. As an independent member of Parliament, I support a childcare system where families can access affordable childcare no matter where they live and no matter their income. Universal childcare access is among, I think, the most aspirational goals we could have as a nation. It supports the cognitive, social and emotional development of our children, and it prepares them better for the challenges that life throws before all of us. For parents and caregivers, it helps make it easier to balance parenthood and work. This benefits the whole community because so many mums and dads work in vital jobs, particularly in our regions, whether that be nursing, teaching, psychology, running a small business, or so many other professions and occupations. And a thriving early childhood education sector should also create rewarding careers for those who work in it. The carers and educators who help our young people as they develop foundational skills that set them up for life. So, Deputy Speaker, I support the intention of this bill, the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Educators Bill 2024, because it will make a difference and it will reward a workforce so often undervalued and underpaid. As a society, we do not do nearly enough to recognising the life-changing influence that early childhood educators have on our young people, or the skills that are required to do these jobs well, and I want this to change. And like the member for Bendigo, I've met with many early education and care workers and professionals, and I absolutely value what they do. This bill implements the government's decision to fund a 15% wage rise for early childhood educators over 2 years. The minister said in his speech that a typical early educator will receive a pay rise of at least $103 per week, or around $7,800 a year. And that will make a difference to the educators and teachers contacting my office who are struggling with the cost of living or indeed finding suitable housing. Some are even considering leaving the children in centres that they love for better paid jobs elsewhere, and we just can't allow that to happen. Firstly, the bill creates a special account to be called the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account, which will hold money for the purpose of delivering pay rises over 2 years through the Worker Retention Payment Program. Secondly, the bill will enable the Minister to establish a grant program that funds childcare providers to pass on wage rises through their regular payroll system. Now, this will mean that early childhood educators won't be required to do anything. The pay rise will appear automatically in their pay slip. The creation of a grant program will also enable the government to limit childcare fee increases to less than 4.4% over the next 12 months. And this will mean that the wage rise will be passed on in full to employees and won't see price rises for young families trying to access childcare. Really important, because this is already so difficult for people in my electorate. However, the wage rise provided by this bill is only temporary. The bill also creates a sunset clause to reflect that the pay rise is only for 2 years. And this means the government has 2 years to ensure that sustainable and long-term wage rises for the childcare and education sector can be delivered. We simply cannot find ourselves in a situation in 2 years' time where a sector seeking to grow and expand is then facing a 15% drop in wages. So while I support the intention of this bill, it's a short-term fix and at this point is not the long-term solution that we need. The government says that this bill delivers an interim payment while the Fair Work Commission finalises its gender undervaluation review of priority awards, which includes the Children's Services Award. The government is also considering longer-term funding arrangements as part of its response to the recent Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and Productivity Commission reports. Speaker, as an independent MP scrutinising this plan, this raises some questions for me. How will this future transition be managed? As I said earlier, I support the intention of this bill, including plans to limit price increases to 4.4% over the next year. But I do ask the question, how will the limits of price rises be implemented in an inflationary economy? If inflation increases to more than 4.4%, then there could be severe impacts on the viability of childcare providers. And I've heard from childcare providers in my electorate who really are very worried about the impact on their viability because the cost of providing high-quality care are still rising. The additional burden of administering wage rises on behalf of employees will only add to their mounting pressures. While the government this week announced that limits on fee growth for 2025 will be determined by a new childcare cost index being developed by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the ABS, we at this stage have very little understanding of what this index will look like and how it will work. And given the recent experiences that I've had in my electorate of outside school hours care providers, I am concerned about the government's ability to successfully implement this program. So we need to watch this. Nonetheless, we need these wage rises because providers tell me the lack of staff is the overwhelming reason they can't meet the demand for childcare in the regions. And we've heard this today in this House from various members of Parliament. The care industry has been undervalued for too long in our society, and we see the evidence of that in the wages paid in sectors like early childhood education and care, aged care and disability care too. These are sectors with highly feminised workforces doing skilled work. And as a community, we are finally waking up and realising we can't manage without these people, and we certainly can't manage without the high quality of the work that they deliver. A Jobs and Skills Australia report released last month found that the early childcare and education workforce would need to grow by an additional 8% to satisfy estimated unmet demand for early childhood services. Across much of Australia, and particularly in the regions, there is simply not enough educators to keep up with demand. And without enough early education and care workers, we don't have enough places available. You can see the pattern. I hope that by increasing these wages, we will attract new workers to this sector and retain the workers who are already providing this invaluable and skilled care and education. And again, I commend the Minister and the Government on the work they're doing in the training of early education and care educators through TAFE. Really important. I've met many of these students who are working in the sector and undertaking their studies, sometimes online, sometimes in person. Mr Deputy Speaker, while childcare is a family responsibility, we know in reality it is mothers who are disproportionately affected when childcare is unavailable or difficult to obtain. There wouldn't be a woman in Australia right now who wouldn't smile and nod when they heard that. Take the story of Rebecca from Beechworth in my electorate. Rebecca wrote to me, sharing that her son was waiting so long for a childcare place to become available that he started school before he could attend childcare. That is, quite frankly, absurd. I hear from mums driving their children 20, 40 or 60 kilometres to neighbouring towns so they can find a centre with availability. I speak to mothers who drive between different centres, having to share that around different centres in order to get care. And this really does have real tangible impact on female workforce participation. Recent ABS data showed that a lack of childcare is the #1 reason stopping women from entering or re-entering the workforce. When families can't access childcare, women pay the price, losing out on career progression, superannuation accrual and social connection. The data is clear, it's crystal clear. Lack of childcare is creating a motherhood penalty that holds women back, and we need to fix it. That's why earlier this year I hosted 2 playdate events in my electorate with the Parenthood, one of Australia's leading advocacy groups for a better and fairer childcare system. These playdates informed the Parenthood's recent report on childcare shortages in regional, rural and remote Australia. The findings, while shocking, were actually quite unsurprising. Because what I heard at the playdate events in Wangaratta and Wodonga was that our childcare system is not working for families in northeast Victoria. Amy in Wangaratta is studying to be a nurse. Now, there are not enough childcare places in Wangaratta to accommodate her son, so, as she told the Parenthood, twice a week I drive 50 kilometres, about 40 minutes each way to Yarrawonga. I study at the library in Yarrawonga while my son is at daycare, as the driving time and cost would add up if I returned to Wangaratta. So day in, day out, Amy is having to make hard decisions about cost and time versus care and connection. Like so many families, Amy is pushed to the brink of burnout because her family cannot access the childcare that they need close to where they live. Hannah in Wodonga had attained high standing in her profession. She has a mortgage, and when she and her husband had their first child, they had prepared as best they could and put themselves on waiting lists when their child was still in the womb. So you can imagine their shock when the time came to go back to work and they could only get care for 3 days a week across 2 different centres. And they live in the biggest town in our electorate. Keep in mind that in Wodonga, there are 2.4 children for every available childcare place. Because extra care cannot be found, Hannah has reduced her work to 4 days a week. So Hannah's income is reduced by 20% each and every week. She misses out on 20% of her superannuation. She could be passed over when promotions arise. And this is why we need a childcare system that works for all of us, but especially for mothers. As I mentioned earlier, I have little reason to trust that when it comes to implementation of policy in this area that the government will be up to the job. In recent months, I've become aware of a widespread and extremely concerning situation in my electorate of Indi. The 4th round of the Community Childcare Fund saw 75% of funding disappear from Indi. This is funding that supports outside school hours care in places like Yakandanda, Whitfield, Greta, Benalla, Moyu, Mount Beauty and Rutherglen. And if you've never heard of those names, look them up. They're tiny, beautiful places, some of them quite remote. Some of these services have received this funding for more than a decade. To lose it so suddenly has come as a shock to principals, families and educators, and indeed it's sent a shockwave around the whole community. Because if we see these services close, parents won't be able to work if they can't find alternate care. Some parents may be forced to move their kids to schools in larger towns where they work because the small rural school simply won't be an option if they can't provide after-school care. For these schools then, that risk is existential. Lose children, lose teachers, lose viability. It could exacerbate the gender pay gap because we know it is disproportionately mothers who will drop those shifts or days at work to provide this care if those OSH services close. It could also exacerbate broader workforce shortages with so many parents and caregivers in my electorate working in crucial occupations such as teaching, nursing, psychology. In fact, I've met 2 psychologists who have wait lists from Wangaratta to Sydney, and they have to drop the amount of work that they can do in order to take care of their children because the availability of childcare is simply not there for them. So I met with the Minister as soon as my office discovered the extent of the issue with OSH, and I subsequently asked the Minister in question time what the government is doing to ensure those services don't close in my electorate. And I went to see her again today, and I recognise both ministers in the House this afternoon. I've now helped to secure emergency funding for 2 of these services, and I hope more services will soon receive this desperately needed support. But I do say to you, that's 1 year of emergency funding. We need security. We absolutely need security for these services. So, Deputy Speaker, I conclude my remarks by affirming my support for this bill, despite my implementation concerns. It will ensure that early childhood educators and teachers right across Australia will see a wage rise in December. And this wage rise, make no mistake, is long overdue. But I am fearful that at this point it is only temporary. If this government is serious about fixing workforce shortages in this sector, then it needs to deliver on its commitment to long-term funding solutions, because this bill alone is not enough. It is simply one step among many that we must take if we are to fix our childcare system in Australia. As a regional independent member of Parliament, I will continue to be a strong advocate for regional families and regional communities. Childcare deserts cannot be allowed to persist in regional communities or any community, and I'll continue pushing for childcare systems that works for families across the electorate of Indi, across North East Victoria and indeed across the nation, because I truly believe this nation is well and truly overdue for considerable reform in the early education and care sector, and I support the Minister in her efforts to achieve that.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Significant, momentous, historic, a monumental moment, a lifeboat, proof that early learning matters, life-changing. These are just some of the descriptive words that early childhood education advocates and workers have used to describe this government's 15% wage increase. And Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to stand in this chamber today alongside my colleague, the Minister for Education, speaking on the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Bill 2024, because I know early childhood educators have long been fighting. They've been fighting for respect, for fairness, and for a world-class early childhood education system for our children. So I do want to start by acknowledging all the early childhood educators and all their advocates who for more than a decade have been fighting for a wage increase for this vital workforce. Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, sorry, when I first became a Member of Parliament in 2016, I signed a pledge, the Big Steps Pledge, to support a pay rise for early childhood educators, as did many of my parliamentary colleagues on this side of the chamber. I did that for a number of reasons, but one of the 2 major reasons, the first reason was that I, as a single mother, relied very heavily on early childhood education and care. And I know I owe the educators who gave my 2 sons a sense of normality, a routine, the nurturing and the education they needed at a significant time in their lives and in my life. I owe them a debt of gratitude that I don't think I could ever repay. Quite recently, I was at an Early Childhood Australia conference in my hometown of Perth, and at the back of the room, as I was leaving the room, at the back of the room, a woman stood up and came to me and she said, "Anne, do you remember me?" And of course I remembered her. She was the educator who looked after my 2 boys, Adam and Kareem. And there were tears on both sides as we embraced, and I said to her, "I don't know how to thank you." I said to her, "You saved my life." And I said to her, I don't know if you knew what was going on in my life at the time when you were educating my two sons. And she looked at me and she simply said, Anne, we knew. We all knew. And that, Deputy Speaker, is one of the reasons why I feel so passionately about recognising just how important early childhood education and care, and just how important the workers and the professionals who educate our children are, and just how important their fight for respect and for wage equality has been. The other reason that I signed that pledge was because I knew, though I did not know that I would one day be the minister, I knew that it would take an Albanese Labor government to deliver that wage increase for early childhood educators. And Deputy Speaker, here we are. A government that recognises this vital profession with this historic investment. When we first came into government, we knew that the early childhood education and care system was working, but it wasn't working for everyone. It wasn't working for every child, and it wasn't working for every family. It wasn't working for every parent. And so we embarked on reform, on reforming this important sector, a sector that was long due for reform, I might add. The very first thing we did was to make early childhood education and care more affordable. Latest data shows that average out-of-pocket costs have decreased by more than 13% from the June quarter of 2023 to the June quarter 2024, following our government's cheaper childcare policy coming into effect. But we also knew that cost wasn't the only barrier that families were facing in accessing early learning. And we knew, as we know today, that there is more to do. So we asked the ACCC and the Productivity Commission to each do a review, providing guidance on how we can achieve that vision of a universal early learning system. A system where every child, no matter who they are, no matter their background, no matter where they live, every child has access to quality early childhood education and care. We know that to get to the Albanese government's vision of a world-class universal early childhood education system in Australia, one that is affordable, one that is accessible and inclusive, we need a strong foundation. And that foundation, Deputy Speaker, is a quality and sustainable workforce. This wage increase is important for families, for children, and for the entire early childhood education and care sector across Australia. Brain development. In those first 5 years, 90% of brain development occurs in those first 5 years. We talk about children learning to walk, learning to talk, learning to play, learning to share. Right? That should be enough to tell us that in those first 5 years, early childhood education is not babysitting, it's not wiping bums and noses, it's education. And I want to say to the early childhood workers across Australia, the Albanese government sees you, and we hear you, and we acknowledge you, and we know the vital and professional work that you do in helping our youngest Australians grow and thrive. Early childhood educators are some of the lowest paid people in the workforce. And as many have mentioned, it's a highly feminised workforce. Their pay for far too long just hasn't reflected the level of professionalism that they bring to their work and the heart that they put into educating children between the ages of 0 and 5. Anyone who's ever visited an early learning centre will tell you, just observing the way that children interact with their educators and the way that they interact with each other, that there is more than just sitting and care going on here, that there is a real level of professionalism reflected in those interactions that you see. The Productivity Commission's final report confirms what the Albanese government already knew, that prioritising the early learning workforce is critical to any reform, and that's why this bill is so important. The Wage Justice Bill supports this historic 15% wage increase for our early childhood education workers. It ensures that funding gets passed on to workers in full. It requires early childhood education and care services to agree to limit the increases they make to the fees they charge families. So it will help strengthen the early learning workforce without passing these costs on to families. So what does this mean in a practical sense? What does this mean for the early childhood education and care workforce? Well, it means that 200,000 early childhood workers right across Australia will get more than $100 more a week in their pay packets in time for Christmas. And by the end of next year, that means more than an additional $150 in their pay packet each week. It means a livable wage. That's what it means for early childhood educators. And I do want to share a little story with the chamber here today. I was getting off the plane in Melbourne just last Tuesday, Mr Deputy Speaker, and a young man pulled me aside and he said, "Thank you so much for what you're doing for early childhood educators, for the pay increase." And I said to him, "Oh, are you an early childhood educator?" And he said, "No, my wife is." And I said, "In Melbourne or in Perth?" He said, "In Perth." And I said, "Whereabouts does she work?" And he said, "Good Start, Joondalup." And he shook my hand and he said, "This means so much for us. It means so much for her, recognising her work and her professionalism, and it means so much to our family." Those words that that young man said to me that day were echoed by Leanne, who is a 19-year veteran of the sector. She's worked in early childhood education and care for 19 years. And let me tell you, Deputy Speaker, those early childhood educators who have devoted a lifetime in a sector while earning so low wages are just champions. They do it because they love what they do. And Leanne said this, she said, "To be recognised as professionals and to have a wage that reflects that is a huge step forward, not only for educators, but for children and their families." That's what this bill means. That's what this wage increase means. And I've listened to some of the contributions here in the House, and I want to acknowledge the previous speaker, the member for Indi, for her engagement on this and her devotion to this issue. But I have heard some speakers denigrate or downplay the impact of this 15% wage increase. Some speakers from the Liberal Coalition Party, but also from the Greens political party, downplaying a 15% wage increase. Well, I would say to those people, go and speak to early childhood educators. Ask them what it means for them. Because it is significant. It is significant for them because it means that along with this government's tax cuts, they're able to earn more, they're able to keep more of what they earn. They don't have to take a second job. They can stay in the profession that they love. They're able to earn a livable wage. They're able to make ends meet. As one early childhood educator put it to me, I'm able to buy real food. I'm able to pay the rent. Right? This is not something that is insignificant. This is really, truly meaningful to the people that it impacts most. And, Mr Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, it means that we are on that way. We're on that path to building that strong and stable early learning workforce as we have more early childhood educators coming through our free TAFE pipeline. I went and visited one TAFE in Perth recently. They've had a 400% increase in the number of people doing a Cert 3 in early childhood education and care. I spoke to those young people undertaking the free TAFE course who said to me, I wouldn't have been able to do this if it wasn't for free. I wouldn't have been able to afford it. We're building that system, we're building that workforce because we know that accessible and affordable early learning is critical to supporting more people, especially women, to have a choice. To have a choice when it comes to undertaking study, to have a choice when it comes to re-entering the workforce or increasing their hours of work. And I come back to my own experience, Deputy Speaker, and why I say that those early childhood educators saved my life. Because they afforded me choice. They afforded me the ability to go back to study. They afforded me the ability to go back to work, to put a roof over my head and my children's heads. They afforded me the ability to provide for my children, an ability that I would not have had it not been for those early childhood educators. Deputy Speaker, this bill represents real cost of living relief for the household budgets of families struggling with the rising cost of living. and it improves economic security for women. It's what the children of Australia deserve. It's what the families of Australia deserve. And it's what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. It of course builds on a range of measures the government is delivering to support this important workforce. We've already increased the pipeline of early childhood educators, as I mentioned earlier. We've got $72 million in the early childhood education workforce package that's helping to retain the existing highly skilled early learning workforce. And now we're increasing wages, helping early childhood educators who have been struggling for so long and attracting more coming back into the sector. And of course, encouraging more people to take up early childhood education and care as a career, as a viable career option. And from visiting centres across the country and meeting with so many of our precious early childhood educators, I know that they love the job, but I also know that love doesn't pay the bills. We want to build an early childhood education system that works for everyone. And that means that it needs to work for educators as well as for parents. And, importantly, that it works for children. And every Australian, whether you're a parent, a grandparent, an auntie, or an uncle or a great auntie, as I have just recently become, whether you know someone who works in early childhood education or whether you are an early childhood educator, every Australian can get behind this because every Australian knows just how important the work of nurturing and educating our youngest Australians is. And with that, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I would also like to thank the Minister for her telling her personal story and also for her passion in bringing to this House this bill that implements the 15% pay rise for all of our early education workers, early childhood education workers, who play a crucial role in providing children with a nurturing and supportive environment where they can explore, where they can learn and where they can grow. Through their expertise, they create spaces that guide children through essential development milestones and encourage the foundational skills necessary for lifelong success. These environments encourage curiosity and discovery, helping children to not only build cognitive abilities, but also develop socially, emotionally and physically. Early childhood educators are dedicated professionals who deliver more than lessons. They inspire a love of learning and cultivate an inclusive atmosphere where children feel valued and understood. In May this year, the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth visited the University of Wollongong and met with early childhood educators. The Minister was an absolute rock star when she came to Wollongong, whether it was meeting with early childhood education workers, young people from our local high schools. She just shone and they absolutely adored talking to you, can I just say. You're an absolute rock star. She listened to the concerns and the experiences of early childhood educators where they highlighted the challenges that were faced in delivering quality care and education in the Illawarra. These conversations emphasise the need for targeted reforms to ensure that the sector can continue providing high-quality education and care to all families while retaining the skilled workforce, especially in regions like mine in the Illawarra. The Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024 is an instrumental piece of legislation for these workers. It not only addresses pay equity, but it also tackles broader issues such as workforce retention, early childhood development and family support. Despite their crucial role in the development of our children, these educators have historically been underpaid. Many early childhood workers earn wages significantly lower than those in comparable industries. During their decade in government, those opposite failed to take any action to address underpayment or the broader challenges facing the early childhood education and care sector. The Albanese Labor government recognises how important early childhood education and care workers are to our country. The Wage Justice Bill will help address significant workforce shortages by supporting the delivery of a wage increase of 15% for eligible workers over 2 years. For many educators, this could mean a rise of $7,800 annually, bringing their pay more into line with the important work that they do. This bill acknowledges that early educators are more than just caregivers. They are professionals who deserve to be recognised and compensated fairly. By improving wages, we are also investing in the quality of education for our children. In our Illawarra region, access to early childhood education is strained due to long wait lists for care. Many parents are forced to delay their return to the workforce because they can't find affordable and available childcare spots. Belinda Jackson and Summer Finlay, two mums from the Illawarra, wrote a submission to the Productivity Commission inquiry regarding the issues that Illawarra families face accessing childcare and the implications. They conducted a survey of 73 families around the Illawarra and found that over 33% of respondents had lost more than $50,000 per annum due to the lack of availability of early childhood education and care. A further 49% lost somewhere between $10,000 and $50,000 a year, and with almost 60% of respondents being on waiting lists for more than 18 months. This is affecting household budgets around the Illawarra, but it is also a loss for the local economy, with predominantly women having to delay their return to work or work part-time as a result of places in early childhood education and care centres. The staffing shortages in our local early childhood education and care centres are a contributor to these wait lists. This bill directly addresses these shortages by improving wages, making the profession more attractive and encouraging qualified professionals to remain in or return to the sector. For families in the Illawarra, this will help centres to increase capacity, offering more places for children. And the ripple effect is significant. When more children can access care, parents, particularly women, can return to the workforce sooner, boosting local economic activity. With better pay for educators, we can ensure that all early childhood education and care centres are adequately staffed and that children receive the high-quality care that they deserve. Research has shown that the first 5 years of a child's life are critical for brain development. Educators in this sector support this growth, providing children with the cognitive, emotional and social skills they need to thrive in school and beyond. I asked staff from some of my local childcare professionals what this pay increase would mean to them. Marina Harris, Executive, Lead People and Learning of Big Fat Smile said, "This victory has positively impacted our 500 eligible long day care and out of school hours or USH care employees, recognising the valuable and essential contribution that teachers and educators make to Australia's children, families and workplaces." She said this government has shown a strong commitment to establishing a truly universal early childhood education system for all of Australia's children and families. And a key component is having qualified early learning teachers and educators who are compensated fairly. Properly valuing the early childhood education and care profession is crucial to attracting and retaining a skilled and capable workforce. It is a vital step towards ensuring universal access to early learning and the sustainability of our sector. Another quote from Bridie, an out-of-school hours director, said, "When I found out the news as an USH director, I was in shock because I didn't think we were included. This wage increase validates the work that we do every day with our children while helping to reduce financial stresses on our educators. This increase is a step forward, showing just how important our sector is. And that keeps coming up. It shows that they are valued and we think that their sector is important." And she says it allows people to do what they love and be financially stable in this economy. "I am looking forward to the future." And Danielle, an early learning educator, said, "I was pleased to hear the news about the pay increase for early childhood educators. A pay increase in the early childhood sector is crucial because it acknowledges the valuable work done by educators. By providing a higher salary, it not only recognises our dedication and hard work, but it also helps to attract and retain future educators in the field. This leads to better quality care and education for young children, ensuring their well-being and development are in capable hands. And these are just some of the many workers and managers who are excited to see a wage increase in the sector. Others have said it is still a talking point in many centres, as it will be changing the lives of those employed, but also helping to attract more educators and teachers. Early childhood education and care centres have been delaying expansion plans, closing rooms and limiting enrolments because they can't find qualified staff. This is impacting on the availability and the cost of early childhood education and care for families. And one of the most pressing concerns for families in the Illawarra is the rising cost of childcare. Even with increased subsidies, families often find that costs outpace wage growth, making childcare a significant financial burden. This bill not only ensures wage justice for workers, but it also implements a cap on childcare fees increases at 4.4% per year. And this cap will prevent fees from skyrocketing, providing much needed cost of living relief for families across the country, including those in the Illawarra. And by capping fee increases, the bill ensures that the benefits of the wage rises for workers are not undermined by unaffordable fees for families. Parents will be able to access affordable care, secure in the knowledge that the government is taking action to prevent unreasonable fee hikes. And for working families, this is a game changer. Affordable childcare is essential for parents to re-enter the workforce, increase their hours or pursue further education. In the Illawarra, where many households are juggling the cost of living with the challenges of finding childcare, this bill offers both short-term relief and long-term solutions. It is about much more than wages. It's about shaping the future of early education in Australia. By investing in our educators, we are investing in the success of our children and our society. Research consistently shows that high-quality early education leads to better educational outcomes, lower rates of social disadvantage and stronger future participation in the workforce. In the Illawarra, a region known for its resilience and innovation, we understand the importance of investing in people. When our children receive the best possible start in life, they are more likely to succeed in school and contribute meaningfully to their communities. This bill is a step forward towards ensuring that every child in the Illawarra and across Australia has access to the best early education opportunities, regardless of their background. It is also a huge step in recognising the dedication, passion and tremendous effort of all early childhood education and care workers and the care that they put in every day for children. And this increase will help build a bigger early education and care workforce that will in turn help to build a bigger and better early education system. This bill is a landmark step towards building a fairer, more sustainable early childhood education and care system. It addresses wage inequality for our educators, enhances access to childcare for families and ensures that quality of care remains high. For the Illawarra, this will help to achieve shorter wait lists, more places for children and more opportunities for parents to return to work. It means creating a more equitable and just society where the importance of early childhood education is recognised and supported. I would like to thank the United Workers Union for their fierce advocacy for early childhood education and care workers through their Big Steps campaign to help secure this pay rise. And I would also like to thank all the early childhood education and care workers, especially those in the Illawarra, for everything that you do. You deserve this pay rise and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to and I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a hugely significant step and it's a sign that the Albanese Labor government understands early childhood development, understands our society and understands our future. My electorate of Macarthur has one of the highest growth rates in the country and our fertility rate is well past that of population replacement. So we're a rapidly growing electorate, the biggest in the country by population, and we have many young children and young families in my electorate who require high quality childcare and early childhood education. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for Early Childhood Education who has visited my electorate several times and has been a really iconic figure in the development of early childhood education policy since we've been in government. And I congratulate her on this bill. I also congratulate the Minister for Education, who again has visited my electorate on a number of occasions and has been a really towering figure in the development of education policy in Australia over the last 3 years. And I feel very proud that I've been able to have him visit, and indeed the Minister for Early Childhood Education visit the electorate of Macarthur and see our wonderful kids and their families, who are the future of our country and our society. The purpose of the bill, of course, is to establish an account to fund grants that support financial incentives for early childhood educators by increasing their wages. This has been a long, long journey for me as both a politician and a paediatrician. I love visiting early childhood education centres. They're really exciting places where we can see the potential of our kids blossoming with the support they get from our early childhood educators. I've been to just about every early childhood education centre in my electorate, and some outside the electorate as well, in almost half a century. My own children have benefited by the support of early childhood education workers, and I thank them so much for the support they've given my family and my patients as a paediatrician. And when I say it's been a long journey, as a young medical student, I was involved in a study that looked at brain development in young children and found that the brain development is, in terms of number of neuronal cells, is virtually complete by age 2. And the connections that come after that are a response to the stimulation from the environment that occurs. And we are to thank our early childhood educators for that stimulation and that support they give our kids in early childhood centres around the country. And the fact that we can see the wonderful potential of those children is a tribute to our early childhood education workers and to the families that support our children as well. The first part of this bill, of course, deals with a range of matters, including the object of the bill and provisions that establish the payment systems and support and supervision of that. Our early childhood educators have done a wonderful job, but they've been underpaid for many, many decades. This has led to poor career structures. It's led, in many instances, to frequent staff changes, and anyone who's had children in preschool understand how important it is to have a stable teaching environment and teachers who are there for the long term for our kids. All 6 of my children have benefited by early childhood education centres in my electorate of Macarthur, and they're all well grown now. In fact, we now have 9 grandchildren who have also benefited by early childhood education. And I love going and seeing my own children and grandchildren in early childhood education. But I love seeing my patients, and I love to see the support they're getting and how they're growing up with the support of our early childhood educators. And to have a plan that they now have a remuneration system that allows them to live a normal life in stable housing, to be able to feed their own families, to be able to educate their own families, is a really crucial step. And it's a sign, as I've said, that the Albanese Labor government understands that huge importance of early childhood education and what it is doing for our children and for our future. Our society depends on our children having the best education possible, and we know that that education starts from birth. As I said, as a medical student, I was involved in one of the first studies that looked at brain development in very young children, and more recent times, I've been promoting the first 1,000 days as an early childhood development program to see how we can stimulate the brain development and the overall development of our young children. And that is a very important thing that we're only now beginning to recognise is so important for the future education of all our children. I think that if we can build on this further, it will be of great benefit to our young children. We know that many young children in the past have missed out from the benefits of early childhood education, and we know that by talking to our teachers. And it has been shown that children who start school at age 5 often have much slower language and early development skills, much slower than those who have been to early childhood development centres. And that is something that we need to encourage, and it's important to recognise that all children should start school on an equal footing. And this bill, by getting proper remuneration for our early childhood centre teachers, will help stimulate the ability of people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds to enter early childhood education. The bill establishes the mechanism for this, and we will build on it further. As I said, I congratulate the ministers involved, and I look forward to visiting many more early childhood education centres to see the progress of my grandchildren and my patients who are attending the preschools in the Macarthur region. And I thank all of them, the teachers and the centres, for their support over many, many years for the early childhood development of those kids. And I look forward in the future to seeing them prosper even further in our schools and our universities and our TAFEs. Our children deserve the very best. In centres around the world, we know that the very best centres provide ongoing early childhood intervention and support for children from a very early age with a seamless transition into primary school. And I'm very hopeful that will continue in Australia, provided we can build on this bill, make sure we have a stable workforce and make sure that workforce is properly trained and attuned to the developments of the 21st century in early childhood education. I commend this bill to the House. I look forward to its implementation. I congratulate the Minister, and I congratulate all those early childhood intervention teachers that have been involved in getting this bill through the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Macarthur, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am reminded of the importance of good quality early childhood education and care when I'm confronted with its removal. 2 centres in my electorate currently face closure, and 3 have recently closed as churches, councils or other institutions leave the field by seeking other uses for their land. The common thread is that these have all been community-led centres. These decisions leave families and communities shattered because the selection of a childcare centre or kindy is made so thoughtfully and individually, often based on interactions with staff, the needs obviously of the child, word of mouth, and on online quality standards, which are universally higher for community-run centres. Little St Margaret's, Ewing Street Kindy, Garden and Preschool, Windsor Community Children's Centre, the Craig Family Centre, Hubbard Malvern's Early Childhood Education and Care Centre. These are places I love visiting to meet caring and impressive staff and curious children. Currently, Windsor Community Children's Centre and Gardner Preschool are fighting to survive. A campaign is underway to protect Windsor Community Children's Centre, the land on which this beloved centre is sitting on and is being rezoned and sold. It is one of the few remaining not-for-profit centres in the city of Stonington. It is a special place where children are nurtured, educated and prepared for their future in a safe and loving environment. Gardner Preschool in Glen Iris is a quality community-run kinder, open since the 1940s, and it too is at risk of closure due to the Uniting Church's decision to terminate its lease. I am asking Higgins residents and people at all levels of government to visit these centres and have a look at their websites, to learn about their histories and what they provide, and to support the campaigns to save them in whatever way they can. The educators and carers in these settings perform vital work and become part of our families. But therein lies the trap. They are not in our family. They are skilled professionals who should be paid fairly. Parents agree. Time and time again, I have had parents cite the need to pay our educators better. They are concerned that their fees may not be getting to the workers. Caring professionals provide the foundation for a caring society. from the cradle to the grave. 90% of brain growth occurs in those first 5 years. They are critical, underpinning the importance of high-quality early education and care, noting that the workforce, like in every other caring profession, from teaching to nursing and aged care, is everything. The workforce is everything. But sector reform is needed because there is a shortage of workers. Providers have been delaying expansion plans, closing rooms, and limiting enrolments because they can't find quality and qualified staff. Since Labor came to office, the workforce has increased by 30,000, but more work is needed. The Future of Early Childhood Education Profession, Early Childhood Education and Care Workforce Capacity Study Summary Report stated that Australia needs 21,000 more qualified ECEC professionals to meet current demand. ECEC remuneration is low compared to other competing occupations, which presents a significant disincentive to entry and accelerates attrition. Given that 92% of the workforce are women, this is a gendered issue, and it is close to the heart of this female-dominant government. I congratulate Ministers Anne Ali and Jason Clare for their work on this bill. It is a game changer. Change is needed not simply as a matter of fairness, but to attract people to the profession and to retain them. I have met educators who have been at centres for decades, some up to 25 years. We want the sector to be seen as a career destination, and remuneration is vital to making that a reality. High quality childcare and early childhood education are essential for increased workforce productivity, particularly for women, and for better biopsychosocial outcomes, not just education for children. It's holistic. The bill we are debating establishes a special account to fund grants to approved early childhood education and care providers to support a wage increase of 15% for eligible workers over 2 years, and to limit fee increases charged by providers. This is the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Program. The 15% pay rise will be phased in over 2 years, starting with a 10% increase from December this year, with a further 5% increase from December next year. A typical early educator paid at the award rate will receive a pay rise of at least $103 a week in December of this year, increasing to at least $155 per week from next year. For a typical early education childhood teacher, they'll receive an additional $166 a week from December this year, increasing to $249 from December next year. To be eligible to receive the funding for the wage increase, early childhood education and care services must agree not to increase their fees by more than 4.4% between the 8th of August this year and the 7th of August next year. This will place downward pressure on fees. It will constrain them. The funding for this change has been set for 2 years to follow the Fair Work Commission, the Fair Work Commission to finalise its Gender Awards Review, which is expected to overhaul the care and health sectors. Watch this space. This bill builds on the government's support for the ECEC sector and Australian families, including the cheaper childcare measures, which injected $5 billion into the sector in our first budget. And this, in turn, has made childcare cheaper for more than 1 million families. Our children, parents, especially our mums, and our economy will be the beneficiaries, but it all starts with the workforce. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank the member for Higgins. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members who contributed to this debate. This is a really important thing that we are doing here today, lifting the wages of some of the most important workers in this country. When my wife was pregnant with our second child, my oldest child, who'd been badgering us for a second child for a long time, was shown an image of the ultrasound of the little baby in the stomach, and my colleague across the chamber would know how special that moment is. Yeah, it is a really special moment. And Jack, my oldest son, didn't know what he was looking at first, and we had to tell him that it was a baby, and he said, "Is it a boy or a girl?" And we said it was a baby boy. And his first reaction wasn't what we expected. His first words that came out of his mouth were, "I can't wait to tell Kelly." And you can guess who Kelly is. Kelly was his early childhood educator, the woman who cared for him and educated him when he was little before he started school. And when that happened, at that moment, I think something sort of clicked with me. I understood just how important our early educators are. And, you know, in a much more powerful way, I understood what we get told in this debate and what we get told in this job, that everything that a child experiences when they're little, every meal, every smile, every book that gets read to them, shapes the child that they become. So much of who we are is made in those formative years, those early years before you even start school. And I want to thank members who've contributed to this debate that have told that in such a powerful way, who've told us how our early educators not only help parents return to work, help them return to study, but help them raise their children. Raise the children is the wrong word. Help them. Well, I think my friend Ian Ali said it more powerfully in this debate than anybody, that can save their lives and change their lives, put a roof over their head, help them raise their family, I think is not too strong a word. So these are important people in our own lives, in our community, for our country, but you wouldn't necessarily know that from how they're paid. No. The truth is that early educators are some of the most underpaid workers in this country, despite the importance of the work that they do. And this bill is about addressing that. It'll deliver a 15% pay rise for up to 200,000 early educators across the country. That's a 10% rise in just a few weeks' time, on the 1st of December, and then a further 5% rise from December of next year. And what does that mean in real terms? Well, it means that for a typical early educator who's paid at the award rate, they'll receive a pay rise on the 1st of December this year of at least $103 a week. And that'll increase to $155 a week from December of next year. That's about $7,800 extra a year in their pocket. And if you're an early education childhood teacher, well, they'll receive an extra $166 a week from the 1st of December this year, only a couple of weeks away. And that'll increase to $249 from December of next year. That's big. You know, that is something that will seriously change the lives of those 200,000 Australians. And it's not just about those 200,000 early educators who are educating and caring for our littlest Australians right now. The Productivity Commission report that we released a couple of weeks ago makes the point that we need them and we need more of them. There's 30,000 more early educators working in the sector today than when we came to office. We need them to stay, but we also need more of them, many more. People who might be thinking that I love the job but I can't afford to do it will hopefully think, well, now I can. I remember the day that we announced this with the PM, and I dropped my little guy, Atticus, off at the centre where he goes, and Kerry, who looks after him, said, I said to her, have you heard the news? And she said no, and I told her, and she said, maybe I won't have to quit now. That's the difference that something like this can make. And for people who might have been early educators but left the job, not because they wanted to, but because they couldn't afford to keep doing it, people that might have gone off to work at the local supermarket or somewhere else because they could earn more money, will hopefully see in this that they can go back to doing the job that they love. More people doing some of the most important jobs imaginable. And so can I thank everybody who has contributed to this debate, and most particularly my friend and colleague, the extraordinary Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth, Anne Ali, and you have worked tirelessly for this. This is your victory. You are really... The real heroes of this story are the 200,000 people that were helping to make sure that we put more money into their pockets. But the truth is, it wouldn't have happened without you and without the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. I also want to acknowledge the many stakeholders who've spoken in support of this pay rise that we're voting on in a few moments' time, like Good Start, who said this $3.6 billion commitment, the Prime Minister has demonstrated he's serious about delivering a truly universal early education system for all Australia's children and families, because the first thing a universal system needs is a strong workforce. And the Community Childcare Association, who called this measure life-changing, and the Parenthood, who described it as historic and decades in the making, and Sia, who works for Big Steps and was interviewed on ABC Breakfast a little while ago. She talked about her passion for the work that she does. And she said that passion, if I'm honest, has been slowly dying because we don't get recognised and we haven't been getting paid what we're worth. It's just like we've had it at the tip of our fingers and now we've finally got hold of it, and it's going to make such a difference for our industry. I also want to thank the Senate Education and Employment Committee for their inquiry into the bill and welcome their recommendation that it be passed. This is an important thing that we're doing here right now. It'll benefit some of the most important and some of the most underpaid workers in our country. Workers who have one of the most important tasks to educate and to care for our youngest Australians. And I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The omitted question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I'm going to put that. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 57, noes 84. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those in opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clock.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the wage justice for early childhood education and care workers special account and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Invite members to leave the chamber or return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? The member for O'Connor. I thank the member for O'Connor. Leave is granted. I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to establish the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers special account and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member in continuation to the member for Moreton. I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you. In continuation, Speaker?
The member for Moreton has the call.
Okay, sorry. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was established in July 2021, and its final report was delivered on the 9th of September this year. The purpose of the Royal Commission was to examine the tragic overrepresentation of current and ex-Australian Defence Force personnel in the data relating to deaths by suicide. Why does giving for the nation equate to a higher risk of taking your own life? That was the question. Recent figures from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare show that between 1997 and 2022, there were 1,763 known deaths by suicide amongst current and ex-servicemen and women. That is a staggering and awful number. Thank you. Each one represents a tragic loss for family and friends, a loss that endures long after funerals and memorial services have concluded. The Albanese government recognises the urgent need for action and will respond to the recommendations of the Royal Commission before the end of the year. I'd like to acknowledge the ADF members, the veterans and their families who contributed to the Royal Commission, often reliving their own traumatic events in their resolve to improve the experiences of current and future servicemen and women. I thank them again for their courage in that process. Deputy Speaker, there is not a representative in this House who does not honour and respect the sacrifices made by our defence personnel, both past and present. And when we look down Anzac Parade from this building to the War Memorial, we remember that connection between those who fought and died for their country, and then that line of sight basically straight through the front doors, under the great veranda, through the Great Hall, under the flagpole, through the Cabinet Room, to the Prime Minister sitting at his or her desk. That view from one to the other, so that any leader of this nation is thinking of the sacrifice and service of those who put on uniforms. As individuals and as a nation, we are grateful, and as individuals and a nation, we know we must do better to support our veterans. As the Minister for Veterans Affairs said, and I quote, "This is an important task and responsibility of government, a solemn commitment and one we take very seriously." The extensive submission and consultation phase of the inquiry also highlighted the need to resolve critical systemic issues relating to the experiences of ADF veterans in accessing support through the Department of Veterans Affairs. One of the interim publications of the Royal Commission is the book Shining a Light, Stories of Trauma and Tragedy, Hope and Healing. The book centres on the lived experience of hundreds of ADF members and veterans. It was tabled in Parliament on the 20th of June this year. The book focuses on the experience of ADF members and veterans from joining up, serving, the impact of leadership, mental health struggles, the transition to civilian life, the effect on their families and dealing with the Department of Veterans Affairs, amongst other topics. It is a confronting but eye-opening and important book, and one that we should all read. There is a lot of work to do in improving the experiences of veterans. The Albanese Labor government is starting with addressing the first recommendation of the Royal Commission's interim report from way back in August 2022. That is to simply harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation via this bill. The Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill will improve veterans' experiences in dealing with the Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans engage with the Department of Veterans Affairs for numerous reasons. For many, it is because of physical injuries or mental health deterioration suffered in training or in the line of duty. For others, it is for assistance with vocational rehabilitation or income support. It is a vital service and one that reflects the gratitude of the nation for their service. However, the interim report noted that the Veterans' Entitlement system, as it currently works, is detrimental to the mental health of some veterans and their families. The cure is actually the start of the disease for many. One of the reasons for this is that the Department of Veterans Affairs is currently governed by 3 different but overlapping pieces of legislation. These are the Veterans Entitlement Acts 1986 or VEA, the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 1988 or the DRCA, and the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004 or the MRCA. The interim report makes it clear that the complexity of the 3 pieces of legislation makes it very difficult for veterans to navigate the compensation system. It also makes it very challenging for departmental staff to administer. This complexity has led to processing delays, inconsistency in claim assessments and outcomes, and backlogs in claims. The report states, and I quote, "The 3 main acts operate in different ways, and the entitlements available to a veteran will depend on many circumstances and factors, including when an injury occurred and the type of service being undertaken at the time of injury. The Acts provide different types of compensation, including pensions, lump sums and periodic compensation payments, healthcare and rehabilitation. Entitlements are offset when a veteran has entitlements under more than one Act or receives a pension or lump sum under a superannuation scheme. There are also different procedures available when a veteran wants to challenge an adverse decision, depending on what the decision is and under which Act it was made. For example, the Veterans Review Board can review decisions made under the VEA and the MRCA, but not under the DRCA." End quote. Shining a Light describes the system as a tangled legislative and bureaucratic web. It's no wonder that many veterans need the assistance of advocates to help them lodge claims and support them through the assessment process. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've been an MP for a few years, not quite as many as some in this chamber, but I've already done way too many sessions with constituents trying to sort out their entitlements from the Vietnam War. And Gough Whitlam announced our troops coming home on the 5th of December 1972, and we are still dealing with the ramifications. The red tape can be complicated and confusing. One Army veteran who received injuries during training wrote, "I've been waiting just short of 2 years for DVA to accept my claims for a variety of conditions that include major depressive disorder, PTSD, general anxiety disorder and alcohol use disorder. Without my advocate, I have no doubt that I have never been able to submit these claims successfully due to the bureaucratic nightmare that is the DVA. It is a system that almost none can navigate or understand. It is obvious that changes and improvements to the system are vital. In fact, Deputy Speaker, there are long-standing recommendations to simplify veterans' legislation, and this bill is the most significant work in this issue since the introduction of the MRCA 2 decades ago. In 2019, the Productivity Commission report, A Better Way to Support Veterans, recommended streaming the 3 acts into 2. With this bill, however, the Labor government is taking the reforms one step further. The bill reduces veterans' entitlements legislation from 3 acts into 1, the MRCA. It will simplify the claiming and assessment process and enable veterans to access the required supports more quickly. Under the new legislation, the VEA and DRCA will work within the Single Act model, but will be closed to new applications for compensation and rehabilitation from the 1st of July 2026. Those receiving benefits under the VEA and DRCA will still do so under these grandparenting arrangements, giving veterans and families financial certainty. Veterans will also benefit from 8 schedules of enhancements to the MRCA, which are designed to make access to entitlements easier and fairer. These changes have been informed by extensive feedback from the veteran community throughout 2023 and 2024 during the Veterans Legislation Reform Consultation pathway. The changes ensure it will also be easier for veterans and families to understand which entitlements they are eligible for, and easier for veteran advocates to assist with claims. All of this adds up to faster and more efficient processing of claims on the administrative side. One of the changes concerns compensation for funeral arrangements. Family members can lodge a claim under the MRCA even if the deceased member previously accessed entitlements under the VEA or DRCA. The funeral allowance will also increase from $2,000 up to $3,000, and the reimbursement of funeral expenses for all service-related deaths will be $14,062. The MRCA will become the legislative basis for benefits such as the Acute Support Package, Household Services and Attendant Care, the Victoria Cross Allowance, and recognition supplements for former prisoners of war. The MRCA will also be responsible for the legislative basis for non-liability healthcare and the determination of special treatment programs and their eligibility. Elements of the Veterans Entitlements Act, such as the recognition for service, such as peacekeeping, operational and hazardous service, and British nuclear testing, will be moved to the MRCA. Our budget in May directed $222 million towards additional funding for veterans and family entitlements. So this bill introduces a new payment, the additional disablement amount. This will provide eligible veterans, those who are over the pension age and who have significant service-related impairment, with access to the gold card and additional benefits in the event of the veteran's death. It's very important to Labor that no veteran is worse off or receives lower benefits than they're currently receiving, those that have successfully steered their way through the red tape. And this bill guarantees that. The changes will begin on the 1st of July 26, allowing time for the community, both veterans and advocacy groups, to thoroughly understand the changes. Up until this time, veterans will be able to lodge claims under the 3 Acts, or they can choose to delay their claims until the enhanced MRCA comes into effect. It is up to them, their choice. RSL Australia and a comprehensive range of defence community and advocacy groups have welcomed this bill. Labor stands behind the wonderful veteran community. We've hired an additional 500 permanent staff in the Department of Veterans Affairs to action the claims backlog that we inherited. This will see $6.5 billion of delayed entitlements go to veterans over 5 years. I'd like to leave my final words in this speech to Mr Hugh Polson, President of the Sunnybank RSL sub-branch in my electorate. Hugh is a tireless advocate for veterans and our community. He's one of the best RSL presidents in the land. I'm happy to put that on the record. Hugh has been through the DVA entitlement system as an applicant and as an advocate. For more than a decade, Hugh ran the Pensions, Advocacy and Welfare Service at RSL Queensland. Like others, Hugh describes the current system as really tricky to navigate, saying that veterans generally would be much more comfortable trying to navigate one form of legislation. The reforms in this bill will reduce the anxiety and distress that veterans have experienced in dealing with complex and overlapping legislation in order to claim their entitlements. Having the solid foundation of one Act will ensure that veterans are treated equitably and meet Hugh's wish for legislation that it succeeds as a one-stop shop for veterans. Thank you for your service to Hugh and all the people that he represents and the other RSLs in my area and all throughout Australia, obviously. And I commend this important bill to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and much of which the member for Moreton just spoke about I agree with, but I will clinically go through the legislation and some of the points he raised in relation to the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. This is, as the member for Moreton correctly pointed out, important legislation, and it does come as a result of the findings from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which in August 2022 warned that legislation governing compensation and rehabilitation for veterans and their families was, quote, so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans and can be a contributing factor to suicidality. The last thing that we want to do is to place any more stress or anxiety on our veterans. They did, after all, do what was expected of them, did what was asked of them, did what was required of them, and that is put on a uniform and serve our nation. And for that, we owe them a huge debt of gratitude, a lifetime of gratitude. And for as long as they live, we should be not just eternally thankful, but we ought to do what's right for them in a financial way so that they can be their best selves, noting that every person who leaves the Australian Defence Forces are not broken. Every ex-ADF member still has much to give. Some of them come out of their service in different shape and forms than others. Some are, quite tragically, very much affected by their experience, by what they have seen, what has been done to them. But many are ready for their next journey in life, the next chapter in life's journey. This bill intends to act as a single all-encompassing piece of legislation under which all veteran compensation claims will be dealt with, regardless of when the veteran served. And that is important too, and I note the member for Moreton talked about Vietnam veterans. I come from Wagga Wagga. It's the home of the soldier. The 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Kapooka Army Base, Blamey Barracks, is where every recruit does their initial training, and we thank them for that. Not only do we have a very important strategic army base, we also have the Royal Australian Air Force Base at Forest Hill, where it states quite clearly on one of the hangars which overlooks the initial runway there at the Wagga Wagga Airport that air power begins here, and it does, right there, right at Forest Hill. And in conjunction with RAF Wagga, we have a very important Navy base. Now, we're a long way from the nearest drop of seawater at Wagga Wagga, but those 80 personnel who serve our Navy do it because they are asked to do it. They do it with every pride, with every service and with every commitment that you would expect. And they are very pleased that they are learning what they need to at Wagga Wagga, in conjunction with the Air Force and at times with our local army base. We are a tri-service garrison city, and we are very proud of it. And that service stretches back for decades. And given the fact that the former coalition government, honoured by the now Labor government, spending upwards of $1.4 billion at both the RAF Wagga and Kapooka military bases at Wagga Wagga, that service and commitment and dedication and presence will last not just for many more decades to come, but forever, because the price of peace is eternal vigilance, and the training begins at Wagga Wagga. So I'm very aware of the commitment that we need to make to our veterans, very aware of the necessity to ensure that they are well looked after. And indeed, the Royal Commission visited Wagga Wagga, held a hearing over 3 days from the 28th of November to the 1st of December 2022 at the Mercure Hotel in our city, and heard some harrowing evidence, I have to say, Mr Speaker. It truly did. I am pleased that we have two very good centres looking after the needs and expectations of our veterans, and I would place on the record the work being done by many, including so many volunteers at RSL Life Care, a Riverina veteran and family hub at 240 Baylor Street, right in the main street of our town. And not only the RSL, but also Pro Patria, a community-based centre which is located at 19 Moorshead Street, Ashmont. Now, just recently, on the 3rd of October, Charles Sturt University, also based at Wagga Wagga, signed a memorandum of understanding with the Pro Patria at Wagga Wagga to bolster initiatives to enhance the quality of life of veterans, first responders and their families. The MOU supports recommendations within the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, handed down on the 9th of September. The landmark collaboration between CSU and Pro Patria represents a significant step forward, a giant leap in addressing the critical health and wellbeing needs of contemporary veterans. And I said at that landmark signing, and I say it here, that we do owe a debt of gratitude to the Carmelite sisters, the nuns whose premises in Ashmont the Pro Patria Centre now stands, and stands proudly to continue to serve our veterans as they served us. The MOU focuses on initiatives to enhance veterans' quality of life. So very, very integral and vital. The MOU also speaks to the tragic numbers of deaths by suicide amongst members of the ADF, recently outlined within a report by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. The report outlined there were 1,677 certified deaths by suicide of ADF members between 1997 and 2021. 1,677. One would have been too many. The number one would have been too high, yet there were 1,677, and that is an eternal shame for us as a nation to have that number of people who put on a uniform, who died so needlessly, and they are missed by their families. You could imagine, we're only a few short weeks away from Christmas, that every Christmas around a table in Australia, around indeed 1,677 tables this Christmas and every other Christmas to come, there will be an empty chair. And that is so heartbreaking. And that is why the Royal Commission was such an important gathering of people from all over the nation to come and tell their stories. But more important, for this place to listen, for this place to act, and act we must. I commend this legislation for what it does, but in saying that, there has been some criticism, there has. I will raise those in a short while, but just getting back onto the MOU between CSU and Pro Patria, it aims to collaborate on developing education programs specifically tailored to the needs of veteran and ADF students to support them when transitioning into higher education. That's good. To research on on health and wellbeing, focusing on post-transition experiences in Australian veterans, especially those in regional and rural areas where services aren't as great as those perhaps in our metropolitan areas. Sharing best practices in veteran support, including mental health counselling and career guidance. Not everyone will require mental health, but I'm pleased to say that for everyone who's served a minute in our veterans is entitled to access to mental health counselling. But this also goes to enhance that through the CSU PPC collaboration. Raising awareness and understanding of veteran experiences within the university and the wider public to foster a more supportive community for veterans in the Riverina region. And this is good. And I commend Professor Megan Smith from the Faculty of Science and Health, as well as Jackie Vandervelde and many others for the work that they have done to bring about this important MOU and the work that they will continue to do through it. I also think it's important to acknowledge Colonel Stone, Colonel Stone is the commander at Kapuka, and what he has done to that facility is continue previous commanders, previous commandants for the effort that they have gone to. And being the commander of the Kapuka base is something that I think is the most important position in Army. It's the most important position indeed in the ADF, because the trust and responsibility that is bestowed upon them is so very significant. And to Colonel Tim Stone, we thank him for what he has done, and I know he's moving on from his post, but I wish him every success, and I'm pleased to say he's going to continue in the recruiting space. There has been some criticism of certain elements of this bill, and it would be remiss of me not to point out that the RSL Australia has said that the various provisions in the bill does not adequately refer to veterans but merely persons who have served. The RSL expresses its concern, their words not mine, that the proposed legislation enabling members and former members of the ADF to access DVA benefits identify the necessary qualifications of various categories of persons who have served in the ADF. It makes no mention of veterans. The view of the RSL is that the word veteran should be visible and should be inclusive as identified in the definition in Section 4 of the Australian Veterans Recognition, Putting Veterans and Their Families First Act of 2019. I understand that. Being a former Veterans Affairs Minister, I get that. Legacy Australia said it lacks a clause to enable data exchange with Centrelink to avoid overpayments. We don't want to see that, and then provisions going to getting those remittances repaid. Further, Legacy suggests this opportunity for major reform should be fully embraced with other changes, including veterans should be reimbursed for medical evidence costs. They talk about inadequate DVA medical fees. Legacy regularly hears from its clubs of the difficulty that families with veterans have in accessing medical treatment, including for mental health, due to the medical practitioners not being prepared to provide medical services at the rates paid by the DVA. These rates need to be reviewed and at least raised to those paid by the NDIS. Probably no argument there. The Australian Peacekeeper and Peacemaker Veterans Association mentioned that the legislation, in its view, felt that it was too complex and is not enough reform. While the association supports the government's aim of simplifying the administrative arrangements for providing support arrangements for defence personnel, veterans and their families, we believe the proposed legislation remains too complex. It also excludes whole classes of veterans and has not been drafted to reflect the nature of current and future operations. That's what the association said, and the ALP needs to, when finalising this, take those constructive criticisms into account. Because, as the member for Moreton quite correctly pointed out, we owe our veterans no less. He mentioned the fact that the very front doors of the newly refurbished, I'm proud to say, Australian War Memorial lead right along Anzac Avenue, right through the front doors of the Parliament, right through the Cabinet table, right through to the Prime Minister's desk. And that is not just symbolic, that is necessary, because every leader of this nation understands how important our veterans are. Every member of this place should do everything they can, both as members to help constituents, but I'm proud to say I have a fine veteran community in the Riverina, and I'll just finally say a big thank you to Bob and Gladys Back of Bethungra, who do more than many to help our veterans, as they should and as we should.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise proudly to support this bill. Our government, the Albanese government, is committed to delivering a better future for defence personnel, veterans and their families, by ensuring that they can access the services and the support they need and, quite frankly, are entitled to deserve. This government has worked tirelessly to improve the system for veterans, to tackle the key issues that harm the very people who have served this nation. We have delivered on our election commitment to address veterans' homelessness. with our Veterans Acute Housing Program, which delivered $30 million to support veterans and their families experience or at risk of homelessness. We have reduced the time a veterans claim. In fact, we cleared the backlog that was stated in the Royal Commission would never ever be cleared up under the LNP. And we did that 1 month before the Royal Commission's recommendation. At its worst, the Coalition let claims take up to 435 days and 60,000 unallocated cases. That is a national shame. We recognise that through our improvement, while vast compared to the previous government, it still hasn't been enough, and that's why we promised more support in our last budget, investing a further $186 million towards the employment of new staff to ensure that those backlogs don't re-emerge and to make claims processing even faster. The Albanese government is also investing an additional $477 million in this year's budget to increase our support to the more than 340,000 veterans and dependent accessing services through DVA. And all of this alongside our work implementing the recommendations from the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide, where we have committed an additional $220 million to deliver the first recommendation. We promised to act on the state of Veterans Affairs, and that is exactly what we are doing. The legislation before us today is one of the many steps forward this government is taking for veterans community. It will benefit current and former defence personnel and their families for generations to come. The amendment's main purpose is what it says on the packet: to simplify and harmonise Australian veterans' rehabilitation and compensation system. The legislation is in response to the first recommendation of the Royal Commission to do just that. And those listening would know veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more three primary compensation acts, depending on where the veteran served. It also depends on which period of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. The legislation effectively streamlines the number of acts administered by DVA to significantly simplify claims processing and given veterans and families the support they need faster. Under this bill, claims from July 1, 2026 will be dealt with under one single piece of legislation, an Improved Military Rehabilitation Compensation Act, or MERCA as it's commonly known, regardless of when and where the veteran served. The bill also introduces a range of enhancements to MERCA that will make access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans. These enhancements have been the subject of extensive community consultation with the veteran community throughout 2023-2024. To cut through the bureaucratic ease, the important principles of the legislation are this: funeral compensation cap has increased. We are cutting through the red tape that delays payments to veterans and their families. It will be simpler to claim medical care for veterans. And there is a new payment for veterans over the pension age who suffered substantial injury during service. All these changes place less burden on veterans and provide greater support sooner. Veterans and their families should know these changes will not result in a reduction to any individual veteran's payment. Let's be very clear about that. Compensation under the existing framework will still be awarded under the current agreements and won't be disrupted. Additionally, to allow community to take time and adjust, they'll be well informed of the changes. The commencement date has been set at July 1, 2026. This allows veterans to consider their individual circumstances and for their families to adjust. The date also ensures that advocates for veteran community and DVA staff have adequate training to enact these changes. And the question is, why is it needed? The changes outlined here are desperately needed. The system as it stands is overly complex and difficult to understand. The Albanese Labor government is implementing these changes to lessen the burden placed on our ex-servicemen and women, fixing the system so it can actually provide veterans with the support they need. Importantly, it won't leave them in limbo, waiting for their rightful compensation. The calls from ex-defence personnel to fix the complex system has been going on for a long time, and this bill represents the most significant commitment to reform veterans' legislation in over 20 years. For too long, the mantra that veterans had while accessing government services was delay deny and die. A horrible thought. This legislation is part of the Albanese Labor government's determination to change that LNP legacy. The Albanese government is committed to delivering a better future for defence personnel, veterans and families, and the impact of not only across the country but at home too. These changes and a suite of measures outlined in the 2024 budget will deliver for just shy of 3,000 veterans and their families in our communities. I've been talking to local veterans at every single RSL over the last few weeks to see what the feeling is amongst them, and I have to say there is a lot of support. It means a system funded better than it has ever been for 3 decades, and that can only have a positive impact. And even those staunchest Conservatives acknowledge that it's a Labor government that has fixed up the mess that they have suffered with for decades. These changes that the Labor government is implementing come from long-standing calls within the veteran community. When we came to government, the veterans' portfolio was in an absolute crisis. The legacy left behind by the LNP was a national shame. For a coalition that parades itself around as being strong in defence, they frankly did a pretty poor job. Delay, deny, die. That came about due to the Morrison-Dutton government inaction on a portfolio that was spiralling out of control. Wait times meant too many veterans and their families were suffering without attention. Wait times meant too many veterans didn't end up getting the entitlements owed to them. Even members of the coalition knew the shame of this legacy. With no less than the last Minister for Veterans Affairs in the coalition government, the member for Calare, threatening to resign if more money wasn't allocated to the portfolio, and the 60,000 unprocessed claims were addressed. Delay, deny, die. This is the legacy that the Albanese Labor government inherited, and we have worked tirelessly to change. My friend the Minister for Veterans Affairs injected the funding needed and the resources that the portfolio has desperately needed for a decade. Through his tireless work, our government has been providing unprecedented support for veterans across our country. The budget, and this is what the Albanese Labor government brought forward in May this year, has reflected these goals and values. With the changes to the legislation we are here speaking on today, the increase to payments, support services that we put up in the budget, this government is standing up for the veterans in our community. We're not talking about it, we're actually doing it. We build, they block. This is something Australians should be holding this government and future government accountable for. The government has a responsibility to support all Australians, but there's a particular onus on government to stand up for veterans. As Shane Wright from the Sydney Morning Herald articulated, page 97 of the budget is a paragraph that needs to be read and understood by all Australians. When we talk about a fair budget, this is prime in its example. The Albanese government providing the support veterans have turned the tide. We are committed to leaving a legacy that will protect veterans for years to come. We are preparing our public systems and processes for the $6.5 billion going to veteran support over the next 5 years. $6.5 billion. This is because of the massive increases we see in claims being processed. So when they talk about cutting government spending, this is the sort of thing that they don't like us spending on and complain about. Now, we do this because it results in increased payments for veterans. It's pretty straightforward. They failed to put money in the pockets of veterans and provide the resources to make sure veterans can have the best quality of life post-service. They failed to do their job properly, and here, like so many other portfolios, we are picking up the pieces. They failed to give the public service adequate tools and necessities to do their job in helping veterans. And you know what we got as a substantial idea we got from the coalition in the budget reply? That they're going to introduce cuts to public services, the so-called cardigan wearers. This is the shame that is the current opposition in this place. What we do know is that when we read the Shane Wright article, it goes through and talks about what we're doing. I mean, Scott Morrison, when he was Prime Minister, said, I understand the battles that so many veterans face when they leave the Defence Force, and argued that this nation should do more for the men and women in uniform. But you know what? When it came to the crunch, he went missing. By April 23, the average processing time for veterans' claims was 435 days. 434 days. You know, and then you've got the now opposition leader Peter Dutton complaining that the number of public services swelled under the Albanese government, declaring that the coalition sees defence spending as much more of a priority than staff in Canberra. Much more than serving and helping the veterans who have served this nation. It's a pretty damning indictment on the views of the Leader of the Opposition if he thinks that the people that are helping the veterans get their payments and entitlements are not worthy. And what it shows, you can wrap yourself in your flag and stand there and pretend you're great for veterans, but when it comes to the crunch, it's only one side of the House that's actually standing up for veterans, and that is us. And we know this from Andrew Gee when he was the member for Clare when he was the minister. And you read his press conference and the transcript from the 29th of May 2024 at 8:41 a.m. This is something all of those opposite should read and realise just how bad they treated veterans for 9 years. He was the Minister for Veterans Affairs and, I quote, threatened to resign because there was not enough money to clear up the veterans' compensation claims. We're having an appalling effect on the physical and mental well-being of our veterans. And the reason I was given as to why there was no funding was because at the time the government only prioritising funding that had a political advantage. I'll just read that bit again. Only prioritising funding that had a political advantage. So because they didn't feel there was a political advantage in funding veterans' issues and clearing up the compensation, they wouldn't fund it. To his credit, the member for Clare ended up resigning, and I think it was the right thing to do. And there are many on that side that should actually sit down and think, is that really what you did for 9 years? Undermining the work of public service, and now they want to walk these reforms back. The Coalition has outlined what they were going to do, and it's disgraceful, and I wish they'd look beyond culture wars. The ALP will always stand up for those who have served or are serving in our Defence Force. Our legislation before us today is one of the many levers we are doing to reduce the burden and pressure, responding to the needs and wishes of the community. To make sure access is available and support is there. So that's why legislation like this must come into the parliament and must have a speedy recovery. And people opposite shouldn't be sitting there trying to hold it up and create, you know, another form of blocking and bureaucracy that doesn't need to happen. For as we come to the 11th of November, there is going to be everyone out at services at Remembrance Day. The question is, what will you have done by then? Will the bill have gone through? Will you support the changes that we've made and we have continued to make? Or will you consider or continue on with the age-old LNP mantra of delay, deny and die? As George Rosier from Carlingford wrote in the Sydney Morning Herald, the LNP attitude is summed up perfectly as jackmanship. The attitude by the LNP is, I'm all right, Jack, and I don't care about anyone else. It wasn't acceptable in the Army 55 years ago. It is unacceptable in politics today. This callous treatment of the ADF veterans, added to a robo-debt disaster, really demonstrates how much the Coalition has failed veterans in this nation. This bill is so important as one of the major steps going forward to address the 10 years of neglect under those opposite who are happy to let veterans go homeless and without getting the compensation and the medical help that they deserve. But it's only the Albanese Labor government who has taken the commitment and delivered on that, and the Minister for Veterans Affairs should be congratulated for getting this done.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, out that door and turn right and you will see a clear line all the way through the War Memorial where 103,000 names are etched on a wall. Those 103,000 names were from every corner of this country, and they were from every background, many not born here, and they were people whose politics we didn't know and we shouldn't know because it's irrelevant. So, Deputy Speaker, to speak on this topic and to hear the member for McEwen engaged in the most partisan speech was really disappointing and beneath him and beneath this place. And, Deputy Speaker, I want to take you back to an event that happened in my electorate recently. It was an event to acknowledge Vietnam Veterans Day, which used to be called Long Tan Day. And gathered there were so many Vietnam veterans from my electorate. And amongst them was one that I knew, because his son sits in this place over on that side, the member for Solomon. And in that address, I singled him out because I wanted to make the point that service is above politics and beyond politics. Those who put on our uniform are patriots no matter who they vote for, whether they're a socialist or way to the right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're a patriot. Either way, they risk their life for a better tomorrow. And not to clarify, the member for Solomon's not a socialist. I just want to be very clear about that. He's not a socialist. But it is important, Deputy Speaker, and we need to look at the numbers, because that wall that you can walk down the memorial to, it isn't just a piece of public architecture, it is an acknowledgement of the sacrifice and service that has come before us. 103,000 names, it sounds like a lot, and human brains aren't very good at thinking of large numbers. But I want, for those who are from Victoria, and there's some Victorians in this place who are thinking of our fellow citizens who are deservedly having a long weekend back in Victoria. But when we think of large numbers in Victoria, we think of that other great icon in our state, the MCG. 103,000 names is a full MCG and veterans spilling over onto the place that we actually play football. That's how many Australians died in this nation. Right now, Deputy Speaker, we have an almost full MCG of full-time Defence Force members, just under 90,000. And that includes almost 20,000 members of the Navy and almost 50,000 for the Army and just over 20,000 for the Air Force. And more than 6,000 Australians enlist in the ADF on average each year. Deputy Speaker, I mentioned those numbers in this bill because when parents are thinking of where their children might go and if they might serve our nation, they want to know that we will care for them on the other side. It is part of the contract that we have with those who serve. If you seek to sacrifice your life, all of your tomorrows for us, well, then the very least we can do is to look after you on the other side. And it is important, Deputy Speaker, that the title of this bill says Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation. That's an important attribute of the rule of law. If you go to the Law Council's webpage, they have a document on how to promote the rule of law. And the very first principle they say is that the law must be known, it must be available, it must be certain, and it must be clear. And for too long, Deputy Speaker, for veterans to seek the support that they needed to engage someone who was not just qualified as a lawyer, but knew every in and out of this process. In fact, Vietnam veterans found it so hard that they developed a system where they became advocates. Now, advocates, you might think, are paid and they get a cut of the benefit, but they're not. They're volunteers. They're people who recognise that the system was so complex that other veterans needed help. Now, Deputy Speaker, I am a qualified lawyer. I was admitted as a barrister and practiced for 10 years. But when I looked at the Acts, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the old Acts. It was so complex that I wouldn't know where to fill in the form. So I spoke to other veterans that I served with who have gone through the process. And each of them said they could not have done it without an advocate. That was a broken system. That was a broken system. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide had one of its first recommendations, the first recommendation, is to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. The law should be simple, clear, available and easily understood. You should not have to engage an advocate. You certainly should not have to engage a lawyer. And so it is important that this reform has happened, and I commend the government for bringing it forward. We wish they brought it forward a year earlier, but here we are. It's being brought forward now. Currently, Deputy Speaker, there are 3 acts, and we know from various speakers before me what they are. And depending upon when your service was or when the injury occurred, you were covered by one or more of those acts. And I have on many other occasions, Deputy Speaker, held up the pages of bills and acts in this place, from the Fair Work Act to the Corporations Act to the Tax Act, and they're complex enough. But when you look at the veteran scheme, it came to over 2,000 pages with more than 850 legislative instruments. That is an unworkable system on any definition. So this bill will amend that system, and will close the loop for those who were in a period of uncertainty. They didn't know which act they were covered by, and then if they filled in the form assuming they were covered in one and then not the other, it delayed the time in which they got compensated or the treatment that they desperately needed. So the bill proposes a range of enhancements for various entitlements, and I do want to list some of these, Deputy Speaker, because veterans do watch Question Time, and they sometimes watch speeches like this. So they include the introduction of a new... I'll take the interjection. They include the introduction of a new additional disablement amount. They include the introduction of presumptive liability. And for those who don't understand what presumptive liability means, it means that the Commonwealth assumes responsibility. If you are a veteran and you have been injured, well, you don't have to prove that that was because of the service that you had. It consolidates household and attendant care. It has an increase of $3,000 for the funeral allowance and the availability of reimbursements of funeral expenses up to $14,000 for all service-related deaths. And I do want that to be widely known. Too often, veterans will pass away, and not only do they not tell enough of their stories and their service to their family, but they didn't tell their families that this benefit was available. And so I think it's important that families of veterans know that. A higher reimbursement amount for travel when a private vehicle is used to travel for treatment. We heard many stories of veterans being out of pocket just to drive to the place where they needed care. The standardisation of allowances and other payments, and the introduction of an instrument enabling the Repatriation Commission to determine circumstances where a veteran must receive financial advice before receiving a lump sum payment. And that is important. Not every veteran is in a position where the influx of a payment will necessarily make their life better without advice. That is an important change. Deputy Speaker, I spoke at the start about the MCG full of Australians who died serving this nation. We have had 6 MCGs full of veterans in this country who are alive now and deserve and need our care. This bill will go a long way to making that process simpler, fairer, and give people the comfort to know that this next phase of their life will be a little easier. And more than that, that a nation recognises the sacrifice that they have made and supports them in every way that they need. And Deputy Speaker, I just came from a meeting where a group, there's many groups that support veterans, but this one focuses particularly on families. And veterans care more for their families probably as much as they do for their country. And it is important that we also care for veterans' families. Often they fall through the gap and they're left to pick up the pieces. And I think, as a veteran myself, there would be no greater gift to know that whenever I'm no longer on this earth, that someone else is caring for the people that you left behind. Because that's what makes you get up every day. That's what makes you think of a better tomorrow for our country. And I commend the government. This is above politics, because anyone who puts on the uniform, you are a patriot no matter which side of the chamber you sit on. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, World War I marked Australia in a way that is almost impossible to fathom in current times. To think that from a population of less than 5 million, we raised an army of more than 400,000, of which some 330,000 were deployed overseas. By war's end, over 60,000 had been killed, 5,565 in my own home state of South Australia, or put differently, nearly 1 in 5 of those deployed overseas. Compared to Australia's modern-day population, that would roughly equate to 250,000 Australians being killed in a world war. Can you imagine the impact this would have on families and communities all over the nation, just as it did back then? In 1918, the Australian government created the Repatriation Department to help returned veterans resettle in the Australian community. The department introduced programs to assist veterans develop their vocational skills, find jobs, and supported their independence through pensions and different schemes and loans, etc. A soldier settlement scheme was established, and it was administered by the states. Deputy Speaker, as we know, Australian women and men who have served in the Australian Defence Force over who served in the Australian Defence Force over the next 100 years have quite rightly continued to be supported by the Australian government. And this system, as we all know, is governed by the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986, the Safety Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 1988, and the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 2004, and their various legislative instruments which provide different types of entitlements and support to eligible veterans and their dependents. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission into Australian Defence and Veterans Suicide made the following observations in its interim report published on the 11th of August 2022, and I read: "The current compensation rehabilitation system is the product of continuous historical legislative reform involving numerous acts. Reform to the various Veteran Entitlements Acts over the last century has often been piecemeal. This has resulted in the continuation of various older entitlements alongside new entitlements, thereby building a multi-layered system, increasing complexity, this increasing complexity is the byproduct, but never the purpose of such reform. Deputy Speaker, the Commission has outlined how urgent reform to this complex system of legislation was, and again, I'll quote them: Australia's veteran compensation rehabilitation legislative system is so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans, serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force ADF members, and can be a contributing factor to suicide. The Australian government has known for years that the system requires fundamental reform, yet it has not acted with speed, and there is no justification for any further delay. The Australian government should urgently implement legislative reforms to simplify and harmonise the Veterans Entitlement System. Indeed, this legislative reform, Deputy Speaker, was the first recommendation of Commissioners Mr Caldas, APM, the Honourable James Douglas, QC, and Dr Peggy Brown, AO. And Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be speaking on this bill, and I sincerely hope that the reforms it contains to simplify and to harmonise the veteran entitlement system will save the lives of women and men who have worn our nation's uniform. The rate of veteran suicide is a national tragedy, and that's why Labor supported the establishment of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide in opposition. Now, some 3 years and thousands of submissions later, the final report has now been delivered to the government. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank two of my constituents in particular, Julianne Finney and Angela McKay, who have both lost sons for their tireless advocacy on behalf of the veterans who have died by suicide and their families and friends. The work they have done and the advocacy is just incredible by these two women. Many of you would know them. They've been up here many times, especially Julianne Finney. Deputy Speaker, the report is an important body of work which marks the culmination of the most significant comprehensive inquiry conducted into suicide in the defence and veteran communities. And the report is very comprehensive, some 122 recommendations and 7 volumes. 7 volumes. I know Minister Keogh and his department are working through all of that as soon as is practicable, because we do understand the urgency, as so many others across the veteran community. And families have expressed to me and to all of us that we need to act quickly on these recommendations. And I know the government's working their way through them as quickly as they can, so we can produce a government response before the end of the year. The Albanese Labor government agrees with the needs for an oversight body as recommended by the Royal Commission. The details, of course, will be considered in the context of the full government response. And I'd like to publicly thank the Commissioners for their outstanding work for conducting a thorough and a compassionate inquiry. I've no doubt that this bill will be one of many positive outcomes that will come as a direct result of their substantial and important work. In October 2022, Minister Keogh, the Veteran Affairs Minister, announced the first of 3 consultation periods and called for public submissions, and feedback from the veteran community overwhelmingly supported the need to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation legislation. This informed and proposed the pathway to simplify veterans' compensation and rehabilitation legislation. And the proposed pathway, Deputy Speaker, featured establishing an improved MERCA as the sole ongoing scheme, closing out the VEA and DERCA to new compensation-related claims, grandparenting all existing arrangements to ensure there is no reduction in entitlements currently being or previously received by veterans. And in February 2023, it began the public consultation on this proposed pathway, which resulted in the exposure draft of the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. And significant consultation was undertaken on this bill in 2024 to make sure that we get it right, Deputy Speaker. Now, this bill before the Parliament does not save the government money. Indeed, the May budget, in the last May budget, set aside an additional $222 million for veterans and family entitlements across the first 2 years of operation. Now, I know these public consultations have been keenly followed by veterans and their families, ex-service organisations and necessary service providers to the veteran community. For the first time in census history, the 2021 census collected data on military service, Deputy Speaker, which has given us greater visibility of where those currently serving live, whereas previously we were only aware of the suburbs where veterans who had already submitted a DVA claim resided. So now we can tell where they live, whereas previously we couldn't. On census night in the federal electorate of Adelaide, in my own electorate, there were 3,843 residents, or 2.3% of the population of my electorate, who responded that they have previously or have currently served. Many of these residents and their families are represented at regular gatherings of a very fine group of South Australian ex-service organisations who have made submissions to the consultation process. The Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 was a topic of discussion at my last Adelaide Veterans Forum, which I hosted, that included representatives of RSL South Australia, Legacy Club of South Australia, RSL Care, Vietnam Veterans Association, Vietnam Veterans Federation, Australian War Widows of South Australia, Partners of Veterans Association, Veterans Wellbeing Centre, Air Force Association of South Australia, Far East Strategic Reserve Association, Royal Australian Regiment Association, and representatives of the Kilburn, Unley, Prospect, Hilton, West Croydon, Kilkenny and the Walkerville RSL sub-branches, all who do a magnificent job for support to veterans in my electorate. Now, naturally, not every veteran and ex-service organisation is in support of every single aspect of this bill, but it's fair to say, Deputy Speaker, that the harmonisation of the complex legislative framework has been well received, especially by those groups that I just spoke about and veterans in my electorate. And this was the conclusion of the South Australian Consortium of Ex-Service Organisations of Australia, who provided a submission on behalf of 18 ex-service and kindred organisations who are broadly supportive of what has been proposed. And Deputy Speaker, I'll take a quick minute to congratulate this group, whose membership organisations have lobbied for legislative harmonisation for many, many years. Deputy Speaker, we know that this bill will make it easier for veterans and their families to know what they are entitled to, make it easier for veteran claim advocates to assist veterans and families with these claims, and make it quicker for DVA to process claims. So, Deputy Speaker, veterans and their families will be able to get the benefits that they need and deserve in a timely way, in a timely fashion. And in addition to these improvements to services for veterans and families in this bill, Deputy Speaker, we've been delivering for veterans in other ways as well. The government's eliminated the veteran compensation claims backlog, thanks to the previous government's underfunding and under-resourcing of the Department of Veterans Affairs. There was a backlog of some 42,000 veteran compensation claims when we came into government. That has now been cleared, Deputy Speaker, ahead of the deadline set by the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide. Now veterans' claims are with someone for review within 14 days, and I know that there's further work being done to speed up the time to process the claims. After nearly a decade of underfunding and under-resourcing, today the DVA is the best funded it's been in 3 decades. And Deputy Speaker, this government has funded more than 640 additional permanent ongoing staff to get through the backlog and improve service delivery. And that's what happens when you have a backlog and you want to get through that service delivery, you employ more people. And that's exactly what this government has done. 640 additional permanent ongoing staff. Deputy Speaker, we've also delivered on our $24 million veteran employment program to translate veteran skills to the civilian workforce and encourage businesses to both employ and support veterans in civilian workplaces. We've tripled the payment GPs receiving for servicing veterans to ensure veterans can keep accessing the care they need. And as part of the Housing Australia Future Fund, very important, the government's investing $30 million in housing and wraparound services specifically designed for veterans at risk of or experiencing homelessness. And we've also invested $46.2 million to expand access to the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme, giving eligible defence personnel and veterans an easier pathway to home ownership. Deputy Speaker, we've implemented the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package to provide crisis support to veteran families, including grand carer families, when they need it, and we released the nation's first Veterans Transition Strategy to better support defence personnel in their transition to civilian life. We've also taken action on all recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's interim report. Deputy Speaker, we're delivering 10 additional veterans and families hubs in areas of high veteran populations, and these are a one-stop shop for the veteran communities to access services and support. The Australian Government is absolutely committed to working to ensure that our community provides our newest veterans and their families with the support they require to make the physical and emotional transition to civilian life. And it is my hope that they will enjoy the benefits of what they, in previous generations of Australian Defence Force personnel, have fought and died to preserve. This bill is a much-needed update to the work our predecessors started more than 100 years ago to support our returned veterans. This is the very least we can do, and I congratulate the Minister of Veteran Affairs, Minister Keogh, for his hard work on behalf of those who have worn our nation's uniform and their families, lest we forget.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Ryan.
Deputy Speaker, we've recently heard really harrowing truths from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Department of Veterans Affairs has become a bureaucratic machine, crushing the people it should be helping. The Royal Commission confirmed what so many veterans already know: the DVA simply doesn't have the capacity or the will to look after the people it's supposed to serve. This failing system is actually costing lives. And that failure looks like this. Over the past 10 years, an average of 78 serving or ex-serving ADF members have died by suicide each year. That's 3 lives lost every fortnight, 3 families broken every 2 weeks. These aren't just statistics, these are Australians who sacrificed everything only to be abandoned when they came home. The Royal Commission has laid it out in black and white. Defence incompetence is directly contributing to veteran suicides. Because what happens when they do turn to the DVA for help? Instead of the support they deserve, they get delay and they get denial, forced to navigate a system that seems more interested in cost-cutting than in human lives, often left to feel like they're fighting a new war, one against the department. The government has billions for defence spending on weapons and submarines, but spends a pittance on the very people who give their service to our country, often at incredible personal cost. I know this because I've seen it in my own electorate in Ryan, home to the Enoggera Army Barracks. People come to my office at their wits' end, completely broken by a system that cares more about saving a few bucks than saving lives. They've been left waiting months, sometimes years, for their claims to be processed. The DVA has itself admitted to a severe backlog in their systems. While they wait, their mental and physical health falls apart. Veterans are twice as likely to experience anxiety, depression and PTSD compared to the general population. Getting help through defence is an ordeal in itself. It's a vicious cycle. People need help but can't access it, and the systems that's supposed to be there for them are actually pushing them closer to the edge. This isn't new. The Royal Commission report is just the latest in a long line of investigations. We've had 57 inquiries over the past 3 decades with 770 recommendations. How much has changed? Almost nothing. Time and again, Defence has fought tooth and nail to squash real reform. They've protected their own interests while veterans continue to fall through the cracks. Just look at the culture within Defence. The Royal Commission revealed a toxic code of silence and rigid military values that are contributing directly to the suicide risk faced by ADF members. It's a broken culture, plain and simple, and the leadership of the ADF must be held accountable. This is not just about individual failures, this is systemic. The Prime Minister had the nerve to stand up and say, just as our veterans and defence personnel step up for our country, we have an obligation to step up for them. Well, it's about time the government starts acting on that. The one indispensable recommendation from the Royal Commission is crystal clear. We need a standalone statutory entity to oversee and drive the reform that's long overdue. Without this, nothing will change. We need to clear the backlog of claims, ensure automatic approvals for delays, and reform the way Defence handles mental health. Veterans deserve immediate, streamlined access to mental health care without having to relive their trauma over and over again just to prove they need help. This isn't just bureaucratic incompetence, it's cruelty. Harmonising the 3 acts covering veterans' entitlements is the first step, but it's not enough. Veterans shouldn't have to navigate complicated, outdated systems to access what they're owed. And the idea that combining these acts will fix these protracted issues is almost laughable. The Greens will reserve their position on this bill in the Senate to pursue amendments that will bring veterans and families comfort, that they will be heard and not made worse. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Spence.
I rise today to support legislation that has been long overdue, not by months, but by a matter of years. The Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. This legislation helps to match actions with the words that we, as a government, as a parliament and as a nation, convey our collective respect toward our veterans for their service, their duty and their sacrifices they've made and continue to make for our country. This bill represents not just a generational policy reform across this area of law, it also represents a significant moment in the Albanese Labor government's ongoing efforts to honour that solemn commitment, a commitment to ensure that every veteran receives the support that they deserve. Commitments they and anyone else in their position would expect their government to honour upon the conclusion of their service, and they should expect nothing less. They expect to receive this support absent the burden of navigating through a broken labyrinth system, one full of confusion, duplication, needless complication that often, in turn, results in causing needless distress upon the veteran community, a community this framework was supposedly designed to support. One could certainly forgive many veterans in our community for thinking that this system and its sheer complexity was a purposeful design feature rather than one of circumstance.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's an honour to present this evening 2 speeches written by young Capricornians, Alexis and Cody, as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. This year's question is, what do you want your community to look like in the next 10 years and what can the next parliament do to achieve it? These are their thought-provoking responses, beginning with Cody from Collinsville. Imagine a community where voices can be heard and dreams can become a reality. In the next 10 years, the Parliament has the chance to make this vision come to life for Collinsville. My name is Cody Mackey, a local who has lived in this town their entire life. Many people don't know about Collinsville. It's truly a hidden gem, home to approximately 1,500 people. However, it has very little facilities to offer and no major tourist attractions besides the mines. So you're probably wondering, how is this small town so special and different from the rest? Well, there is only 2 words to describe it: community spirit. The community is what keeps the town alive. In most places, people don't even know their neighbours, but in Collinsville, the town is your family, the people you rely on. Sadly, this spirit is starting to fade away, which is why we desperately need the Parliament's help over the next decade to steer Collinsville in the right direction, so generations to come can keep the spirit alive. The Parliament must immediately focus on funding a variety of sporting teams to be introduced into the town by offering locals a chance to train and represent their town together through different sports. It will increase the community well-being drastically. The town also needs to be provided with more opportunities for people to be able to express themselves and bond with others. This can be achieved by operating local workshops multiple times a year. Finally, the Parliament needs to allow the town to be heard. I want our community to look strong, powerful and to come together as one. Every voice deserves to be heard, no matter how small. This is why I believe the next Parliament has the chance to save our town. My next speaker, my name is Alexis and I'm a grade 11 student at the Rockhampton Grammar School. When asked what do you want your community to look like in 10 years, I started to wonder what Rockhampton desperately needed and what issues I personally have seen and dealt with. In 2022, my dad was diagnosed with cancer, which led to my family having to travel to places such as Mackay, which is a 3.5-hour drive, and the Gold Coast, which is an 8-hour drive to get treatment or scans. This is a serious barrier for those living in regional or remote areas of Australia that needs to be addressed by Parliament. The lack of medical technology and specialists in regional and remote parts of Australia forces families like mine to travel to appointments, which means time off work, travelling expenses, accommodation fees, and much more. The need for such medical technology and doctors far outweighs the cost of implementing them and further developing regional and remote areas. Without funds from the government, this will not be able to be achieved, and that is why I'm personally asking for your help so other families can get medical attention without having to leave Rockhampton. The voices of young people like Alexis and Cody remind us of all the importance of community, health, and the role Parliament can play in shaping the future. Their ideas reflect the hopes and challenges faced by regional areas like Collinsville and Rockhampton. It's essential that we listen to those voices and work together to create communities that are strong, vibrant and inclusive for generations to come. Thank you, Alexis and Cody, for sharing your voices with the Parliament.
Thank you. The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Cunningham.
The Illawarra is a vibrant multicultural region, enriched by the diverse range of people from many different cultures. Over the past few months, I have had the pleasure of attending several significant cultural events that showcase our diversity. The Tej Festival, the Onam Festival, the Taj Mahal Dinner and Diwali celebrations are just a few of the cultural celebrations that unite many people in the Illawarra. During the festival at Tej, members of the Nepalese community came together to celebrate one of the most special occasions for Hindu women. The Tej festival is filled with song and dance to honour the goddess Parvati and her sacred union with Lord Shiva. The sea of beautiful red saris was not just a symbol of love and tradition, but a powerful reminder of the resilience and strength of women. I would like to thank the Wollongong and Illawarra Nepali community for keeping such beautiful traditions alive and for having me there to celebrate with them. Another cherished tradition widely celebrated in the Illawarra is the Onam Festival. Both the Illawarra Kerala Samajam and the Illawarra Malayali Association hosted events for Onam, and I was fortunate enough to attend both. Onam is an annual harvest and cultural festival which is celebrated by the people of Kerala in southern India, which I was fortunate enough to visit a number of years ago. It is a special time when people come together, regardless of their backgrounds, to honour this rich tradition. Every aspect of the festivals, from the exquisite food to the lively performances and traditional music, embodied the essence of unity, happiness, prosperity and peace. I also had the pleasure of attending the Taj Mahal dinner, hosted by the Indian Australian Cultural Association of the Illawarra. It was a truly remarkable experience, highlighting the vibrant sights, sounds and flavours of India. This event not only showcased rich cultural heritage, but also supported incredible causes close to the hearts of many in Wollongong. The Taj Mahal dinner, held every 2 years, has achieved remarkable success in raising money for the Disability Trust. Since 2013, with the support of generous businesses and individuals, the dinner has raised over $550,000. The funds not only support the Disability Trust, but also benefit several important causes like the TIGS Sony Camp, the TIGS Foundation and the Illawarra Passionate Cricketers Club. The Disability Trust just recently celebrated their 50th anniversary, where the member for Whitlam and I presented them with a certificate signed by the Prime Minister for their outstanding work that they do in caring for the vulnerable people in our community. These organisations will benefit greatly from the generosity of all who donated at the event, making a real difference in the lives of individuals in the Illawarra. This dinner was particularly special as it marked Dr. Sharad Tamani's 6th Taj Mahal dinner. He has dedicated countless hours over the years, supported by an incredible team, to make each event successful and enjoyable for all. Thank you to Dr. Sharad Tamani, Dr. Lada Tamani, Usha Fernandez and the team for putting on an incredible evening. It was an absolute delight. Most recently, I had the honour of participating in the Diwali celebrations, the Festival of Lights, which is one of the most vibrant and significant Hindu festivals of the year. Diwali is a time to reflect on the triumph of light over darkness, good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. As the diyas are lit, we are reminded of our ability to bring warmth, light and positivity into the lives of those around us. Again, I would like to thank the Indian Australian Cultural Association of the Illawarra and again Dr Sharad Tamani for their hard work to put on such lovely events throughout the year. All of these cultural celebrations, the Tej Festival, the Onam Festival, Taj Mahal Dinner and Diwali, are examples of the vibrant diversity that enriches the Illawarra region. They not only honour the rich heritage of our diverse communities but also strengthen understanding and connections. Attending events like these, I am grateful that these organisations and their dedicated committees are able to showcase their culture within the wider Illawarra community. I would again like to thank you for the tireless work that you do to keep these beautiful traditions alive in our community. It is through these shared experiences that we build understanding, respect and unity among people, not just in the Illawarra, but all over Australia.
The question is, the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising to talk about a private member's business motion that was moved today in the House by the member for Hume and the member for Maranoa, and it concerns competition, the consumer amendment, tougher penalties for supermarket and hardware businesses, and the one from member for Maranoa, the Food and Grocery Mandatory Code of Conduct Bill 2024. Speaker, the Speaker, I know you'd be an avid shopper. At supermarkets, Bunnings, Speaker, you look like a bit of a handyman, so you know how important it is when you go into these places, supermarkets, Bunnings, those type of organisations, yet you need to be getting the best deal, cheaper prices and the cheaper prices that you can. Now, Speaker, in a previous life I was in the investment world, and even back then, Speaker, when I'd speak to my international colleagues, people who were investing globally in the UK or the Europe or the US, you know what the term they used to give to Australia, Deputy Speaker, if they were investing in businesses here? One of our top, one of our leading companies, they used to call it Treasure Island. Now you might say, oh, that's good, member for Page, but no, Speaker, it's not good, because what they meant, it was a sure bet. So that if you're investing in one of our bigger businesses, whether it be, let's name names, the Telstras, the banks, the supermarkets, our major airline, and those type of businesses, why they said it was a good treasure on was it was a sure bet because they viewed this country as having very little competition. Speaker, that is, we're a country that's full of monopolies or duopolies within our major businesses. So what this is about, Deputy Speaker, is this is about shaking it up a bit. We know the ACCC have done, they've got both supermarkets. So this one obviously isn't dealing with all those categories that I just said. These two private members' motions are just dealing with the supermarkets at the moment and the Bunnings of the world. And what it's about, Speaker, is if these companies are found to misuse or abuse their market power, that they will get severe penalties. Now, what is outrageous about that? I wouldn't have thought nothing. And if there's a sort of a tailing of this, so if they, continue to do this type of thing, the threat is that they will have to divest of an asset. Does that sound outrageous to you? Nope. Speaker, it's not outrageous to me. And you know what doesn't sound outrageous to you, Speaker? It doesn't sound outrageous to you or any of us on this side of the Parliament, because this is not unique. This is not unique. The US has this type of legislation. The UK has this type of legislation. Most Western countries of similar, ilk and liberal democracies like we have this type of threat. Now, it's not often used because, the big companies go, oh, we better be careful because, Woolworths doesn't want to have to sell off Big W, or Qantas don't. It's not about Qantas, but if it was applying to them, wouldn't have to want to sell off Jetstar or that type of asset. So what they do is they pull their head in, and they don't do some of the practice that they're alleged to do now. So this is, we think, very reasonable legislation because, Speaker, I know, everyone in this country knows that at the moment cost of living is the issue from number 1 to 10. And what I firmly believe, and what we firmly believe on this side of the chamber, Speaker, is this type of policy will mean that we'll get a more competitive sector in the supermarket industry and that prices will come down because of it. It's as simple as that. And there's many examples of where the supermarkets have been found to not do nice things and have been fined. Now, the fines I have here now, but they're not very big. And I heard the leader of the Nationals today say it was like, I think it was about 180 grand. It was like 187 grand. It was like going to the local supermarket and pulling out the till for that day and paying the fine. They don't care. This is not, the current penalties do not deter them from doing things that they shouldn't do. Now, one of the alleged ones that's the most popular, Speaker, is land banking. So that is, you buy up all the land around, a growing suburb or a growing area so that your competitors can't buy the assets or the land that they can put in a competitive asset or an outlet to compete against you. That's on that side of things. And on the, Speaker, I won't start. I've only got 30 seconds to go, but I could then start on the other side of this and some of the alleged behaviour of the supermarkets to the farmers. Now, we've just had an inquiry into this. It had to be confidential and it had to be really quite secretive, because what the supermarkets again are alleged to do, if they find a supplier that's saying about things that supermarkets do that aren't okay, they then of course get blacklisted and black banned and not be able to supply to one of these duopolies. So this is common sense legislation, Speaker, and I encourage the government to support it.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Tonight I want to pay tribute and recognise a wonderful friend of mine, Abram Goldberg, who deserves to be recognised in this chamber, in this place. Abram, or Abe, was born in Lodz in Poland in 1924. He was only 15 years old when the Nazis invaded his hometown and it became the Lodz ghetto. Abe, his parents and 3 sisters were imprisoned in the ghetto along with around 200,000 others. They endured discrimination, starvation and terror. Only he and his sister survived. His parents, sisters and extended families were murdered in Auschwitz. Abe was only 20 years old when he was liberated by the American army. And despite the unimaginable trauma he faced as a teenager, his goal in life has been to fulfil a promise he made to his mother when they arrived at Auschwitz. She said to him that you should do everything humanly possible to survive. And when you survive, you will tell people what actually happened. And that's exactly what Abe has dedicated his life to. Everyone who has met him has been in his presence or who has been touched by his story. And he has spent decades doing everything he can to make sure that the horrors of the past are never forgotten and that the lessons of history are remembered and are front of mind. He helped build a more multicultural, tolerant and wonderful, accepting Melbourne and Australia. He was a founding member of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum and has spoken to thousands and thousands of school children in Melbourne. And last month, I joined Abe, his children, Charlie and Helen, his grandchildren, and 400 members of our community at the Glen Ira Town Hall to celebrate his 100th birthday. He had family members fly in from across the country and from overseas to join him. There were Yiddish songs with primary school students and performers, and he received a letter from the King and the Prime Minister. Abe's story of survival, resilience and strength is known to everyone across our community, but it is also a story of love with his beautiful Sesha, who he and Sesha have been married for over 75 years. And despite all he went through, he just chose to dedicate his life to making sure that everyone understands the dangers of hate and when it is left unchecked. Abram, happy birthday, my friend. Bis 120, may there be many more years to come. Speaker, this weekend we had a fantastic announcement that I was proud of. Just like so many Australians, the opportunity to access education has changed my family's life. My grandparents left school early, and the privilege to go to university was not one that was afforded to them. But Australia provided my parents and my generation with a different opportunity. The opportunity to achieve higher education. And it didn't matter who you were or where you came from, that's what HEX was all about. And I've spoken to countless members of our community who are facing the growing burden of HECS debts. For young people, it's impacting how they consider their plans for the future. And yet over the weekend, we announced that we'll be cutting 20% of people's student debt. Now, this is really important for the 27,000 people in Macnamara who are currently facing and paying off a HECS debt. For someone with an average of $27,600, they'll see approximately $5,500 wiped from their loans next year. We've also announced changes to the HECS threshold, meaning you won't have to start paying off your loan until you're earning a higher wage. And I know that this will make a difference to people in our community, not just when it comes to planning for the future, but for so many across Macnamara, it will just take a little bit of pressure off the rising cost of living right now. Speaker, earlier this year we changed how indexation is calculated, and I know that that was important for our community. And the announcement this weekend, where we are recognising that going to university is a privilege, an opportunity, and it can change your life. It is something that we want to ensure that more Australians can access. And in my final contribution, I also want to say how proud I am of the announcement that we will continue the rollout of fee-free TAFE and have a minimum of 100,000 places per year. I mean, this is an extraordinary Labor legacy and one that will create jobs, create opportunity and create really important and dignified work in our community, and I'm proud to be a part of the party that will deliver it.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for more.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish to place on the parliamentary record my strongest concerns regarding the Firearms Act 2024, which was rushed through the Western Australian Parliament earlier this year on the 19th of June and was subsequently assented to 8 days later on the 27th of June. There is a constituency of 90,000 licensed firearm owners in Western Australia who deserve sensible and rational policy making. I commend members of the National Party for their strong advocacy on behalf of sporting shooters. Following the Howard-era National Firearms Agreement, best practice has been for a nationally consistent approach to firearms regulation across Australia. It is clear that the Western Australian Labor government has gone it alone on this issue and introduced legislation which is not consistent across Australian jurisdictions. This legislation was rushed through Parliament in record time without proper scrutiny, nor proper stakeholder consultation. The result is different regulations in different states. No state should go it alone, as inconsistent firearm laws within Australia are not best practice. There are several aspects of the legislation and regulations which are flawed and should be repealed or amended. Imposing numerical limits on the number of firearms which can be licensed are arbitrary in nature and cannot be supported by evidence or logic. Rigorous scrutiny should be instead applied on the initial licence application, as access to the first firearm is where the main risk is. Licensing subsequent firearms does not pose incremental levels of risk to public safety. There are more than 40 different types of recognised shooting competitions, each requiring different specialist firearms to participate. Avid competitive shooters can easily reach the maximum firearms limit by competing in just 2 or 3 disciplines. Rather than a numerical limit on firearms able to be licensed, graduated storage requirements for firearm owners possessing more than 10 firearms should be introduced, such as the requirement for safes with higher specifications and monitored alarm systems and CCTV to mitigate the risk of theft. Financial members of accredited shooting clubs and organisations should be exempt from the 10 firearm limit because they have access to a registered shooting range to safely use their licensed firearms and demonstrate that they're actively interested in shooting disciplines. The requirement for firearms licence applicants to be interviewed by a police officer should be reintroduced, as was previously the case. Currently, it is an online application with a 100-point ID verification at Australia Post. Applicants do not currently interact with a person who can assess their suitability. Restricting individual firearm use to specific properties is overly bureaucratic and serves no useful purpose. A recreational shooter typically enjoys an outdoor lifestyle of camping, caravanning, four-wheel driving, and usually shoots on several properties in rural and regional areas. Provided a property is of equivalent size, suitable topography, and proper permission is obtained from the owner, shooting can be conducted safely, and there is no valid reason to restrict firearms to specific properties. In addition, recreational shooters who join accredited shooting clubs should be exempt from providing regular property letters, as they have legitimate access to a registered range to safely use their licensed firearms. In summary, I strongly oppose several elements of the Firearms Act 2024, which was rushed through the WA Parliament earlier this year. In particular, the imposition of numerical limits on firearms ownership, restricting individual firearms use to specific properties, and bureaucratic requirements imposed concerning the provision of property letters. I call upon the members of the Legislative Council of the Parliament of Western Australia to move disallowance motions and amendments to the legislation with a view to reviewing the defective elements. It is clear that the Western Australian Labor government has gone it alone on this issue and introduced legislation which is not consistent across Australian jurisdictions.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in this place today to speak on emergency management in my community, which is extremely important right now as South Australia enters fire danger season once again. And before jumping into the subject matter, I first want to address a relevant event that occurred in my community over the weekend. Most importantly, I want to pay tribute to the brave individuals that responded to it. On Saturday, the 2nd of November, at around 2:30 p.m. local time, a grass fire was sparked in Penfield, just adjacent to my community's central urban corridor. This fire soon became out of control, with life-threatening conditions developing in minutes. Roads were closed across the affected areas, and residents were advised by the SA Country Fire Service, the CFS, to leave their homes due to the danger that was present. In just a matter of hours, 33 hectares or 81 acres of land was burned as the fire moved southward, with damage being caused to a shed and several glass houses in the area. According to SA Ambulance Services, 6 people were treated by paramedics, with 3 of those individuals hospitalised due to smoke inhalation and heat exhaustion caused by the flames. By 4:50 p.m, the threat was reduced and the advice from the CFS was downgraded, having contained the fire by evening. The CFS, as well as their metropolitan counterparts, the MFS, had committed 42 crews to respond to the blaze and fought bravely to protect our community once more. It's due to their efforts that this threat was extinguished, with no homes suffering damage in the end and no loss of human life, which is most important. To these men and women who give up their time, often as volunteers, to ensure the safety of ourselves and our loved ones, to those who continue to stare down fire danger season and put their lives on the line for others in the most unimaginable of conditions, from the bottom of my heart and the hearts of everyone in the communities of the northern suburbs, thank you. Your efforts across the CFS and MFS embody the Australian spirit and make our community, our state and our nation all the better for it. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless paramedics for their efforts in treating members of our community who are affected by the fire, as well as the quick-thinking residents of Penfield who responded and assisted emergency services by following their advice. As communities all across the country can attest, the impact of bushfires like this leaves devastating scars across our great landscape and even deeper ones in the hearts of Australian families. Communities north of Adelaide are no stranger to this, having suffered devastating losses due to fires at Pinery, Sampson Flat and Humbug Scrub just in the last decade alone. So having to follow the CFS alert throughout the summer to trawl their social media whilst watching the bushfire advice, anxiously waiting for updates to arrive with your loved ones, is something familiar to our community. And I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about what we're doing as a government to assist our firefighters keeping us safe. Because in my position, It's no good just thanking them for their efforts and leaving it at that. It's the role of government to support those firefighters, and I'm proud to be part of a federal government that is investing to do just that. Last month, alongside Minister for Emergency Management, Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, I viewed the new Pickering UH-60L Black Hawk heavy lift helicopter now on standby at Parafield Airport. This was part of a $48 million investment towards the national aerial firefighting fleet by the federal government. Crucially, alongside a 4,500 litre capacity for water to fight fires, the aircraft can facilitate other duties in emergency management with heavy lift capabilities. This can include delivering food supplies and essential resources in times of emergency, not just during bushfire season, but also during times of flood or extreme storms. The aircraft is now part of South Australia's largest aerial firefighting fleet on record, following a record investment by the state government as well. And this kind of asset, like the Black Hawk helicopter, it doesn't go unnoticed in our community, because having something like this clearly visible just over Main North Road, right in the middle of the northern suburbs, it helps bring assurance to our community that they are safe to live here. And it does that by equipping our firefighting services with the best available tools at their disposal to safely and efficiently respond to these life-threatening events. In closing, to all our emergency service personnel, both in Spence and across the country, thank you for your service. To the community broadly at home, download the Alert SA app to keep up to date with emergencies in your area. And remember, plan and prepare this fire season. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.
you.